Appeared. Appeared. The Moby Dick emerges from the bottom of the sea. They are pre-coated and then drilled out of the sea. On the sea, the Whitebeard pirates assembled a terrifying force. The pirate ships are neatly arranged on the sea. Although the sizes of the ships are different and the flags are colorful, they still have momentum. On the Moby Dick, the captains stand before Whitebeard. Captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco. Captain of the third team, Diamond Joes. Captain of the fifth team, Foil Vista Team sixth captain, Bramink. Captain of the 7th Division, Lacchio. Captain of the 8th Division, Namuel the Shark Murloc. Captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim. Besides, the captains of the affiliated pirate group are also gearing up. The Vortex Spider Squardo, the D. Carlban brothers, the Sea Knight Rumba, Broca, Ness, Kurskin, Yagshiri, and the huge Demon Oz, and so on. They are all famous pirates in the New World, and belong to the real powerful figures. There are 14 captains and captains of 42 pirate groups. Their total reward amount has reached a terrifying number. Beast's pirates want to be compared to Whitebeard, that's nothing. Certainly. The main force of the Whitebeard pirates is still Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the high platform in the distance. He could see the faces of Victor, Akainu, and others clearly. In addition, Marine's dense army. It's really scary. Ku la la la. Whitebeard sneered. He is Whitebeard. He is never afraid. However, Marine dispatched the strongest Marine, Garp. This worried Whitebeard. After all, that is the strongest sailor. The man who had cornered Roger so many times. Facing such a powerful opponent, can they easily win? Not to mention, there is Victor, who is said to be the strongest admiral. That insidious, cruel and powerful man. Whitebeard looked around at his sons on deck. Whitebeard knew what his sons were worried about. Whitebeard laughed. Ku la la la. Nothing to be afraid of, they can't stop me. One sentence can't stop me, which fully shows Whitebeard's confidence in his own strength. And Whitebeard's words are still the biggest morale booster. Ku la 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 eh. Sengoku, long time no see. Whitebeard greeted Sengoku with a smile, and his voice came from afar. The sound is loud and clear, despite being thousands of meters away. Sengoku responded, Whitebeard, go back to your place. Ku la la la. Whitebeard laughed, and then he held the naginata straight and slammed it hard on the bow, asking, my son has been taken care of by you, and I must thank you. Before Sengoku could answer, Whitebeard suddenly opened his right arm and punched hard. There seemed to be a lot of cracks in the air. It sounded like broken glass. Then, the space seemed to split open. At this moment, Whitebeard let out a low, growl in the air, and then his right hand turned into a fake claw and grabbed forward. At this time, the sea surface in front of Whitebeard, like a whole block of building blocks, was lifted up by an invisible force, and then like a rolled-up carpet, earth-coiling abruptly. A wave of such magnitude could submerge an entire island. The power is really amazing. The pupils of the sailors on the coast shrink. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out. It's Aokiji. How could he come here? Sengoku and others looked at Aokiji in surprise. Victor was not surprised. Aokiji is a good man. He didn't want the innocent Marine to die in the tsunami. In the original plot, when Zephyr wanted to destroy New World and wipe out all the pirates in New World, Aokiji also shot. Facing the coming tsunami, release the icy gas all over your body directly. Ice Age. For an instant, the tsunami that Whitebeard caused was frozen. The sea was frozen, and the battlefield extended directly in front of the Moby Dick. The ice froze the water until it stopped less than a meter in front of the Moby Dick. This is on purpose. Victor looked at Aokiji. Victor knew why Aokiji did it. First of all, if Aokiji freezes Whitebeard's fleet, Whitebeard will not be able to retreat and will inevitably fight Marine to the end. If the pirates refuse to retreat, Marine will fight with all his strength until all the pirates are eliminated. Second, this Aokiji is warning Whitebeard that he also has the ability to freeze Whitebeard's ship, but he doesn't do it to show off his power. Instead, tell Whitebeard that he's giving you the chance to retreat. Aokiji used his own way to stop this war and avoid the death of both sides. Kulalala. Whitebeard jumped from the bow onto the ice, laughing as he jumped. Behind Whitebeard, Marco and others also jumped down. The crowd is crowded, and the pirates are densely packed. Whitebeard said as he walked, I remember you. You were the kid who followed Garp. Whitebeard greeted Aokiji. Seeing this scene, Sengoku said with a sullen face, Victor, do it. I see. Victor disappeared. Whitebeard looked up at the sky. A figure streaked across the clouds. Snort. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Whitebeard swung the razor vigorously. As long as Whitebeard wants to. The knife is powerful enough to split the island in half. Whitebeard slashed into the sky with his knife. When the clouds parted, the sky seemed to be cut in half by a knife. After Victor dodged the attack in the air, he landed on the ground and joked, "Whitebeard, you almost cut me in half with your knife." HMPH. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, with a stern and cold gleam in his eyes, revealing an undisguised killing intent. Whitebeard came here today with anger and won't rest until he brings people back. "I hate you," Whitebeard said, shaking his fist at Victor. The whole atmosphere is shaking. Victor held out his hand, palm in front of his face. "Do you think I admire you?" Victor snorted coldly, and then only heard a loud bang. Afterwards, the air was filled with ice slag, making it difficult for the naked eye to see the situation in front of them. "I'm strong." Just then, Victor's voice rang in Whitebeard's ear. Under the watchful eyes of Marine and pirates, a blue windblade landed on Whitebeard's razor. Windblade. Click, click, click. There were many fine lines in the ice, followed by inch cracks. Victor's slash is powerful. Victor smiled and said, "The whole world is expecting a perfect victory from me." "Really?" Whitebeard snorted, his feet sunk in a meter of ice. Feeling in danger, Victor tiptoes and does a backflip. Just then, Whitebeard jumped up and slashed at Victor with the razor, intending to cut Victor in half. "This old guy is really strong." Victor reacted quickly. When he flipped in the air, he used the terrifying core strength of his body to step on the naginata that Whitebeard had cut while hovering in the air. Victor's toes seemed to be stepping on the air. "It's bullying." Victor frowned. He didn't expect Whitebeard to really go all out, and he really didn't intend to hold back. Rumble. Whitebeard swung his knife with all his might, swinging Victor away. Victor did not fight recklessly. With the attention of thousands of people, he still needs to save some cards. What happened just now? Right, Connor and others noticed an incredible scene. At this point, Garp explained, "That's the Conqueror's hockey attack." Conqueror's hockey winding. Right, Connor and others seem to have opened the door to the new world. The owner of Conqueror's hockey can control Conqueror's hockey just like armament hockey, and control it in detail, such as weapon winding. Garp puzzled. Like controlling armament hockey? This is the first time Right, Connor and others have heard of it. "Come on, Dad. Get rid of him. Daddy is the strongest." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates began to cheer. It seemed as if victory was at hand. However, Whitebeard didn't feel like winning. Instead, he frowned, his left fist wrapped in a milky white light, and prepared to punch Victor in the face. Facing Whitebeard's imminent punch, Victor showed no signs of fear. He used his speed, accelerated for a short distance, and rushed towards Whitebeard. Boom. The punch smashed the air. There was a deafening sonic boom. Empty. Whitebeard's right fist slams into the air, and Victor's right foot whips out. Whitebeard swung the naginata with his left hand and stood in front of him. Rumble. The right whip leg was like a steel whip, kicking hard on the handle of the naginata. Whitebeard felt great force coming from the hilt of the knife. Whitebeard let go of the hilt of the knife, and threw another left fist at Victor. The fist wrapped around armament hockey, and the fist of milky white light collide again. Rumble. This heavy punch caused a wider range of shocks. The fist wind is like a solar storm, wantonly destroying everything around. A punch is more violent than a punch, and a punch is more terrifying than a punch. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Titan kick. Victor lifted his foot and kicked Whitebeard hard. Whitebeard is slower than Victor. Whitebeard didn't seem to have time to raise his arms to resist. Although Whitebeard's arm is wrapped around armament hockey, Victor's armament hockey is too hard. Whitebeard's left arm was also numb. It's not a game-changing injury, but in this day and age, how many people can hit Whitebeard head-on? Victor kicked Whitebeard, and Whitebeard clutched his arm, grimacing. Seeing this, Garp, Sengoku and others showed surprised expressions. Because it's not like the Whitebeard they had in mind. Are the rumors true? Whitebeard's health is getting worse? In fact, Whitebeard is really old, his body has too many old injuries, and as he grows older, he is no longer the Whitebeard of the past. Of course Victor would not let go of any chance to go after Whitebeard. Not only is Marine going to this fight, Victor is going to give it his all. After all, let the 5 elders in the world government know Victor's justice and loyalty. Of course, in front of the whole army, let the whole world know how terrifying the strongest Admiral is. End the era of Whitebeard. Boom. Victor seized the opportunity, turned and kicked again. Whitebeard's body was like a hill, and as soon as it landed on the ice, it made a continuous impact. Whitebeard stood up quickly, groaning and brandishing the naginata. Backhand as a knife. Victor kicked the naginata on Whitebeard hard with a lightning right foot. The impact of the collision blasted a large hole in the ice. At this moment, both the Marine and the pirates are watching quietly. Because when Victor and Whitebeard fight, their hearts hang. Bravo. Kulalala. Suddenly, Whitebeard burst out laughing. I really didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent like you at this age. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes changed. If he was angry just now and only thought about killing and revenge, now he is clear and rational. It was a look Garp and Sengoku had seen, though. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku frowned at the same time. Because, Whitebeard is getting serious. Whitebeard only showed this look when facing Garp, Roger and others. Really treat them as opponents. Boy, Whitebeard said seriously, your strength and speed are amazing. In this boring age, it's fun to have an opponent like you. Victor said with a blank face. If you say that, you really underestimate Marine. Kulalala. First thought Marine wasn't a man except Garp. After Whitebeard regained his senses, his speech also changed. What do you mean there are no men except Garp? Isn't this referring to Sang and Y? Swearing at Sengoku differently? However, Victor wanted to give Whitebeard a thumbs up. Good scolding. Suddenly, Victor took a look at Whitebeard, and saw Whitebeard jumping wildly with his naginata in both hands. The sword is like the wind. Chop, 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 chop. After each cut, a bottomless trench must be dug into the ice. Victor avoided them all, feeling puzzled. Although Victor knew that Whitebeard's strength was terrible, it would not be surprising if Whitebeard's body was still at its peak, but Whitebeard is now terminally ill. In the period of declining physical fitness, you can still be so open and close with infusions all day long, and the more you fight, the more brave you are. This contrasting state? Victor doesn't accept it. Although the road down the mountain is too noisy, you can't turn around and go back, right? Just when Victor was complaining in his heart, Whitebeard slashed and split the air, causing the air to vibrate violently. The shock wave is powerful enough to knock down anything in sight. Arm. Victor knew there was no way to dodge it, so he raised his arms to block it. Click. 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 The 500-meter ice layer around Victor was all shattered, and tons of ice crystals flew up. This picture is really shocking and beautiful. However, it was too late for everyone to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Because after that, Whitebeard took a big step forward and delivered his signature punch. The milky white halo is wrapped around the fist, and this fist also contains a terrifying blow that destroys the world. Seeing this, Victor immediately transformed into a titan. Under the eyes of everyone, the titan growled and greeted Whitebeard head-on with his fists. Boom. The fists of Whitebeard and Victor collided heavily, and their terrifying punches raged through the entire space. Even standing in the distance to watch the battle, the blowing wind still hurts one's face, like washing one's face with sandpaper. Some were even blown out by the strong wind. However, this is just the beginning. Bang bang bang, the two kept swinging their fists and kicks, each time causing the air to vibrate and making violent noises. At first glance, Whitebeard and Victor appear to be on par. However, because Victor has a strong self-healing ability, Victor did not suffer. And Whitebeard is miserable. His body is already very old and weak. In addition, Victor's armament hockey keeps eroding his body, so his body becomes more and more fragile. It is no exaggeration to say that he is in danger. Now Whitebeard can still stand upright. If the injury erupts, it will be like an avalanche, which is completely uncontrollable. Ha ha ha. Victor's arms suddenly swelled, and he slammed towards Whitebeard. After Whitebeard dodged quickly, he no longer chose to fight head-on, but counterattacked after dodging. Boom boom boom. The two fought in the dark, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. Although Whitebeard and Victor seem to be evenly matched, he is actually in terrible shape. Every head-on confrontation will increase the burden on his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been lying in the ICU waiting to die. This went on for a good 15 minutes, sweat beading Whitebeard's brow. Boom. The figures of Whitebeard and Victor disappeared at the same time, and they fought together again. Victor punched Whitebeard in the stomach, Whitebeard ducked, and Victor took the opportunity to punch Whitebeard in the chest. Pooh. Whitebeard spurted out a mouthful of blood. Victor quickly took a step back, and kicked Whitebeard in the stomach with a flying kick, sending him flying. Cough cough. Whitebeard coughed violently, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of internal injuries. "You're no match for me," Victor said. "HMPH, don't get carried away, the old man hasn't exhausted his strength yet," Whitebeard said through gritted teeth. "Are you stubborn? Let's wait and see," Victor said coldly. "His strength has increased again, hasn't he used all his strength?" Whitebeard thought to himself, but he didn't dare to show any strangeness on his face. Victor is Zone, with strong recovery ability, and I am Paramecia, which puts too much burden on the body. He only needs to continue to recover and consume my energy. If this stalemate continues, I will lose to him sooner or later. Whitebeard secretly think. What he is most worried about now is that Victor's continuous recovery is too fast. If this delay continues, he may be killed by Victor sooner or later. Whitebeard is not reconciled. He has lived for so many years, it's not that he is afraid of death, but if he dies, what will Ace and the children do? Thinking of this, a trace of determination appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. Not time-consuming. Thinking of this, Whitebeard suddenly shouted, "Earthquake!" I saw that Whitebeard used the ability of shock fruit to hit the air forcefully, and then shattered the atmosphere, causing vibrations enough to shake the earth, quickly destroying a large number of buildings and cracking the surrounding land, thereby changing the terrain. This move is a range attack regardless of physical loss, and the target is Victor and the marine fortress behind Victor. If Victor blocks hard, it will definitely hit him hard. This trick cannot be blocked by one person, however, Victor jumped up. He didn't block it. Whitebeard's eyes widened, looking at Victor in disbelief. At the same time, Akainu and Kizaru jumped to the front of the marine phalanx at the same time, and they stretched out their hands. Armament Haki unleashes, forming a shield. Rumble. Although Akainu and Kizaru blocked most of the attack, the earthquake still broke out, and the ground of Naval Headquarters Square was torn apart and jagged like a raised floor. The sailors in the square were turned upside down, and some even fell into bottomless ravines. Although Whitebeard's move did not cause any damage to Victor, it still did a lot of damage to Marine and Naval Headquarters, causing huge losses. Victor didn't even look back. He knew what was going to happen, but he didn't care. There are always sacrifices. Otherwise, this game would not be exciting. At this time, Titan raised his right hand high, and at the same time, the runes on his body turned golden. When the golden runes shone, a golden spear appeared in the palm of his right hand. The golden spear was hurled hard at Whitebeard. Whitebeard had just swung his fist, but he couldn't dodge. His shoulder was pierced by a golden spear, his body flew upside down, and was finally nailed to the ice. "Father! Father! Father!" See this scene. Marco and the others panicked. Jose, Beasta and others did not expect that Whitebeard would be injured in the heads up. Although Marco panicked, he already understood one thing. It wasn't that Whitebeard couldn't dodge just now, but that Whitebeard's body had a problem. For Whitebeard in his prime, he can not only dodge the attack, but also chop the golden spear away with a single knife. Without the slightest hesitation, Marco turned into a phoenix and rushed towards Victor. When he was about to approach Victor, Marco changed into a human animal form again. Phoenix Seal. Marco's move in human beast form, he releases a powerful shockwave to attack Victor. In the original plot, Marco used this trick to throw the boat of the Big O pirates down the waterfall, and also interrupted Quinn's laser cannon attack and beat him to vomit blood. Surround Wei and save Zhao. Facing Marco's attack, Victor just waved his hand. Boom. Everyone saw a group of blue flames being blown away. Boom. Marco hit the ground and stood up in pain. At this time, the flames on Marco's body were burning, and he was recovering from his injuries. Being hit by Victor caused a lot of damage. Is this the strength of the strongest Admiral? Victor snorted coldly, "Miscellaneous fish, let the horses come here." Marco was about to start, when there was a whistling sound not far away. Whoosh. I saw pink arrows shooting at Marco. It's Hancock. Hancock won't allow Marco to sneak up on Victor. "My concubine will protect Lord Victor," Hancock said seriously. "Well done." Victor gave Hancock a thumbs up. "Lord Victor is praising my concubine." Hancock blushed. Seeing this, Doflamingo thought Hancock was courting Victor. Since that's the case, then I can't fall behind. Doflamingo's mouth curled into a playful smile as he took advantage of the opportunity to finish off Whitebeard. Doflamingo grinned grinningly, and his line hooked the distant ice peak, and then rushed towards Whitebeard, extremely fast. Before Doflamingo could approach, Joes was in front of Doflamingo. Dare to stand in my way. Then you go to die. 5 color strings. I saw that Doflamingo produced a nearly transparent thin silk thread from each of the 5 fingers, and then made a gesture of animal claws to let the 5 silk threads grab Joes. In normal times, the silk thread, as sharp as a piano wire, would cut or even cut off the opponent's body. This time, however, Doflamingo was disappointed. Because Joe's body is not generally hard, ding. Half of Josie's body turned into a diamond. Doflamingo's attack completely failed. You are not qualified to approach our king, Joes said coldly. Doflamingo frowned, the veins on his forehead popped up, he was belittling him. Doflamingo hates the feeling of being slighted. Don't think it's so arrogant just because it's a diamond. I'll tear you apart. Doflamingo looked grim, and then he jumped back. Super whiplash. Doflamingo stretches his palms back, just like Luffy does when he uses his rubber fruit ability. At the same time, he sprayed out dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads from his palm. These threads are then twisted together to form a thick strand like hair. Afterwards, let the line stretch as far back as possible, and then stretch it back and hit Joes in front. Under normal circumstances, this blow can cut the opponent's body in half, and even cut a tall building in half in an instant. Moreover, the scope of this trick is extremely wide. The disadvantage is that once this trick is used, it is difficult to take it back. To ensure a one-hit kill, though, Doflamingo even wraps the silk thread with armament hockey. At the same time, with Doflamingo and Hancock making shots, Shaq Lock Doll and Mihawk couldn't hold back. Shaq Lock Doll targets Whitebeard. Same goes for Mihawk. Whitebeard, your head is mine. Desert Sword. I saw that Shaq Lock turned his arm into a sand blade, and then released it in a huge form. Don't look at the knife condensed by sand, that it has the sharpness to cut the ground, even the desert. It is you. Whitebeard muttered disapprovingly when he saw Shaq Lock Doll. Don't underestimate me. Shaq Lock Doll was clearly irritated by Whitebeard's stare. Whitebeard's reaction was like seeing a child he hadn't seen in years. If it wasn't on the battlefield, there might be a bonus sentence. They have grown so big. And when Shaq Lock Doll attacked Whitebeard, Mihawk also slashed at Whitebeard. Janbo attacked Whitebeard from 1,000 meters away. However, Vista jumped out in front of Whitebeard, swinging his dual knives and parrying Mihawk's slash. Foil Vista. Mihawk said blankly. Vista held 2 knives in his hand. Your opponent is me. Father, let's go too. Dad, let's get Ace back. At this time, the captains of the other teams asked to fight. The captains of the affiliated pirate group are also eager to try now. Seeing this, Whitebeard looked at Whitebeard not far away, and nodded. Kill Marine. Brothers rush over. The tens of thousands of pirates from the Whitebeard pirates swarmed towards the execution platform. Court death. At this time, Akainu jumped up. Meteor volcano. I saw that Akainu's fists produced a large number of huge lava fists in the form of lava, and launched them into the air, and then the magma fists like meteor showers would continue to fall from the sky, melting the glaciers and turning the earth into a sea of lava and fire. The pirates who were charging suffered a round of heavy losses. At the same time, Sengoku also looked at Kizaru. Kizaru nodded, then turned into a beam of light and disappeared in place. Kizaru charged at Whitebeard and condensed his body in front of Whitebeard. After seeing Kizaru, Whitebeard swung Kong Yunki without saying a word, and it was a one-shot kill. Kizaru's body was cut in 2, however, it was restored to its original shape in front of everyone's eyes. Obviously he was slashed by the sword wrapped around armament hockey. Marco frowned, a little confused about the situation. When the Tien Kong Yun sword slashed on Kong Yunki fiercely. Kizaru wields a lightsaber in both hands and fights Whitebeard back and forth. Seeing this, Akainu jumped into the herd like a tiger, and quickly beat all the pirates in front of him into the air. Then quietly approach Whitebeard. When at a certain distance, Akainu makes a surprise attack. Dark Hound. Akainu quickly extended his lava arm to Whitebeard's face. This move not only has a very fast attack speed, but also has extraordinary power. In the original book, Akainu used this move to knock out half of Whitebeard's face. Seeing that Whitebeard's attack was about to hit Whitebeard's face, Marco stepped forward again. Undead Thistle. I saw Marco use Chingyan to create a circular shield for defense. In the original plot, Marco used this move to resist Jin's Flame Emperor, and Kaido's Heat, and the defense ability is still very reliable. As predicted. Although the destructive power of Akainu's Dark Hound is amazing, it is still blocked by Marco. Get in the way. Seeing this, Akainu blasted at Marco. The dog gnaws the red lotus. I saw that Akainu first lava formed his arm, then transformed the lava-formed arm into the shape of a dog's head, and extended his lava-formed limbs to attack Marco. I saw the dog's head made of lava biting at Marco viciously, as if trying to crush him into pieces. Seeing this, Marco blocked himself with the undead thistle, again. He is very aware of his strength and ability. With his attack power, it is difficult to cause damage to Admiral such as Akainu, but he can share the damage for Whitebeard. Moreover, Marco is confident that his Chinyan can recover his injuries. No matter how badly injured, Marco believes he can recover. In contrast, Whitebeard can't do it. The dog's head turned into Dragon Rock bit Marco's shield. Marco is struggling to hold on. However, although Marco's defense is very strong, Admiral's spear and the Emperor's deputy's shield are not equal. Boom. With a loud noise, Akainu punched out again. This time it was Great Eruption. Ignoring Marco in defense, Akainu hurls a lava punch at Whitebeard. I saw that the arm turned into a huge lava fist made of lava, and then simulated the impact brought by the volcanic eruption to launch the fist, which was powerful enough to instantly smash and evaporate a large iceberg dozens of times larger than the Titans. The fist slammed into Whitebeard. The corner of Whitebeard's eyes flicked, and the moment he swung the knife to split the lava fist, Victor had a lightning spear in his hand. Seeing this, Whitebeard's pupils dilated. I saw Victor's right hand condensed a thick lightning spear and shot towards Marco. At this time, Whitebeard's hand was covered with a milky white halo, and he wanted to smash Stormpike forcefully. The ability of Shock Fruit can indeed be done. Boom. The shock wave shattered the space. The moment the Thunder Spear was shattered, Whitebeard heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't make a move, then Marco would definitely be pierced through the heart. Even Marco couldn't heal this kind of injury with Chinyan. However, Whitebeard's guard was too anxious to notice Victor throwing his spear and jumping straight at him. The moment Whitebeard shattered Stormpike, Victor rushed to Whitebeard's face and landed a heavy punch on Whitebeard's chest. While Whitebeard defended with armament hockey, the punch was too fast and too heavy. An invisible punch came out through his body. Part of Whitebeard's chest collapsed and almost went straight through. Boom. Puff. Whitebeard was sent flying several hundred meters away again. His feet plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground, and he barely stopped. Puff. Whitebeard's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spit out again. Long live Lord Victor. Long live Lord Victor. Long live Lord Victor. Right, Connor and others raised their arms and shouted, followed by thousands of sailors cheering. They seemed to see victory in sight. End Whitebeard, and end the fight. Justice will prevail. Victor's name echoed over Marineford. The Golden Lion, the Red Earl, and now Whitebeard, made Whitebeard such a mess. Victor's name is enough to be called a legend. Kulalala. Whitebeard stood up again. Victor saw Whitebeard and knew he wanted to keep playing. Whitebeard won't go down until he saves Ace. At this moment, Whitebeard opened his arms and roared. Suddenly slam in Victor's direction. The shockwave shattered the air. The whole island rumbled like the end of the world. Boom. This time Victor didn't dodge. He raised his arms in front of him. The cheering stopped. Whitebeard's unreserved blow of fury. Not because Victor hurt Whitebeard, but by not giving it all, more family members will be lost today. Ah. 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 With a roar, Whitebeard threw another punch. This punch hits the ground. The shockwave then hits Kizaru, Akainu and the other marines. Kizaru immediately elementalized and turned into a spot of light to avoid the attack. Akainu also frowned to resist. Crane's eyes widened, and he murmured, "Is Whitebeard crazy?" Garp clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "He doesn't want to live anymore." A person's state is usually divided into 3 types: normal, sad, and angry. In these 3 states, the force of the explosion is different. Of course, in extreme anger, there is also extreme madness. Whitebeard went crazy, and released his energy directly, bursting out with terrifying destructive power. Whitebeard is mad and furious, thoroughly interprets the power to destroy the world. Click, clatter. Gravel slid down and naval headquarters showed more damage. Crane frowned and said to Sengoku, "The whole army should evacuate as much as possible." Crane is rational, Facing Whitebeard who wants to die together, it is irrational to head on. Sengoku didn't answer. At this critical moment, the whole world is waiting for the result. Life returned 8 inner gates. Victor's voice had an indescribable seriousness. Only a low growl of "ah" was heard. The body of the Titan was red, bursting out with terrifying energy. Whitebeard punched Victor again. The fist shattered the atmosphere and tore apart the space. Victor stood still. Whitebeard kept throwing punches in Victor's direction. The power of shock fruit ravaged the entire island in mad rage, and the island was being destroyed as fast as the naked eye could see. At the same time, marine casualties surged. Aokiji stood on the iceberg he had frozen, watching the scene. Seeing that the Marines died under the earthquake, he suddenly had an urge to rush down and release the cold air all over his body, trying to freeze Whitebeard. However, Aokiji shook his head rationally. The smoke filled the air, and Victor was invisible to the naked eye. The corners of Victor's mouth turned up slightly. This is what he wants. Moreover, the number of casualties of the Whitebeard pirates continues to increase, which will not only continue to hurt Whitebeard's heart, but also make him angry. Wrath, while allowing Whitebeard to unleash destructive power, also aggravates his injuries. A battle between Admiral and the 4 Emperors, usually with a crippling price. However, now Victor is confident that he can kill Whitebeard without injury. As for the worse the destruction of the headquarters and the more marine casualties, the more valuable this victory is. Because after this war is over, Marine will temporarily lose absolute control of the sea. In this way, the Revolutionary Army and pirates have more room for development. The faster the Revolutionary Army and pirates develop, the closer it will be to Victor's ascension to the throne. The minutes ticked by, and Whitebeard had no intention of stopping. Although it was devastated, Whitebeard still felt that it was not enough, and continued to use his ability to cause a tsunami. He has only one idea: to win in the chaos. Ace looked at the scene in front of him, seeing the wound on Whitebeard's body bleeding continuously. His heart felt worse than being cut by a knife. Father. Marco had serious injuries, and although he recovered strongly, Akainu beat him up. Marco yelled, "Papa, calm down." Marco wants to remind Whitebeard to restore his calm. After all, it really caused a tsunami, which also engulfed the Whitebeard pirate group. The power of Whitebeard vibrating fruit is indistinguishable from friend or foe. Of course Whitebeard understood. However, if they don't do this, it will be even more difficult for them to win. Just then, Victor's laughter filled the air. Ha 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 eh. Victor. Marco's eyes widened. Victor hasn't been knocked out yet. Victor just got hit so many times in a row by Whitebeard. In anger, how terrible the attack of Whitebeard. Victor said, "Whitebeard, your opponent is me." As the dust settled, Whitebeard looked at Victor immediately. Just then, there was a thunderous explosion. Then, the ice surface around Victor seemed to be evaporated. After the smoke cleared, the crowd saw Victor. At this time, Victor opened the shocking door. This is the last door before death. Day Tiger can be used after opening. Victor's body began to emit blue steam from the evaporation of sweat. Just one punch can severely damage the enemy. If there is no zone awakening, even if the body is slightly touched after the release, it will be extremely painful. When Whitebeard saw Victor, he rushed over. Whitebeard is holding a knife. What a terrifying visual impact he creates when he runs. Doflamingo was on the sidelines, watching from afar. Although he was watching the fire from the other side, this level of destruction made him feel like he was actually there. At the same time, Doflamingo is also aware of how far he is from the top. Tyrant Bear, Gecko Moria and others watched silently from the sidelines. Tyrant Bear has plans of his own. Moria is waiting to pick up the body. Victor shook his neck and made a rattling sound, bones crackling as he moved his limbs. When Whitebeard threw a punch at Victor, intending to knock him to the ground with one punch, Victor disappeared in place. Call. Victor appeared in front of Whitebeard, raised his right foot, and lightning kicked Whitebeard hard on the cheek. Boom. Whitebeard lost his balance and took a step back with his right foot, leaving a hole in the ground. Victor jumped to his feet, Titan horns. The heavy punch went straight to Whitebeard. If hit, Whitebeard will have several broken bones. However, the moment Victor punches, Whitebeard throws a punch. Give up defense, attack against attack. The shockwave shattered the atmosphere, hitting Victor. A mouthful of blood dripped from the corner of Victor's mouth. And Whitebeard was also punched by Victor. The two exchanged punches. Victor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth slightly. Whitebeard, you're still so alive, it's fun. Victor's defiant voice filled the air. Whitebeard didn't answer. He used the observation hockey to lock onto Victor's position and punched Victor directly. Empty shock. Boom. The atmosphere exploded and the earth shattered. Victor raised his hand and whispered, "Arm." Armament hockey covers the body, covering the whole body, resisting this blow. For Whitebeard at this time, the physical exertion was enormous. Although the shaking fruit has the power to destroy, but every time you use this power, the burden on your body cannot be avoided. Although Whitebeard still has peak strength, his body is no longer good. His use of power so recklessly has brought him closer and closer to death. Now what keeps Whitebeard going is willpower. The will to never give up until the goal is reached. Before Whitebeard could attack again, Victor catapulted towards him like a rocket. Boom. Victor hit Whitebeard directly on the jaw, knocking Whitebeard to the ground. Resist the attack, and then find the attack interval. Find a flaw and fight back decisively. Victor is an expert in gymnastics and has rich practical experience. Titan burst. Boom. When Whitebeard stood up again, Victor's heavy punch hit Whitebeard like a meteorite, slamming hard on Whitebeard's body. Blood and gravel fly. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, trying not to back away. Empty shock. Ignore Victor's attack and blast directly at Victor. Injury for injury. Fight to the death. Boom. The punch also hit Victor in the chest. Puffa. Victor took 100 steps back and finally coughed up blood for the first time. And Whitebeard struggled to find his footing. The battle between the two of them has been purely exhausting. A life-to-life style of play. It's creepy. It's more difficult to deal with than I expected. Victor stood still and looked at Whitebeard coldly. Although Victor never stopped recovering. But the one-on-one with Whitebeard, such a spelling, exceeded Victor's expectations. Obviously old. Still fighting like this? At this time, hundreds of huge magma fists flew from the sky and attacked Whitebeard. Face off against giant lava fists pouring down from the sea. Whitebeard raised his arms again, punching the air. Empty shock. Atmospheric shock. Boom. The magma was shattered in the air and turned into a rain of fire that fell on the ground. Akainu's attack caught Whitebeard off guard. Puff. Whitebeard's body was overloaded, his blood pressure couldn't stop, and he vomited all over the floor. If he hadn't been supported by a naginata, Whitebeard might have fallen to the ground. Dad. 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 Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates panicked. The big Uzumaki spider swung its long knife and rushed in front of Akainu. Seeing this, Akainu raised his hand and hit Dark Hound. The large Uzumaki spider escaped fatal injuries, but lost his ears. In Akainu's view, it is too late to kill Whitebeard first, and then deal with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group. Akainu is also very patient. He waited for the right moment. Just now Victor and Whitebeard had a fierce battle, and both sides fought hard. Therefore, at this juncture, launching a surprise attack on Whitebeard will definitely hit Whitebeard hard. Of course, this is purely Akainu's personal opinion. And Akainu's shot inevitably caused panic. One admiral was tough enough, now another one. Marco also wants to pester Akainu. However, Marco's strength is really impossible. Crane came to Sengoku and said to Sengoku, "It's almost there." Although Victor provoked the war and made Sengoku hastily prepare for the battle, Sengoku still formulated the encirclement and annihilation operation. Sengoku's original tactic was to keep Whitebeard's band of thieves from leaving alive. Wait a little longer. Sengoku shook his head. Whitebeard has enough power now to influence warfare in the future. Therefore, Sengoku must allow the fish to bite the bait and bite deep enough. In order to carry out the tactics to the end, the elites of the Marine headquarters need to cooperate, and they need to work hard with Whitebeard to make both sides entangled. At this moment, Whitebeard's chest heaved violently, and blood and sweat dripped down his arms, trouser legs, and back. Where he stood, blood was everywhere. Akainu can't give Whitebeard time to rest. Akainu stepped on Moonwalk, whizzed close to Whitebeard, and walked towards Whitebeard. Victor pulled a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and lit a cigarette. If Akainu wants to fight Whitebeard, let him continue to fight Whitebeard. Victor won't get in the way. As for whether Whitebeard will be killed. If it was that easy to kill Whitebeard, Garp and Sengoku would have killed Whitebeard long ago. Victor smoked in silence, watching Akainu perform. Akainu's hand was on his cloak, and he pulled hard. The cloak was thrown into the air. Akainu clenched his fists, grimaced, and muttered in his mouth, "Whitebeard, today is the end of you." As he spoke, Akainu suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Whitebeard. Akainu's arm turned into hot lava and blasted the great eruption at Whitebeard. The lava formed a giant lava fist, bringing horrific devastation, unbearable heat, and billowing smoke that hit Whitebeard head-on. Whitebeard waved at Akainu's lava fist, grinning. Instead of being angry, he smiled. Candlelighter, you don't have the right to kill me if you want to kill me. This time, instead of using Shock Fruit's power, Whitebeard simply wraps his fist with armament hockey. Seeing this scene, Sengoku showed excitement in his eyes. Whitebeard's condition went from bad to worse. You can no longer use Shock Fruit's abilities as you like. With Akainu's strength, as long as he can relay the attack and maintain the attack strength, then Whitebeard will undoubtedly die. Once Whitebeard dies, the Whitebeard pirates will also disperse. Next, it will be a chase battle. Things also seem to be developing as Sengoku expected. Akainu has the upper hand, attacking Whitebeard in a frenzy. Whitebeard could only find an opening to counterattack after dodging and parrying. Instead of fighting Akainu, Dark Hound. Akainu doesn't care about that, he just wants to kill Whitebeard. Akainu's idea is not complicated. Once Whitebeard is gone, the 4 emperors are left with 3. At that time, we will solve them one by one. Without the 4 emperors in New World, what are the remaining pirates? Whether it's his own justice or Victor's dream, everything can come true. Akainu is really serious, so when attacking Whitebeard, he naturally goes all out. On the other hand, Whitebeard seems to be getting more and more embarrassed. Dark Hound. Another blow from Dark Hound, and a spout of lava claws hit Whitebeard in the shoulder. Immediately, a cloud of blood rose from Whitebeard's shoulders. And Whitebeard swung the naginata in his hand, just cut Akainu's cheek, leaving a small gash. Victor can fight with his life, so can Akainu. Father. Ace knelt in the ring, watching the fight below in despair. Whitebeard had been badly injured trying to save him. If the fight continues, Whitebeard will die here today. However, Ace can't do anything now. Ace. I'm here to save you. Just then, Little Oz appeared. Same as the original plot, during the Summit War, he rushed to Marineford without listening to Whitebeard's advice, because Little Ozzy's huge body would be regarded as a living target, so Whitebeard didn't let Little Ozzy come, but rushed to the execution platform alone to save Ace. Little Ozzy has a huge body, and his appearance immediately attracted most people's attention. Among them is Gecko Moria. Moria was originally not interested in today's battle situation. Now, Moria's interest is coming. I'm going to get his body. Moria stared straight ahead. Little Ozzy moved 38 meters tall, brandishing a big knife and rampaging. Beside Little Ozzy, a large group of pirates followed, and with Little Ozzy helping them open the way, their advancing speed began to accelerate. Don't think about it. Don't think that being tall can do whatever you want. At this time, several naval headquarters vice admirals stopped in front of Little Ozzy. There are even Titan vice admirals. However, Little Ozzy's strength is not weak, and those who stood in the way were all knocked into the air by him in one round. However, just when Little Ozzy wanted to continue to approach, Shadow Horngun. Moria transformed the shadow into a spear and attacked Oz. Although Moria is a salty fish, his attack power is quite sturdy. Little Oz howled in pain after being hit. After hearing Ozzy's screams, Whitebeard immediately ordered, "You all go to cover Ozzy." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates immediately approached Oz. Ozzy is like a tank, and the pirates behind him are like infantry. It was not so much following Ozzy as it was Ozzy blocking bullets and shells for them. Oz. Seeing this scene, Ace was released and called Ozzy's name. Ace. Although Oz was hit hard, he heard Ace's call and still walked forward firmly. Only a boom. There was a loud bang. Victor suddenly came in front of Ozzy and others. Ozzy looked at Victor, raised the knife in his hand, and slashed at Victor. However, Victor just raised his hand, and Armament Hockey's entangled palm easily grabbed the blade, blocking Ozzy's attack. Not only that, Victor's left hand began to exert force. Armament Hockey poured into the blade, in front of everyone. Victor snorted coldly. Immediately, only the crisp sound of clicking was heard. The big knife in Ozzy's hand unexpectedly shattered. Ozzy looked at the bare handle of the knife in his hand. The blade shattered all over the floor, and then at Victor. While dazed, several pirates jumped up, swung the knives in their hands, and slashed at Victor. Victor stood where he was, just raised his hand. Boom. Armament Hockey was released, and the shockwave blasted all the pirates in the air away. After these pirates fell, they were either dead or injured. In front of the top combat power, these pirates are like ants. What? With a big mouth, Ozzy shook his fist and slammed at Victor. Oz, run. Ace knew Victor's strength, so he reminded Ozzy loudly. Only Oz didn't hear it at all. The Horn of the Titans. Facing Ozzy's punch, Victor swung his fist at Ozzy. Boom. This punch not only shattered Ozzy's arm, but also pierced through Ozzy's body, blasting a big hole in Ozzy's chest. Plop. Ozzy fell to the ground, his eyes were blinded, and blood continued to flow from his mouth, nose and chest. Shinigami has come to Oz. Oz. Ace shouted down, only this time, Ozzy never stood up again. Damn it. Damn it. Moria looked at Ozzy on the ground distress-edly. He thought he could get a fresh and complete demon corpse. Did not expect to at this moment. Victor glanced at Moria. Moria took a step back in horror. Kill all the pirates. Victor ordered loudly. Meanwhile, Whitebeard looked at Ozzy, who was lying on the ground, already out of breath. He knew Ozzy couldn't be saved. On the battlefield, his children kept falling. What? Whitebeard roared into the sky. Seeing this, Akainu's arm turned into lava, ready to blow Whitebeard's head with a punch. However, there was murder in Whitebeard's eyes. The moment he stared, Akainu's body seemed to pause for 0.1 seconds. At this moment, Whitebeard moved. He lunged in front of Akainu, and with unbelievable speed, he grabbed Akainu's face. Akainu froze for a moment. He didn't expect Whitebeard's speed to become faster. Extreme sadness, extreme anger. We all know that people tend to do incredible things when their emotions go to extremes. At this point, Whitebeard is back. Die. Whitebeard's right hand was shrouded in a milky light. Boom. Shockwaves poured into Akainu's head as Whitebeard was released. Akainu is pressed into the formation. Regardless of the circumstances of Akainu falling to the ground, Whitebeard turned the naginata in his right hand. Those who are not afraid of death, follow me. This moment, Whitebeard made up his mind. Die and die. Before he dies, let him make a big fuss with the kids. Don't let the children's blood flow in vain. Not only to save Ace, but also to make Marine pay the price. Sangoku was startled to see Whitebeard's sudden outburst. An unknown premonition came to my heart. In Marineford now, except for a very few people such as Marine Admiral and Garp, blocking Whitebeard is simply courting death. Whitebeard is not a dead end, but a dead end. Even if it is death, Marine will have to pay a heavy price. What? With a roar, Whitebeard activates the ability again. The shockwave blasted away nearly 1,000 Marines standing in front of Whitebeard. After these Marines fell to the ground, they were seriously injured one by one. Stop him. We can't let him bring up his momentum. Seeing the pirates behind Whitebeard surrounded Whitebeard one after another, some vice admirals became anxious. Then, a group of lieutenant colonels, commodore, and rear admiral rushed towards Whitebeard, wielding their swords. After Whitebeard cut off a batch, another batch made up without a break. When? Whitebeard's naginata was full of knives. Hundreds of Marine officers pressed down on the knife, trying to crush Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Marine slashes at Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard suffered multiple stab wounds. It's just that Whitebeard's face was expressionless. He first stepped back with his right foot, and then, in a lunge, he pushed his arms up at the same time. The Marines all felt a huge force. It's like an avalanche. Make them unstoppable. Roll. Whitebeard swung his naginata and chopped off the elite warriors of the headquarters standing in front of him. There have been tens of thousands of Marine casualties since the Whitebeard outbreak began. This is just a rough statistic. Those Marines who fell into the ravine are now unknown. Follow Dad. Seeing that Whitebeard is so fierce, the morale of the Whitebeard pirate group and the affiliated pirate group is completely up. I was just shocked by the strength of the Marine admirals, and now I finally regained my confidence. At this moment, Victor stood in front of Whitebeard again. Whitebeard didn't say much, and with red eyes, he swung his knife and slashed at Victor. Victor has an extra blue wind blade in his hand. Ding ding ding. Victor and Whitebeard turned to each other. Although Whitebeard is very strong, but facing Victor, he can't show overwhelming crushing. Aokiji stood on the high ground, watched all this, and then prepared to leave. The Whitebeard pirates' counterattack is only temporary. Now the winner is decided. However, at this moment, we are not late. Suddenly, a man's voice came from a distance. Everyone looked for the reputation. It's Redhead. Why did the Redhead come here? When Victor and Whitebeard were still wrestling, the appearance of red hair pirates immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sengoku's face was sullen, and he didn't want to understand why the red-haired group appeared here. Didn't they just have a conflict with Kaido? Why did they come so soon? Sengoku was puzzled. At the same time, Shanks led the red hair pirates across the battlefield, walking towards the execution platform step by step. Victor glanced at Shanks out of the corner of his eye. Shanks also looked at Victor. Although I have no intention of interfering in your war, I hope you can give me face. Shanks looked at Victor, then at Sengoku. Beckman and others also stared at the surrounding Marines. Especially Kizaru. As soon as he saw Beckman pointing a gun at him, he immediately raised his hands in a comical gesture of surrender. Why should I give you face? At this moment, Victor said coldly. Instead of answering, Shanks said, I'm only here to end the war. Buddha. Shanks paused. If you still want to continue fighting, then I am willing to be your opponent. Legilu, Usopp and the others all showed smug expressions. At this moment, Sengoku's face was ugly. Shanks and his gang are not easy to deal with. Don't look at the Shanks as a ship with so few people. What if Shanks also assembled the red-haired caravan? If the red-haired fleet and the Whitebeard pirates join forces, Marine will lose its advantage in strength. While Sengoku was thinking, a figure jumped up. It's Akainu. Akainu had just been hit in the head by Whitebeard, and adjusted in the strata for a while before coming back. As soon as Akainu came back, he saw the red hair. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and greeted the red hair. Akainu doesn't care if Whitebeard and Redhead join forces. Since the Redhead dared to come, he dared to kill. Akainu threw a heavy punch at Shanks, and Shanks immediately pulled out the knife from his waist, blocking the heating and smoking magma fist. Boom. The collision between the two made the ground tremble slightly. Afterwards, Akainu's body turned into an afterimage, and he rushed towards Shanks quickly, hitting Shanks continuously with his fists. Shanks also dodged at the fastest speed, and the two were moving back and forth, accelerating and attacking constantly, looking for each other's flaws. Every time Akainu and Shanks collided, a strong airwave was generated, blowing the surrounding grass and trees to the ground. The speed of Shanks and Akainu is so fast that it is impossible to see how many moves they have exchanged. Akainu became more and more anxious the more he played. He hadn't met such an opponent for a long time. Shanks' reaction is very sharp. He can always react at the first time, and accurately judge the trajectory of Akainu's next attack. So in this battle, Shanks has the upper hand. And at this moment, Akainu suddenly felt a cold sweat coming out of his back. Shanks' attack strikes again. Suddenly, Akainu's observation haki failed. He can't feel Shanks' movements anymore. What's going on? Akainu has never fought against Shanks, so he doesn't understand the horror of knowledge killing. At this time, Akainu relied on instinct to dodge hastily, but his reaction was still a little slow, and Shanks drew a bloodstain on his shoulder. Shanks took the opportunity to attack, and Shanks kicked Akainu in the stomach. Akainu flew out and hit the wall of the fortress hard. Shanks also followed closely, swung his knife and slashed towards Akainu. At this moment, Akainu suddenly raised his arm and blocked Shanks' knife. Then, Akainu's eyes were red and he roared, his feet erupted like a volcanic explosion. Boom. Take advantage of the lava fruit's abilities to increase your burst and strength. Shanks backed away naturally. However, just when Akainu thought he was forcing Shanks back, Shanks' eyes grew cold. Conqueror's haki wraps around the blade. One blow Conqueror's haki wraps around and slashes. In a hurry, Akainu could only block it with his arms. After one blow, Akainu was blasted into the wall again. Blood trickled down the corner of Akainu's mouth. Akainu was injured so badly. At this time, the generals of naval headquarters were frightened by Shanks' strength. You know, Marine Admiral is the highest combat power in this department. The battle between Akainu and Whitebeard is also excellent. However, when facing Shanks, Akainu fell into a disadvantage at the beginning and felt suppressed everywhere. What is going on? How could Sakazuki be inferior to Redheads? Ghost Spider, Dogman and the others were stunned. In their eyes, there are only a handful of people who can defeat Akainu. Even if you want to defeat Akainu, you have to pay a heavy price. However, Shanks seemed to take it easy. Still, it's no wonder they overestimated Akainu and underestimated Shanks. Because they don't understand the horror of knowledge killing. In the battle of top powerhouses, it is very important to maintain emotions. Because observation haki can only be used in a calm state. Quite passive if observation haki is lost. Shanks can anticipate Akainu's attacks. However, Akainu was unable to predict Shanks' actions. Therefore, Akainu is passive everywhere, how not to be suppressed. However, the killing of knowledge is still a derivative usage of Conqueror's haki. Akainu does not have the qualifications of a king, and cannot use magic to fight magic. Do you want to continue fighting? Shanks asked Akainu coldly. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression was grim, and he felt aggrieved like never before. Akainu knew that observation haki was invalid, although he didn't understand the reason, but he would not show weakness in front of the pirates. As a result, Akainu's upper body turned into magma, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Immediately, Akainu threw a punch at Shanks. Shanks had no expression on his face, and easily dodged. At the same time, the knife in his hand was still on Akainu's body, leaving another gash. What? Akainu let out a roar. At this time, Akainu was completely in a state of rage, and he threw himself on Shanks again. Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, and he kicked out his right foot, hitting Akainu's waist. Akainu was sent flying, his body turned into lava. Shanks didn't even look at Akainu, he continued to chase. But at this moment, Akainu recovered. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he looked like a beast. Akainu then lunged at Shanks again. Akainu has great strength and speed, and he hits Shanks' vitals with every move. But Shanks still ignored it, he just said coldly, "You can only hurt yourself like this." So what? Akainu's roar became more and more intense, and his body grew bigger and bigger, his body was like a small hill. Shanks frowned. This Akainu seems to have gone crazy to ultimate. His figure flickered, and he kept dodging under Akainu's offensive. At this time, the clothes on Shanks suddenly caught fire. In the surrounding marine, pirates feel the temperature change. Akainu is now like a volcano, erupting volcano. Since single target attacks will be dodged, use area damage. Although it will accidentally hurt a lot of people, as long as it can kill Shanks, it will be worth it. Facing Akainu's madness, Shanks is more calm. He seems to have a plan in his chest and is absolutely sure to end the war. So, Shanks turned his target to the pirates, and at this time, Marine and the pirates also reacted and stayed away from them. Regardless of this, Akainu continued to attack Shanks. At this moment, a smile appeared on Shanks' face, he stepped forward, and his body disappeared in front of Akainu, and then, Akainu felt that his eyes were blurred, and he was cut by a knife. He flew up and fell to the ground. Before Akainu got up, a beam of light fell down. Boom. Kizaru's laser beam is aimed at Shanks. Faced with Kizaru's sneak attack, Shanks turned around naturally, and calmly swung his knife to block the laser beam. Boom. The laser beam exploded, and under the intense light explosion, the surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust. What a monster, Kizaru said pretendingly. HMPH. Shanks said coldly, then flipped his wrist, unsheathed the long sword, and stabbed straight at Kizaru's chest. Kizaru unhurriedly stretched out his arms to block. Clang. The two men clashed their arms, and an invisible force hit Kizaru, causing Kizaru to take 2 steps back. And Shanks continued to slash. Dang bang bang bang. Dang bang bang bang. The two came and went. The battle was fierce, swords clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. But at this time, Kizaru showed a cunning look, suddenly kicked his feet, and jumped hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Shanks quickly swung the long sword in his hand and charged towards the air. Jianbo chased him and struck. Kizaru swung his knife to block. Clang 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 clang, there was a series of metal crashes. Shanks didn't find any openings, and Kizaru didn't take the opportunity to attack him. Ha ha. Seeing that Shanks' attack was dispelled by himself, Kizaru laughed, and rushed to Shanks like lightning. Does not rely on observation haki. It is purely just taking advantage of one's own speed and exerting the greatest characteristics of one's own abilities. Clang. The long knife collided with Shanks' knife again. Clang 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 clang. It was another confrontation one after another, and a series of sparks shot out continuously. Although the fight was very lively and gave people a feeling of being evenly matched, it was very strange. Shanks' attacks are always easily dispelled by Kizaru, and he can also dodge them. This kind of attack makes people feel unbelievable. Akainu frowned, watching all this. Sakazuki. Suddenly, Akainu heard Victor's call. Akainu turned around and looked at Victor. Victor kept his hands in the parry gesture, and he was fighting Whitebeard evenly. Victor gave Akainu a look. Akainu understands in seconds. Then, Akainu blasted a dark hound towards Whitebeard's back. How would Whitebeard fend off his attack now? At this moment, Marco suddenly rushed over and blocked the attack for Whitebeard. Boom. Marco gets blasted by Akainu. It's just that Whitebeard's attention was briefly distracted. Victor took advantage of the moment, raised his foot suddenly, and kicked Whitebeard in the inward bend of his knee. Whitebeard's body slumped to the right, opening even wider. Seeing this, Shanks slashed at Victor. Sword chi pierced the air and attacked Victor. Victor waved the light spear in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Boom. The sword chi was wrapped in a powerful force, and the airwaves crushed the surrounding ground. Akainu stared at Kizaru with wide eyes. He wondered what Kizaru was doing. Result. Kizaru and Beckman got into a fight. And, haven't gained the upper hand yet. Swapping, Victor yelled at Akainu, who then looked at Shanks and hooked him. In Victor's eyes, Whitebeard is already a dead man. Now Whitebeard is still active, hanging by sheer force of will. Now on the battlefield, the only trouble is Shanks. If you want to beat Shanks, you have to show strength. The only way to deal with the knowledge kill is to use the knowledge kill. However, Victor didn't want to be exposed. Therefore, only the ability to awaken can be used. On top of the field, show off what it takes to kill Whitebeard and repel Shanks. This has exceeded expectations. Shanks looked at Victor. Victor also maintains his Titan form. I saw him stepping hard. Boom. Dense spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. Victor charged at Shanks like a cannonball. Seeing this, Shanks didn't back away, and went directly to meet him. Boom. The light spear and the knife collided fiercely. Under the huge body of the Titan, Shanks is really too small. You know, Ozzy is a small man in front of the Titans. Humph, Shanks let out a groan, feeling the force of Victor's pressure. Victor, on the other hand, remained motionless. No matter how Shanks increases his strength, Victor remains evenly matched. This guy is the same as Kizaru. From just the first encounter, Shanks already understood that Victor was hiding his strength. However, Shanks is confident he can win, because he has knowledge to kill. As long as the top powerhouse is negligent for a moment, it will be a fatal flaw. Knowledge killing can create opportunities. So, Shanks exerted force with both feet, and at the same time withdrew the force with his right hand, and jumped back. Boom. The light spear in Victor's hand hit the ground, blasting a big hole in the ground. After Shanks landed with an elegant somersault, he stepped on the slipper of his right foot on the ground, and then stepped hard, his body almost flying close to the ground. From withdrawing force to suddenly rushing against the ground, this process is really too fast. It's just a blink of an eye, and the movements are flowing and smooth. This is the top powerhouse, there is no extra action. Like a dancer on a battlefield. Facing Shanks' advance, Victor could feel that knowledge killing, disturbing him. Also understand that Shanks wants to push his full strength. Then cooperate with him. It also happened to allow the 5 elders and IM to see Victor's true strength. I saw Victor swinging his light spear hastily. Shanks slashed at Victor's hand, forcing Victor to let go of the spear. Then, without giving Victor a chance to recondense the light spear, he slashed at Victor's neck. Victor immediately fell back, and the blade almost slashed across Victor's neck, seemingly leaving no wound, but after a few seconds, blood still flowed out. It was fast, so fast that Victor's tissues didn't feel hurt. It's not over yet. Shanks doesn't care how much power Victor is hiding. Since you want to fight, then fight seriously. That's what Roger taught him. If you want to protect your friends, you must have fearsome strength. Everyone knows that Roger is not easy to mess with, and they dare not bully Roger's friends. Because Roger will have his revenge. It can be said that Shanks has been imitating Roger, following Roger's footsteps, and he wants to complete what Roger has not done. Humph. With a cold snort, Victor finally became serious after Shanks stepped on his arm and backed up 100 meters. It seems that we need to be more serious. Victor's demeanor changed. Shanks knew that Victor must use his full strength. Thus, Victor completed his awakening in front of Shanks. At this point, Victor's body returned to human form. Victor, who is glowing all over his body, is different from Sengoku, who is in the form of a great Buddha. The golden light on Victor's body is even more sacred, like a god. Master Victor. My god, what form is that? Is Lord Victor a god? The Marines all stared at all this in astonishment. Through the current live broadcast, the whole world has also seen Victor's awakening. Moreover, Victor is still floating in the air, off the ground. Shanks looked up at Victor. Victor's eyes fell on Shanks, again. As soon as the words fell, Shanks swung his knife and slashed towards Victor. Victor did not dodge or dodge, and raised his hand at the same time. The ground suddenly bulged, and the rocks on the ground seemed to turn into spikes, stabbing at Shanks. Boom. Shanks jumped to his feet after crushing the protruding rock with one foot. Victor clapped his palm. The knife slashed in Victor's palm, and the moment they collided, there was a huge roar. At the same time, the ground beneath the two of them collapsed further, and a deep pit of hundreds of meters appeared. There was confidence in Victor's eyes. He has enough confidence in his current strength. With a dazzling golden light, Shanks was blasted out. HMPH. Shanks snorted again. His body rolled in the air, then landed, and swung his knife again. Shanks is faster. One cut faster than one. But Victor was able to handle it with ease, and seemed to have no pressure at all. Mortals are also worthy of killing gods? Victor thought triumphantly. Shanks, however, was in the dark. Obviously, he has already used knowledge to kill Victor, but Victor's speed can still keep up. Could it be that killing what he saw and heard had no effect on him? Also, Shanks knew Victor was stalling for time. But he didn't know how to solve it. Whitebeard must die before our victory is decided. While Shanks was thinking, Victor spoke. Hearing this, Shanks frowned. Looks like Whitebeard is really going to die here today. If it is someone else, Shanks can still rely on his own strong strength to defeat. But, now it's Victor. The strongest admiral in marine history has unparalleled fighting talent. In this case, Shanks has no way to beat him at all. I only hope that those old guys can end the war in time. Victor smiled slightly and said, Whitebeard is dead today, no one can save him, I said so. Shanks fell silent. This sentence is desperate for members of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, you can still bring Whitebeard's body back, and... Victor said seriously. And what? Shanks asked, frowning. You'll find out later. Victor deliberately kept it off. Killing Whitebeard is just one of today's goals. Shanks thought Victor wasn't kidding. Was Whitebeard's death just the beginning? Anything more serious happened today. Just when Shanks was looking ugly, the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu took a turn for the worse. Puff. Whitebeard suddenly vomited blood. In the previous second, Whitebeard also punched Akainu back. However, in the next second, Whitebeard's figure flickered, and he couldn't even stand still. The flashback is only temporary, and the end is the end. Kala-A, Kala-A, Kala-A. Whitebeard breathed heavily, holding the naginata in both hands, and supporting himself hard. Everyone could see that Whitebeard didn't even have the strength to stand still. However, this is not surprising. The light came back, causing massive casualties and damage to Marine. Whitebeard is not easy with this old and disease-ridden body. Akainu looked at Whitebeard. This time, instead of continuing to attack Whitebeard, Akainu looked at him coldly. Not that Akainu took pity on Whitebeard. It's about being bitten by a snake for 10 years and being afraid of well ropes. Akainu would also feel embarrassed if Whitebeard pounced on him again. Suddenly, the focus of the screen is on Ace. Everyone looked at the time. There is still half an hour before the execution time. Wright stepped onto the execution platform. Sengoku looked at Wright, and when he was wondering, Wright held the microphone and said, "Now we will reveal the true identity of Fire Fist Ace." The moment I heard this sentence, Whitebeard stopped panting, Garp's expression froze, and Sengoku scowled. See Circle Calendar in 1497, the Roger pirates were secretly disbanded, and Roger himself came to the Boy Batharilla Island and married Potter Cass de Rouge. See Circle Calendar in 1498, Roger surrendered to the world government and was arrested, then executed in the town of East Blue Rog. Potter Cass de Rouge, in order to prevent the world government from discovering that her child is the son of the One Piece King Roger, used various methods to greatly delay Ace's birth date, while trying her best to protect her son, her child 20 months in the mother's womb. Potter Cass de Rouge died of exhaustion after giving birth to Ace. Wright announced Ace's identity in front of the whole world. Potter Cass de Rouge? One Piece Roger has a son? Could it be Potter Cass de Rouge, Potter Cass de Ace? Ace is the son of Roger the One Piece. When Ace's life experience was made public, Saboti Archipelago and the rest of the world went crazy. Shanks' eyes widened even more, looking at Ace on the execution platform in disbelief. Ace is Mr. Roger's son, Shanks murmured. Rayleigh, who was far away in the Saboti Archipelago, also had a dull face. The members of the Roger pirates walking all over the world froze at this moment. Their bond with Roger gave them a different feeling for Roger's blood. When they didn't know the identity of Ace, they just watched the fun. Now, they can't sit still, because Roger's affection for them is too deep. Shank's hand was shaking as he gripped the knife. I'm not Roger's son. My father is Whitebeard. Ace lowered his head, gritted his teeth and denied his life experience. Sengoku scowled and looked at Victor, announcing Ace's identity at this juncture. Ace is not dead. Shanks is still here. Are you trying to force Shanks to die too? Why did Whitebeard save Ace at all costs, just to make him the next One Piece? Wright continued to break the news. What? The Whitebeard pirates, who were fighting for their lives with Marine, seem to have lost their fighting spirit at this moment. If it is for the family, they are willing to fight to the last drop of blood for Whitebeard. However, in order to help Ace become the Pirate King? What's more, Ace is Roger's son. Including the big Uzumaki spider, many people in the Whitebeard pirate group lost their foothold in the sea after being defeated by Roger, so they took refuge in Whitebeard. The hatred between them and Roger is irreconcilable. Some of the companions were killed by Roger. In this regard, Moria can empathize with them. Shanks took a deep breath and stared at Victor. This is the ruthless move that Victor is going to prepare. Destroy the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Victor looked at Shanks and said, I know Roger has done you a great favor, so how do you repay him for this kindness? The implication is, Shanks, you stay too, father. Father. The big Uzumaki spider and others all looked at Whitebeard, as if they wanted to ask for an explanation. Whitebeard finally looked in Ace's direction, only a short distance away. But why can't we go through this section of the road? There are too many people in the way, and too strong. Failed. Kula lala. Whitebeard grinned bitterly. He looked towards the execution platform, and finally looked up at the cloudy sky. There was blood all over Whitebeard's body. The wound on his body was like a spring, bleeding continuously. Listen, all members of the Whitebeard pirates. After a while, Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes and called out. Marco and others looked at Whitebeard. As the captain, I order you to evacuate the battlefield. Whitebeard continued to shout, Father. Ace hasn't been rescued yet. Father, what about Ace? At this time, Marco, Jose, Vista and others asked one after another. Leave the rest to me. Whitebeard said to the crowd without looking back. Whitebeard has come to his senses. He understood that even if he sacrificed everyone's life, he couldn't save Ace. Dad. Dad. Let's fight with you again. Father, we are not afraid of death. Father, let us fight you to the end. Marco and the others were not stupid, they understood what Whitebeard said. In order not to let their sacrifice be in vain, Whitebeard decided to sacrifice himself. Whitebeard continued. You are all my sons, and you cannot be sacrificed for Ace alone. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the big Uzumaki spider and others were stunned. Marco. If you don't leave here, then you are not my sons. Whitebeard looked at Marco and snapped angrily. Walk. Marco looked at Whitebeard and said through gritted teeth. He's been with Whitebeard for so many years, he knows Whitebeard's character. Whitebeard couldn't bear the Whitebeard pirates' sacrifice in vain. So, Marco took the lead and prepared to evacuate. Don't even think about leaving. Seeing this, Akainu prepared to launch the meteor fire shower. A large number of magma fists shot into the sky, however, when Akainu started, the magma in the air was frozen one by one. Although the frozen magma still hit the Moby Dick, it did not sink the Moby Dick directly. You bastard. Akainu glared at Aokiji viciously. Aokiji ignored Akainu. In his own way, he made this war as peaceful as possible. If the pirates have no way out, they can only fight to the death. At that time, Marine's losses will be even greater. With so many casualties in Marine, who will maintain the order of the sea? Sengoku watched all this. He didn't make any order to arrest Aokiji. Wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates? He hadn't thought about such a thing, because the difficulty is really great. At this moment, a Marine quickly came behind Sengoku and whispered something in his ear. Sengoku's pupils contracted. Sengoku looked at the square with a blank face, and then announced, because of special circumstances, the execution time has been advanced, and it will be executed immediately. As soon as these words came out, the battlefield boiled again. Early execution? Akainu frowned, and he looked at Sengoku puzzled. Only Sengoku ignored Akainu's gaze. Early execution means losing hostages. In this way, the Whitebeard pirates will be able to advance and retreat freely without any scruples. Not only that, but there is no way to keep Shanks. Victor looked at Sengoku, as if he wanted to ask for an explanation. However, Sengoku ignored him as well. In fact, Victor knew why Sengoku did it. Because Sengoku is going to end the war. To be precise, it is not Sengoku who wants to end the war, but the 5 elders who want to end the war. If Ace is still alive, then Shanks must stay and rescue Ace. Shanks and Roger and Whitebeard are taking the same route. They all want to be a man with a sense of justice. This is Shanks' human baggage. And does the world government really want to kill Shanks? Obviously not. Sure enough, no surprises. At the same time, it also proved one thing. Shanks' identity is extraordinary, definitely not as simple as 4 emperors. Maybe it's the celestial dragons, moreover, one that I am values a lot. If it was Doflamingo instead, it would be dead. Under the eyes of everyone, 2 executioners with sharp knives stood behind Ace. Father. At this point, Ace yelled at Whitebeard. Ace was already in tears. He has no fear of death. There was only gratitude on his face. Ace's nose was covered with tears, and he shouted loudly, "Meeting you and being your son is the luckiest and happiest thing in my life." After hearing Ace's sincere confession, Whitebeard took a deep breath, tears streaming from his eyes. At this moment, the emotions are complicated. What an honor to be recognized by a son as a father. Thinking of this, Whitebeard shouted, "All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, return to New World immediately." After speaking, Whitebeard took a deep breath and regained his grip on the naginata. Then, from unknown sources of strength, Whitebeard advanced towards the execution block. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug in Victor's arms rang. Victor pulled out the microphone of the phone bug. "End this war as soon as possible. This is our order." It's 5 elders. 5 elders make Sengoku end the war. Just to be sure, they also ordered Victor. If Victor dared to disobey the order, the consequences would not be acceptable to Victor. Call ended. Victor held the phone bug and remained silent for a long time. Victor believed that if he had disobeyed, there would never have been 12 gold medals. Whitebeard stepped forward, shot, bang bang bang. The guns of the Marine phalanx fired in salvo. A death barrage of thousands of bullets was fired at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's body was struck by bullets, not defended with armament hockey. Garp watched Whitebeard catch the bullet hard with flesh and blood, and knew that Whitebeard was exhausted. So, Garp stepped out of the crowd, and he sat down beside Ace. It's Garp. Garp stood up. Whitebeard is hopeless. Marine hero, the strongest Marine soldier. Garp is sitting next to Ace, which means that Whitebeard will never be able to save Ace. Garp sighed, and he said to Ace, "Why don't you listen to me and become a Marine?" Ace didn't answer him. "If you are Marine too, then I have a reason to protect you." Garp clenched his fists, very helpless, watching Whitebeard approaching step by step. He even wanted to release water to let Whitebeard rescue Ace. However, this is just a thought. Victor, Akainu, Sengoku and others were all watching. So what if he let the water go? They still couldn't take Ace away. The reason why Garp stood up was to give Whitebeard the last respect. It was because of the Marine hero Garp that Whitebeard couldn't take the Ace. Sengoku looked at Garp on the side. He knew the relationship between Garp and Ace, so he reminded, "Garp, don't mess around." "Sengoku, I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Garp said coldly. Sengoku said no more. At the same time, thousands of Marines launched a test, and they rushed to Whitebeard in a swarm. The blade pierced Whitebeard's body. However, Whitebeard is still moving forward. Can't stop it. What is Whitebeard going to do? "Daddy. Don't get any closer," Ace shouted impatiently. Whitebeard didn't answer him, as if he hadn't heard. Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore, so he ordered, "Execution." The executioner raised the sharp knife, and stabbed Ace's ribs fiercely. The blade missed the ribs and pierced the liver. Blood stained the execution platform. "Father." Ace looks at Whitebeard, his vision blurred, before finally falling forward with a plop. It was like executing his father. Whitebeard stopped, not a single piece of him intact. "Kula lala. Let Dad bring some people to accompany you." Whitebeard's right hand was shrouded in a milky halo. "Oops." Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. "Asshole." Akainu reacted and immediately blasted a dark hound towards Whitebeard's head. However, he was still a step behind. Although Akainu blasted Whitebeard's head off, Whitebeard delivered the final blow hard. In an instant, the entire Marineford was hit by a terrible earthquake. The entire Marineford Naval Headquarters is cracked open. During a major earthquake, thousands of Marines fall into the ground. Watching this scene, Sengoku knew it was over. Turn off the live broadcast. At this moment, Sengoku called out to the crowd. The live broadcast was shut down and the world no longer knew what happened in Marineford. The war is over, let them go. Sengoku issued an order that surprised all Marines. Just let them go? Marshal? Mr. Sengoku? Neither the Doves nor the Hawks at Naval Headquarters understand. So many people died in Marine. Leave here. Shanks watched all this, he clenched his fists and turned to leave. Victor didn't hold back. Shanks also believes Victor won't block. Shanks also heard the conversation between 5 elders and Victor just now. Those old guys didn't care much about the outcome of this war. Anyway, after killing Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirate group is just a mob. They don't need Marine to take action at all, and they will be wiped out by other pirates. Victor? Watching Shanks and others leave, Akainu cast a puzzled look at Victor. Sengoku said, "The war is over, this is my order." Akainu was at a loss, he was full of unwillingness. Victor took out his cigarette and smoked one. Sengoku will take the blame for this war, and Victor will usher in his time. The war ended suddenly. The Marines in Marineford didn't respond. Still, Sengoku says it's over, so it's over. Victor was also very cooperative, he did not contradict Sengoku. Under Victor's order, Marine naturally separated and made way for the Whitebeard pirates to leave with Whitebeard's body. As for Ace's body, the Whitebeard pirates will naturally recover it. Sabodi Archipelago, inside Victor's villa. Akainu sat next to Victor, and Victor shared a cigarette with Akainu. Why let them go? Akainu held back his anger. He didn't mean to blame Victor. It's just that Akainu wants to know the answer. It is different from Akainu in the original plot. Now Akainu does things purely, he doesn't think about how to cater to the world government. It's more about doing your own job, because Victor will take care of all those troublesome things. Victor smoked a cigarette and said, 5 elders want to let them go, and I want to know the answer. Is there an agreement between Redhead and 5 elders? Akainu asked with a frown. It's no secret that the world government secretly works with the monsters of the New World. Such as Seastone. The origin of Seastone is Wanokuni, and now Wanokuni is Kaido's territory. Without Kaido's permission, it is impossible for Seastone to be shipped out in large quantities. Who knows? Victor smiled slightly. Akainu smoked a cigarette and said seriously, "It seems that I guessed right." Victor said, "We can't control what the higher-ups want to do, and being able to get rid of Whitebeard is already a good harvest. The implication is that we have to be content." Yeah. Akainu nodded. Victor had already said that, he couldn't complain, and it would be inappropriate to raise dissatisfaction. Okay, you have to get ready. Victor stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and said, "After Sengoku leaves, we have a lot to do." Akainu knew that Sengoku would bear the consequences of ending the war. The Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard remnants flee Marineford due to Sengoku's misconduct. At the same time, Mariajoy, Pangu City. In the commander's office, Sengoku came to see Sora, he was here to hand in his resignation letter. Kong didn't even read the resignation letter, he said, "You are not to blame for what happened this time." Sengoku said with a wry smile, "I have to be responsible." Victor arrested Ace without Sengoku's permission, announced the execution result, and started the Summit War. As a result, Sengoku isn't even useful to pacifists. The war ended hastily again with the intervention of the 5 elders. Inexplicably, completely out of Sengoku's control. If you say aggrieved, then Sengoku is the most aggrieved. Sora understood Sengoku's helplessness, he said, "Vice Admiral is about to step down as inspector, you go and take over." The Marine Inspectorate has similar functions to the Gendarmerie. They all have one thing in common, that is, they belong to the rear, not the frontline combat troops. Kong reminded. Although pushing back to the second line is not a bad thing, you can be freed from the headquarters and do things more freely. Sengoku nodded, he understood what Sora meant. Ever since he became Marshal, he's been sidelined by Victor. Victor does a lot of things without telling Sengoku. This makes Sengoku very passive. "Just relax for a few days," Sora said to Sengoku. "Yeah." Sengoku got up and said to Sora, "If there is nothing else, then I'll go back first." Sora nodded and watched Sengoku leave. Marine suffered 37,851 casualties. This is a very scary number. Most people died in the earthquake. Of course, Akainu also accidentally injured some people. However, the flaws do not conceal the virtues. Akainu worked so hard in Summit War, who can blame him? From now on, today will be the public memorial day every year, and commemorate the victims of that day. In addition, it is better to send a huge sum of money to ask for warmth. The pensions of the victims will be paid first. Let the Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral who are free in the headquarters send it in person. After I finish my recent work, I will also visit them. Saboti Archipelago, inside Victor's villa. Victor is arranging tasks for Wright. Blue blue. Blue blue. At this time, the phone bug on Victor's desk started beeping. Wright, Connor, Rodney, Felix and others all looked at the desk. Victor picked up the microphone without haste. It's me. The phone bug imitated Sora's expression and voice. After hearing Shi Kong's voice, Wright, Connor and the others looked at me and you, all smiling. They are all waiting for the empty notice. Commander, is there something wrong? Victor asked blankly. Sengoku resigned, Sora said to Victor. Well, sorry. Victor replied. Kong said, I accepted Sengoku's resignation, and now Marshal Marine is temporarily entrusted to you. The specific appointment needs to be arranged by the military department. I see. Victor said. Kong said, okay, now Marine needs to face many difficulties and challenges, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, the Commander-in-Chief, I will not disappoint the trust of the military department. Victor ended the call. Yeah. Great. Senior is finally Marshal. Connor, Wright, Felix and others were all very excited, they were even happier than Victor. They wanted Victor to be Marshal a long time ago. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao and the chicken dog ascends to heaven. After Victor became the Marshal, they were naturally the ones who benefited. Victor is another person who protects his weaknesses. From then on, the will of the Blue Ocean Club will dominate Marine. What could be happier than being in charge of your own home? Victor looked at their performance, and he said seriously, I know you are very happy, but I want to tell you, finish the work at hand first, and then go to celebrate. Yes. Connor, Wright and others said loudly. Okay. Go get busy. With Victor waving his hand, Wright and the others left the study, they were full of energy now. After Wright, Connor and others left, Victor picked up the microphone and contacted Akainu. At this time, Akainu is preparing troops in the G1 branch. Ghost Spider and Dogman also came to help. With Whitebeard dead, the situation in New World has been messed up. Both the Big O Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are at war with the Whitebeard Pirates, wanting to eat the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. The ship group of Red Hair Pirates also has frequent activities. Blue blue. Blue blue. Akainu picked up the microphone. The phone bug imitates Victor's expression and voice. Sengoku resigned. Now we can decide the future of Marine. After hearing Victor's words, both Ghost Spider and Dogman clenched their fists, their faces unable to hide their excitement. At this time, Victor went on to say, I'm going to move the headquarters to the G1 branch and start fighting against New World. And you are now going to take over the science team. Where is the future of Marine? No need to think too much, Victor already has the answer, and that is the science force. Science troops are also the future of world government. Therefore, mastering scientific troops is inevitable. The reason why Akainu is sent to receive the science unit is because besides him, Victor has no suitable candidates now. You can't send Wright, Connor, Rodney, Felix and other small coffees there. They can't hold Kizaru down. Don't look at Kizaru as not interested in Marshal Marine. Kizaru has a strong interest in the science unit, and even cooperates with Vegapunk himself, letting Vegapunk draw his blood for experiments. Therefore, Victor can only send Akainu. Akainu didn't think much about it. Victor asked him to take over the science unit, so he went. See Circle Calendar August 1519. Akainu transferred 3 warships from the G1 branch, and a total of 3,000 Marines went to Future Island. Future Island is an island under the jurisdiction of the world government, and Vegapunk lives on the island. In order to ensure the safety of Vegapunk, the Marine Science Force stationed a large number of troops here. Without the permission of Vegapunk, let alone Marine, even the world government would not even want to step into the Future Island. However, Kizaru is an exception. He is one of the people who can talk and communicate with Vegapunk. It is a very small minority in Marine. At this time, the Marine responsible for guarding Future Island is Zon Momomaru and Stallo Berry. For the daily guard work, Zon Taomaru has long been bored. He also wanted to go outside. It's just that the old man asked Zon Taowen to stay here to ensure the safety of Vegapunk. Sometimes Zon Taowen wants to complain, there are so many pacifists here, do you still need his protection? Not only that, but all kinds of robots are not vases. If someone who is not afraid of death dares to come, he must come in standing up and leave lying down. A warship is coming. At this time, a sea soldier reported. Who is it? Zon Taowen asked suspiciously. Since Kizaru took over the science force, warships who want to enter the science force must be notified in advance. Stallo Berry held the binoculars, and he saw the hull number on the warship. It is the ship of the G1 branch. What is the G1 branch doing here? Just when they were puzzled, the warship approached Future Island and stopped at the port. It's me, under the order of the new marshal, to take over the scientific troops. Akainu walked to the bow of the boat so that the monitor image bug on the island could see him. After hearing Akainu's words, both Senmomaru and Staloberry were stunned. What's happening here? Why is Akainu coming to take over the science unit? Senmomaru immediately took out the phone bug and contacted Kizaru. At the same time, Kizaru is also on duty at the Holy Mariajoy. In Summit War, he had no credit or mistakes, and his performance can't be said to be excellent, but it's not bad either. Therefore, even if he were to be held accountable, it would not be his turn. What's more, when the sky falls, Sengoku will hold it up. He's just an admiral. Blue blue, blue blue. The phone bug kept calling. Kizaru searched and found the black phone bug on his body. Master, it's me. Zon Taowen said eagerly. Oh, what's the matter? Kizaru asked lightly. Akainu has come to receive the science unit. Senmomaru's words made Kizaru's relaxed expression change instantly. Kizaru became serious. You entertain them first. Wait for me to ask clearly. After Kizaru finished speaking, he ended the call. Later, Kizaru, who had never been able to find the phone bug, found the phone bug in the drawer at the first time, and then contacted Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku, I just got a report that Akainu is coming to receive the science unit, is something wrong? Kizaru asked Sengoku. Sengoku replied, I have resigned, it was an order from Victor. Victor? Kizaru was silent for a few seconds. I see, I will hand over immediately. After ending the call, Kizaru pinched the bridge of his nose and thought for a while. After a minute, Kizaru picked up the phone bug and contacted Jeanmomaru. At this time, Akainu has landed on Future Island. He is not someone who can be turned away with a few words. Akainu has orders from Victor and is now the commander of the science unit. How can there be any reason for the commander to wait outside? Zon Taowen and Staloberry didn't dare to stop them. They tried every means to delay, but none of their little tricks worked. Until Senmomaru's phone bug rang, Kizaru asked them to hand over. Only then did Zon Taowen reluctantly begin the handover. Akainu doesn't know much about the science force. Just know that something happened at Punk Hazard and it had a bad effect. Like Aokiji leaving Marine. However, Akainu doesn't care about the cause through the effect. Because in Akainu's eyes, those are the past tense. Now Akainu sees the future. At the same time, Vegapunk is talking to Kizaru. Sakazuki is Victor's people. They all want to maintain the order of the world through violence. The future is no exception. Victor has his eye on the man-made weapons on the island and will ask you to put them into battle. With Victor's character, he won't respect your opinions like us, so you need to be careful not to offend him. The phone bug imitated Kizaru's expression and voice, reminding Vegapunk to be careful. Of course, Kizaru wasn't trying to blackmail Victor either. Does Victor still use black? I see, I will pay attention. Vegapunk put down the microphone and ended the call. What should I do? Vegapunk is a headache. To be exact, he had also heard rumors about Victor, who was no ordinary ruthless person. Now Victor is the Marine Marshal, and Akainu takes over the Science Corps. That would inevitably call for combat. While Vegapunk is fretting, Victor has made a request. Now, Ghost Spider and Dogman are cooperating to receive the science troops. Akainu is holding a phone bug in his hand, and is communicating with Shakia, the #1 clone. First trust Marine Marshal Victor. I now demand to see Dr. Vegapunk. After hearing Victor's words, Sakamuni replied, Marshal Victor, because of the confidential research on the island, you are not allowed to enter the island for the time being. I'm not discussing with you, I hope you understand. Victor said with a blank face. We have a charter from the world government, and no one can enter Future Island without our permission. Shakia replied. He has already moved the world government out, so can Victor still force his way in? Akainu scowled. Sakamuni's answer made him feel uncomfortable. Dignified Marine Admiral was stopped outside? Victor said, Sakazuki, go get Vegapunk to me. Although the world government gave Vegapunk a lot of privileges, Sengoku and Kizaru also gave Vegapunk enough respect, but Victor didn't want to be used to Vegapunk. If you are obedient, you will be given sugar, if you are not obedient, you will be hit. Vegapunk is not a man with backbone anyway. Can be bought by the world government with money, and then work for the world government. Also has unrealistic fantasies about Marine. In short, Vegapunk is not a big shot in Victor's eyes. At best, a relatively clever inventor. Under Victor's order, Akainu ignored Sakyamuni's warning, smashed the wall and entered the future island. At this time, Atlas representing Rage has been dispatched, and she wants to stop Akainu. Only. In front of Akainu, Atlas was caught without even a chance to make a move, and then. Boom. Atlas' body is embedded in the wall. At this moment, Vegapunk was extremely nervous. His fear stemmed from his research. Because of respect for knowledge, after seeing Ohara's book, Vegapunk carried out the reproduction of ancient civilization technology at the risk of being wiped out. Therefore, he was worried about being silenced. Just like his good friend Dr. Kroba. Anyone who dares to touch ancient history is not far from death. Just when Vegapunk was distraught. The clones of the righteous, Sakamuni and the evil, Lilith have all been controlled by Marine one after another. Shakia did not use pacifists to revolt, because according to the system calculation, there is no possibility of winning. After Vegapunk learned about it, he first contacted Drago with a phone bug and told him what happened here. However, although he is an old friend, Drago can't save him because the distance is too far. Soon, Akainu came to Vegapunk. You are Dr. Vegapunk? Akainu looked at the little old man in front of him and asked blankly. Vegapunk replied, It's me. Akainu said, Marshall wants to see you, come with me. Vegapunk said, Please let me report to the world government. Well, please hurry up. Akainu agreed. The holy land of Mariajoy, the city of Pangu, among the powers. 5 elders are talking to Vegapunk. Didn't you say you would not interfere with my research? Vegapunk is a scholar who meets a soldier, and the reason is unclear, so he complained to 5 elders. What happened? 5 elders also looked confused. Although the world government also wants to enter the future island and check the research progress of the future island, they did promise Vegapunk that they will not enter the future island without Vegapunk's permission. Vegapunk replied, Marine broke into future island. Did Victor send people to the island? 5 elders asked again. Yes, as soon as he became marshal, he sent Admiral Akainu to take over the science corps. Vegapunk reports to the 5 elders. After 5 elders listened to Vegapunk's report, they smiled at each other. In fact, they have long since regretted their commitment to Vegapunk. I have long wanted to know the progress of Vegapunk's research. The 5 elders also sent people many times to enter Future Island, however, Vegapunk always refused them. A lot of money is spent every year, but there are very few weapons that are actually used for war. This made 5 elders very dissatisfied with Vegapunk for a long time. It is also an opportunity for Victor to find fault now. Well, we understand, you should cooperate with them first, we will ask Victor alone. With that said, 5 elders ended the call. It's over. Vegapunk's heart skipped a beat. He knew that 5 elders didn't want to control Victor, and even indulged Victor. Maybe it means 5 elders. Therefore, Vegapunk let Sakamuni and others look forward to the laboratory, and he and Akainu left Future Island together. Ghost Spider and Dogman stayed on to complete the receiving work. Sabodi Archipelago, inside Victor's villa. Escorted by Akainu, Vegapunk came to Victor. Hi, Doctor. Victor said to Vegapunk with a smile. Please sit down. Victor casually pointed to the sofa beside him. Vegapunk sat down. Stella brought tea and dessert. Desserts are perfectly round cakes. The tea is made with a transparent quilt, 100% pure, without any tea dregs. Vegapunk is a perfectionist. For him, even the slightest deviation in research results is considered a failure. In life, Vegapunk is no exception, late stage of OCD. A lot of money has been spent on the experiments of the scientific troops over the years, including Marines' military expenses. Victor said to Vegapunk. This is what the world government has promised to deliver, Vegapunk said. Vegapunk has always been troubled by the problem of research and development funds. Many of his research discoveries cannot be realized due to lack of funds, and the biggest reason for him to join the world government is to have sufficient resources. I know, This is all agreed in advance, and the world government has been doing this all the time, and I have no objection. Victor took out his cigarette, lit one on his own, and said, however, the weapons provided to Marine by the Science Corps over the years seem to be a bit small. Vegapunk has basic scientific ethics and opposes dangerous research such as biological and chemical weapons. At the same time, Vegapunk has been delaying the mass production of artificial weapons. About this matter, I must explain to you. Vegapunk wants to use science to justify itself. No, you don't have to explain to me. I don't understand those either. Victor smoked and said, I only know that you spent a lot of money, a large part of which should have been used to build warships, build fortresses, expand the army, and increase salaries and benefits for Marine soldiers. However, they are now used in your research, and the effort needs to be rewarded, don't you think? Victor asked Vegapunk with a smile. Vegapunk was speechless. Your hometown is Balkamoa. It's a cold country. Suddenly, Victor changed the subject and mentioned Vegapunk's hometown. I heard that you designed the land heating system locally. Victor continued. Vegapunk was born in Balkamoa, the Organ Island. Out of sympathy for the people suffering from severe cold in this country, he designed the land heating system, but it was interrupted due to lack of technology and funds when it took shape. Let everyone live a good life and cry bitterly. It was supposed to be a paradise. However, I heard that the Revolutionary Army has been haunting there recently. There is also relevant intelligence pointing to the collusion between the people on the island and the Revolutionary Army. Ah. Victor looked at Lei and Vegapunk. I don't mean anything else, I just feel the need to tell you so that you can be mentally prepared. After hearing Victor's words, Vegapunk's body trembled. Although Vegapunk spends most of his energy on scientific research, his avatars pay attention to news from all over the world every day. With the rise of the Revolutionary Army, all countries in the world have turned pale when talking about the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, the more feared, the more severe the suppression of the Revolutionary Army. All family members who participated in the Revolutionary Army, or people associated with the Revolutionary Army will be arrested. Sentenced to jail, severely shot. Seeing Vegapunk scared, Victor was secretly proud. Afraid. Just be afraid. Victor said to Vegapunk. Of course, don't be too nervous, it is still under investigation. Correct. Victor no longer prods Vegapunk about the pacifist. How many units can be produced in a month at present? Vegapunk replied. If there are enough materials, we can guarantee 50 units. Victor smiled and asked Vegapunk. 50 units. 600 units a year, which is not bad. It would be great if there were more. What do you think the doctor thinks? Vegapunk replied. Of course, we will increase production. Victor nodded. In order to express my personal and all Marines' gratitude, I will donate 5 billion Baileys to your hometown in the name of the Blue Ocean Club and Naval Headquarters to improve people's livelihood and let your hometown as rich and peaceful. Thank you. Vegapunk was a little overwhelmed. Victor still wants to give him money. By the way, pirates and revolutionary troops are rampant now. In order to ensure the safety of your hometown, I will send a troop to station here. Victor's words made Vegapunk's heart hang. Victor is not a good person. This is not a simple turnip and stick. It's about taking Vegapunk to death. As long as Vegapunk dares to be disobedient, Balkamoa can be wiped out at any time. Okay. Let's prepare dinner. Victor said to Stella, and then he looked at Akainu. Let's have a drink with the doctor. Akainu also had a smile on his face. Victor is really good, he can handle Vegapunk so easily. Still, that's fine. Akainu only needs to concentrate on doing his own thing. As for the things that give him headaches, Victor will naturally solve them. After sending Vegapunk back to Future Island, the 5 elders summoned Victor. It was the first time that the 5 elders had officially seen Victor since he became marshal. Take the lift to Mariajoy. At Marine Station, Victor sees Kizaru. Kizaru was clipping his nails, fishing as usual. Zon Taowen is almost dead. He is on duty in the Holy Land every day, welcoming and sending off celestial dragons every day, or visiting nobles from various countries. When will this day be the end? Perusalino. At this time, Victor took the initiative to say hello. Kizaru seemed to have just noticed Victor. He hurriedly got up and said to Victor, Marshal, why are you here when you have time? The 5 elders are calling. Victor smiled, and he and Kizaru talked nonsense to each other politely, and then he said with emotion, I'm relieved that the Holy Land is entrusted to you to guard. I also really enjoy working here, Kizaru replied. It's good that you like it, and we need to rely on you more in the future, so that we can have no worries. Victor said with a smile. The implication. Kizaru, you just stay here. After Zon Taowen heard this, his eyes widened. He hurriedly tugged at Kizaru's clothes and said, Old man, it's so boring here, why are you? Kizaru smiled slightly, but didn't stop Zon Momomaru. How can it be boring? Guarding the safety here is also part of justice. Victor said to Zamomaru with a smile. Buddha-a. This time, before Zon Momomaru finished speaking, Kizaru raised his hand and patted Zon Momomaru. Sen Momomaru glanced at Kizaru, who shook his head at him. Zon Taowen, shut up. I still have something to do, let's talk next time. After Victor finished speaking, he walked towards Pangu City. After Victor left, Zon Taowen pouted and said angrily, Master, how long are we going to stay here? Zon Taomaru would rather go to Mirai Island to see the gate than stay here. Because it's so depressing here, especially under the nose of the celestial dragons. Kizaru ignored him, but smoked a cigarette by himself. He murmured, it should be to talk about the selection of Admiral. Pangu City. Victor came to the room of power, and the 5 elders were already waiting for him. Victor, congratulations on becoming the youngest marshal in marine history. 5 elders said to Victor, it is my honor to be trusted by the world government. Victor replied, I heard you brought Vegapunk out. At this time, the old man who was wiping the knife suddenly asked. Yes. Victor replied. Every year, the science troops take up a lot of military expenditures, but they didn't show a corresponding performance in the Summit War. I'm a little disappointed with them, so I want to talk to their leaders. It's time to talk. The 5 elders didn't mean to blame Victor, they wanted to beat Vegapunk too. Just never had the chance. As it happens, Victor is good at creating chances. What did you talk to Dr. Vegapunk about? The old man with the goatee asked Victor. Victor replied. I asked them to increase the production of weapons, and at the same time, I asked them to come up with new types of weapons in a short time. The green-haired old man asked, who do you want to use them against? Victor replied. Enemies of the world government, enemies of justice. For example? The goatee old man asked. Revolutionary Army, Victor replied. The old man with glasses asked. Why not pirates? Isn't your dream to get rid of all pirates? Victor replied. At present, the threat of pirates to the world government is far less than that of the world government, especially Monkey D. Drago, who is more dangerous than the 4 emperors. Yeah. The old man with the goatee nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can distinguish between priorities, and we support you. I called you here today to talk to you about the conscription in the world and the candidates for Admiral. There was a look of surprise on Victor's face when the 5 elders mentioned world conscription. Victor's reaction was all under the observation of 5 elders. The 5 elders were pleased with Victor's reaction. Although the Marine Military Academy and the Recruit Battalion have cultivated a lot of talents over the years, after the Summit War, Marines suffered heavy losses and urgently needs a batch of reinforcements. Do you understand? 5 elders finished speaking and looked at Victor. Victor asked, so what about Admiral's candidate? 5 elders said, in order to motivate the strong civilians, the world government will choose suitable candidates from the world's conscription. I see. Victor nodded, then said, I'll hold a meeting to explain this. First, hope Marine understands that these are special times. 5 elders looked at Victor gravely. Their expressions already showed that this matter is a certainty, and there is no possibility of changing it. However, the 5 elders also want Victor to play a role. At least in terms of soothing people, it should be stronger than Sengoku. Victor replied. I will explain to them. If there is nothing else, please allow me to go back and hold a meeting. Yeah. 5 elders nodded in agreement. Victor left the room of power and walked out of Pangu City. Go and inform all Commodore and above generals in the headquarters, no matter whether they have missions or not, they will all come to my villa for a meeting. Victor said to Wright without looking back. Senior, is something wrong? Wright asked cautiously. Such a hasty plenary meeting. Event. Victor said in a solemn tone. Event. Wright frowned. What could be considered a major event by the seniors? You must know that Victor faced the Summit War very calmly. Could it be related to Teacher Zephyr again? Wright shook his head. Not long ago, Wright also visited Zephyr, and Zephyr's recent condition is not bad. Etc. Victor stopped suddenly. Senior, is there anything else? Wright asked. Victor glanced at Kizaru, who was reading a newspaper in the distance. There is no need to inform him. Yes. Wright nodded. Sabodi Archipelago, Villa of Victor. Victor urgently convened a plenary meeting. and the generals who received the notice, whether they were on mission or not, all rushed to Saboti Archipelago. On the day of the meeting, everyone who could come except Sengoku, Sengoku's subordinates, Kizaru and Kizaru's subordinates came. Victor started the meeting in the living room of the villa. Today's meeting is not very formal, more like a party. Stella and the others shuttled among the crowd, arranging for the maids to bring refreshments to everyone. It's an urgent matter, so I'm calling you all together. Victor smoked and looked at everyone present. At this time, the entire living room was quiet, only the sound of cigarettes and cigars burning in everyone's hands. Victor went on to say, the world government is going to open the world conscription. Akainu and the others nodded slightly, but they were not surprised. Because too many elites have been killed or injured in the headquarters, the savings are replenished now, otherwise, Marine's combat power will be stretched. Important. Victor looked at Momoshagi, T-Dolphin, Ghost Spider, Dogman, Huashaoshan, Flying Squirrel and others. Candidates, including Admiral, will also be selected first from the world's conscription. When Victor announced the incident, the living room became quieter, and everyone's breathing and heartbeat seemed to become clearer. Akainu frowned. The most influential people are naturally Momoshagi and T-Pig, who are Admiral's backup. This time Victor was promoted to Marshal, and Admiral's position was vacant, which should have been filled by them. But now it's time to Airborne. How can the generals, including Momoshagi, T-Dolphin and others, accept this? Marine has a promotion system. In this system, whether it is relying on their own strength or relying on relationships, the sailors are rising step by step. From seaman recruit to Marine Admiral and even Marshal. Everything is possible. However, the world government is now going to break the original Marine system. This will cause dissatisfaction with Marine in the old architecture. How can a recruit be an admiral? Yeah, it's not fair. Are we not as good as recruit? Sure enough, some generals were already dissatisfied. Although they are not vice admiral, let alone admiral backup, they are commodore and rear admiral. According to the original promotion system, they still have a high chance of being promoted to rear admiral and vice admiral. It might even be admiral in the future. However, the rules of the game are changing now. Seeing that the young generals were very dissatisfied, Victor laughed in his heart, but his face was expressionless. Quiet. Victor said to the crowd, this is not the worst. At this time, Akainu and others listened carefully. Think about it. Why does the world government need to change? Our marine promotion system has been passed down for 800 years. Victor threw out a question and asked Akainu and others to think about it. Yes, why change it? Just after the war, so many people died in marine, wouldn't it be chilling to change like this? The Ghost Spider said coldly, does the world government not trust us anymore? As soon as the words came out, there was a dead silence in the living room. It would be absolutely taboo to say this in public. If you were taken to the gendarmerie for tea, you will definitely not be able to escape. Even in private, it's politically incorrect. Dogman took a deep breath on his cigar and snorted coldly, otherwise, why would you look for someone outside? Hua Shaoshan usually smiles, but at this moment, his expression is stern, although I don't want to admit it, but it is indeed the case at present. The world government really does not trust us by doing this. Hua Shaoshan has always been a good person and never offends others. Now that he has expressed his opinion, the others have no scruples. Connor said, Senior, I think not only Admiral, but also Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Commodore, and world government want to change it again. These words sounded like angry words, and they also expressed the feelings of everyone. At this time, Akainu looked at Victor. You are the marshal now, what is your attitude? People including Ghost Spider, Dogman, Rodney, Hua Shaoshan, and Flying Squirrel all looked at Victor. T-Dolphins and Momoshagi also want Victor to give a direction. Victor smoked a cigarette, was silent for a while, and then said, we have fought for justice, shed blood for justice, and suffered wounds for justice. The world government cannot treat us like this. T-Dolphin, Momoshagi and others nodded one after another. Victor was right, it really shouldn't be done to them. But now that the world government has made up its mind, what can we do? Victor looked at the crowd. Akainu secretly clenched his fists. Not reconciled. Accurate. Anger. Everyone's emotions are written on their faces. Seeing this scene, Victor couldn't hold back his smile. This is what he wanted, to plant the seeds of dissatisfaction in Marine's heart. In the previous life, those generals who staged a coup took advantage of their subordinates' dissatisfaction with the ruler. Everyone has to remember one thing. Victor looked at everyone and said, the purpose of our participation in Marine is for justice, not for the world government to promote us and make us rich. The military achievements we have made, the bloodshed, and the wounds we have suffered are all for justice, not for a certain person or a certain group. Victor's words made Akainu and others nod frequently. Victor is right. However, Victor changed the subject. As the marshal, I will not let everyone be treated unfairly. After hearing Victor's words, Chafu, Momosagi and others nodded more vigorously, and they believed in Victor. From past to present, Victor has never let them down. The news of the world conscription soon spread all over the world. Alabasta, inside a casino in Rapeseed Port. Have you heard? The world's conscription has begun. As long as you have the strength, you can become a high official. This time the world conscription is really tempting. I heard that I can be an admiral. What are you thinking? Even if you can be admiral, it's not your turn. I guess it's all default, and it's probably prepared for some official's second generation. Whether there is an inside story or not, it has nothing to do with us. Don't mention these. Come, buy and leave. After hearing the gambler's comments, a man took out all his money and bought a big one. At this time, the people in the casino glanced at the man. The man has short black hair and a beard around his mouth. He has his eyes closed and has an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead that extends to both eyes. The man has a tall body. Wearing a lavender kimono, tied with a black and purple belt, a purple scarf around his neck, white gauntlets on his hands, bandages on his arms, and wooden shoes on his feet. The first feeling given to people is that it is not a good stubble. At this moment, the croupier opened the GU cup. 1, 2, 3, small. How could it be small? I lost it all. It's all in vain today. Just as the gamblers were complaining, Fujitora suddenly reached out and grabbed the croupier's hand. What are you doing? The croupier felt that his right hand was about to be crushed. The security guards of the casino rushed over immediately. Do you know whose casino this is? How dare you make trouble here? The croupier gritted his teeth and said in a threatening tone. You are out of thousands. After the man finished speaking, he crushed the dealer's wrist, and then, under the dumbfounded expressions of everyone, the man took out the passive dice. The owner of this casino is a big shot you can't afford. At this time, a man came over. This man is the manager of this casino. Boom. As soon as the man finished speaking, he was knocked to the ground. After a while, the people in the casino lay down on the ground. The man came out of the casino with a stick knife in his hand. The stick knife in his hand can be used for pathfinding besides fighting. Sabaody Archipelago, Tezzolo Casino. Tezzolo's current power has far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. He has a backer behind him, black and white take both. Now, how many of those forces in the underground world dare not give him face? Today, Tezzolo's casino, entertainment city, and pornography, gambling and drug business have spread to all over the world, and it has truly become bigger and stronger, and created another glories. However, behind this brilliance, he is under a lot of pressure. It is true that he is the best at making money, but Victor's demand for money made Tezzolo feel tired. Every year, Victor gave him the goal of handing in more money. Boss. At this moment, Floki walked up to Tezzolo. Floki is one of Tezzolo's confidants, responsible for taking care of outside business. What happened? Tezzolo asked. Floki replied. We were attacked at the Canola Casino. Tezzolo smoked a cigar and said, interesting. It is rare for people who dare to attack his place now. Black and white, no one knows that there is someone behind Tezzolo. How did the sand crocodile reply? Tezzolo asked. When something happened in Alabasta, it was natural to ask Lock Doll for an explanation. They sent people to deal with it, but none of them came back. Floki replied. It's more interesting. Tezzolo sneered, and then said, send the Golden Dog team to check. Yes. Floki replied respectfully. The Golden Dogs are a violent Tezzolo gang, a group of people who will do anything for money. Sitting on the pier with a smile, he just left Rapeseed Port yesterday. His destination is the capital of Seven Waters. He has already bought the ticket. In one night, Yishao was attacked many times. There are bounty hunters, there are gangsters, and there are pirates. They are all villains who rely on violence to extract money. So, Fujitora took no offense and killed them all. In the past, Fujitora has killed many villains. Those wicked people all have one thing in common. Before they die, they will weep bitterly and repent of their sins. Only the villains this time, they are generally very confident. They believe that the man behind them can avenge them. It is even more believed that as long as that man makes a move, Fujitora will die a terrible death. Those people were clamoring, and they were all warning Fujitora that if Gilder Tetzolo offended, he would die. It was the first time Fujitora had heard of the name Tetzolo. Judging by their reactions, they firmly believe that Tetzolo will avenge them. At this time, observation Haki of Fujitora sensed the danger. The enemy is approaching. The reason why he regards them as enemies is because Fujitora senses the killing intent in them. Fujitora doesn't care. While waiting for the boat, it is also good to have some entertainment by the way. Meanwhile, Happy Street. Stussy had just dealt with a difficult client. The customer who wanted to go whoring for nothing has already been cleaned up and sold to customers with special needs. At this time, a singer came to Stussy. She said to Stussy, "Boss, that adult is here again." Stussy's eyes lit up with that lord, that the diva said. She's currently given a mission that the 5 elders asked her to help with. The world government now has no trust in Marine. Therefore, I want to find some masters from the people and let them dilute the power of Marine. As it happens, Stussy has just the right guy on his hands. Master, let's have a bite. Master, why don't you eat a little? Master, eat what others feed you. The man was surrounded by a group of geisha. They held delicious food and wine in their hands, hoping that the man in front of them would look good. The man is called Wangmu. He hates troublesome things and has not eaten for 3 years because he thinks eating is too troublesome. Of course, compared to men, he would give women more face, but even if a beautiful woman feeds him, he may only eat a little bit. Huang Mu ate a few mouthfuls cooperatively. At this time, the door of the box was opened. Stussy came in, walked towards Huang Mu with a smile. When Huang Mu saw Stussy, he suddenly became energetic. Stussy is the queen of the pleasure district, but also a very generous woman. Although Huang Mu's life is very chic, and the women around him will even spend money on him, but Huang Mu hates work, especially working for others, and he spends money recklessly, so his life is very stretched. Stussy said to Huang Mu, "Master Huang Mu, I have some good news and I want to inform you." Huang Mu asked, "What good news?" Stussy said, "The world's conscription has begun. With your strength, you will definitely become Admiral." After hearing what Stussy said, Huang Mu's eyes lit up. He is a person who pursues absolute justice, and likes the spirit of Victor and Akainu who follow through to the end, and he is not soft-hearted when dealing with pirates. However, Huang Mu does his own way. In the original plot, he will act without Akainu's orders. However, Huang Mu's personal consciousness is very high. He is a strong supporter of world government and celestial dragons, and believes that people from non-world government countries like Wanokuni do not deserve human rights. In Huang Mu's view, human beings have survived by stepping on lower species than themselves, and non-joining countries are equivalent to lower. Only by stepping on non-joining countries can people live with peace of mind. Discrimination is equivalent to peace of mind. Stussy also liked Huang Mu's excellent quality, so he strongly recommended him. Stussy also believes that with Huang Mu's strength and excellent quality, he will definitely be selected by 5 elders. Marine has already had a defected admiral, and now needs an excellent and loyal person to fill the vacancy in Marine's combat power. Aramaki-sama is going to be admiral. Master Wangmu has developed, but don't forget about my concubine. Master Huang Mu. At this time, the geisha around Huang Mu were singing, and Huang Mu was in a good mood. Stussy added, "Master Wangmu, the boat is ready for you, ready to go at any time." Ha ha ha. Aramaki hugged the geisha. He laughed and said proudly, "When I become admiral, I will definitely take good care of you." Different from the original plot, there is only one admiral vacancy for Marine right now. Stussy and CP0 are leaning towards the wild grazing, and they also recommended the wild grazing to the 5 elders. Therefore, the candidates for admiral are basically determined by default. However, for the folk powerhouses all over the world, they don't know the inside story. In the eyes of the strong, since the world government recruits soldiers, it is thirsty for talents. Especially top-level powerhouses are needed. As a result, a large number of strong people still went to the conscription office to sign up. It is said that the world government is corrupt, but they still yearn for the opportunity to become a high-ranking official and gain power. The body is more honest. Leaning on a stick and knife, Yishao followed the queue to register. Seeing that Yishao is blind, the people in front and behind are somewhat disdainful. How strong can a blind man be? There was no expression on Yishao's face, as if he couldn't feel the strange eyes of the people around him at all. At the same time, Yi Xiao noticed the murderous gaze. These people are at it again. However, this is Marine's conscription office, so they shouldn't make trouble. Name. Smile. Hometown. After simple information registration, Yi Xiao received the number plate. After a while he will take part in the power test. Only after passing the moral test can one be qualified to participate in the Admiral evaluation. If there is no screening, at least hundreds of thousands of people will participate in the Admiral evaluation. The power test is very simple. Test machine developed by Vegapunk. You only need to hit the machine with a heavy fist to measure the power value. At this time, a man with scars all over his face walked up to the Daoli machine. The current value of Daoli machine is 0. Start. Following a Marine colonel's order, the scarred man slammed his fists at the doriki. The power machine shook violently. The power value is 1891. Agents of the world government were also watching. The power value of 1891 is not low. In the original plot, Rob Lucci's power value is 4000, which is enough to serve as the rear admiral of the headquarters. Except for Lu Qi, Kaku's power value is 2200, and Jabra's power value is 2180. Blueno's power is 820, Kumadori's power is 810, Otanashi Fukuru's power is 800, and Khalifa's power is 630. Therefore, the power value of 1891 is enough to be a Commodore. Next person. Another man with a bandage on his head came to the Daoli machine. Boom. The man in the bandage raised his foot and kicked it towards the power machine. The power value is 2698. Next person. The power value is 311. Next person. Power value 2521. Next person. All testers whose moral value reached 2000 were given special attention. Until Yi Xiao came to the Daoli machine. I guess he won't be over 1000. I can't even reach 500. I think he's only at the 300 level. The testers behind a smile were discussing. He raised his hand with a smile and slapped it in front of the Daoli machine. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. The test site was like an earthquake. The power machine exploded. How is this possible? The power machine was broken. You must know that the Daoli machine is made of iron. Iron making is for making pacifists. In the surprised eyes of everyone, he looked at Colonel Marine with a smile. The colonel immediately glanced at his name, and then reported to his superiors. Leaving the test site with a smile. As soon as they left, those people followed. In an alley, Yi Xiao was blocked by these people. You are really haunted, he said with a smile and closed his eyes. At this time, a man was smoking a cigar and said to Yi Yi with a smile, you have ruined our boss's business, and you will have to pay the price. Tezzolo again. Smiling and shaking his head, it seems that he is really going to look for Tezzolo. Kill him. These people are the Golden Dog Group, they are all lackeys of money. Everyone is wanted by the world government, a real desperado. They had no fear of being arrested because Tezzolo was there to protect them. Those who surrounded Xiao Xiao took out knives and guns one after another. This is a residential area, he reminded with a smile. He didn't want to do anything in a residential area, because a knife and a gun had no eyes. What if he accidentally injured a civilian? So what? The members of the Golden Dog Group didn't care about it. When they are doing errands, even if there is a Marine nearby, they don't care. It seems that the guys behind you are really evil. As soon as the smile was finished, the men opened fire. Da da da. Bullets strafed. Fujitora raised his hand, palm in front of him. Ding ding ding. The bullet seemed to hit an invisible wall. A master. Seeing this, Jimila, the leader of the Golden Dog team, immediately pulled out the knife from his waist. A flash of death. Himera slashes at Fujitora. It's just that his knife stayed at Yi Xiao's neck, and he couldn't move forward. Humph. A cold snort. Click. There was a chilling sound of bone cracking in the alley. Sabodi Archipelago. Inside Tezzolo Entertainment City. Tezzolo smoked a cigarette and listened to Floki's report. The Golden Dog Group is dead? Tezzolo asked Floki with a sullen face. In the Golden Dog Group, there are 2 wanted criminals who offer a reward of over 100 million. Yes. Floki replied. The corpses of the Golden Dog Group have been crushed, and the bones of the whole body have been crushed. When Tezzolo heard this, he squinted his eyes and said, it seems like a hard stubble. Boss. That guy has just signed up for military service in the world. Why don't you check him first? Said Floki cautiously. Tezzolo snorted coldly when he heard the words, it's just the world's conscription, don't worry about them. Floki reminded. But, in case he is selected. So what if you choose? Tezzolo didn't take a smile seriously. Behind him is Victor. Victor is now the Marine Admiral. Even if it is a Marine Admiral, it all depends on Victor's face. So, is Tezzolo still afraid to laugh? Yes, yes. Floki knew that Tezzolo had a background, but he didn't expect Tezzolo to be so stubborn. However, in order to cause trouble for us in the future, we still have to kill him. Tezzolo has already become murderous. He is now considered to be under one person and above 10,000 people. As the king of the underworld, Tezzolo is a bit swell. Anyone who offends him, he will not let them go. Yes, I'll arrange it now, said Floki. Sabo di Archipelago, inside Victor's villa, Senior. Wright walked up to Victor and said to him, yesterday at the conscription point in the City of Water, a strong man appeared, and he shattered the power machine with one blow. What is your name? Victor asked casually. Wright replied, smile. It's him. Victor was not surprised. Yeah. Wright said, do I need to contact him first? Victor said, no. Wright hesitated to speak. Victor knew what Wright was going to say. It is nothing more than to take care of Yishao, so that Yishao can feel goodwill. However, Victor wasn't about to do that, because there is only one Admiral quota this time. Victor believes that between Fujitora and Green Bull, only Green Bull will be chosen. Unless the world government can give 2 places. Otherwise, Fujitora must lose. It's a good time to find Fujitora after Fujitora loses the election. However, it is not to recruit him. Fujitora had a hard time seeing Victor's justice. Don't waste too much energy on those who can't control them. This is Victor's way of life. Just as Wright left, Robin walked in. Robin said to Victor. Tezzolo gathered thousands of people to deal with a man named Yishao. One of Robin's tasks now is to watch Tezzolo for Victor. No small move by Tezzolo could escape Robin's observation. Victor pulled Robin into his lap, and he patted Robin's hand while smoking a cigar. It's getting more and more interesting. Robin asked, do you need to stop him? Tezzolo has been acting more and more presumptuously lately. Robin thinks it's time to take care of it. Victor shook his head and said, if the dog does something wrong, if you let it go, it will only give in for a while. You have to teach it a lesson, so that it will understand what it shouldn't do. I see. Robin nodded. Victor said, it's also a good time to take this opportunity to train them. Robin listened carefully. Victor said to Robin, go and take Kuina, Sabo, Luo out. Yes. Robin nodded. That's right. Victor suddenly remembered something. Robin looked at Victor suspiciously. Victor said, is there any news about that phantom beast? Robin replied, still looking. Yeah. Victor nodded. Smile back to the hotel. Marine's next round of testing is 3 days away. During this period, all applicants who pass the test must wait patiently. Gentlemen. At this time, the hotel owner came to Yishao. His heart was beating very fast, and he was flustered. The hotel owner said with a smile, they asked me to tell you, if you don't go to the northern beach tonight, my daughter won't be able to come back. The hotel owner's daughter is only 7 years old. She is a very cute child and is very polite to smile. Hearing the words with a smile, he nodded, sorry, I'm the one who implicated you. Then, with a smile, he left the hotel and headed to the northern beach. As night fell, a smile came to the northern beaches. The beach was full of people, densely packed. There were thousands of people. With a smile, he knew that these people were looking for him. These people are all Tezzolo's subordinates. Where is that child? He asked with a smile on his expressionless face. Floki glanced at him and smiled, and said, get rid of him. Kill him. The men frantically rushed towards a smile. Seeing this with a smile, he pulled out the knife directly. For a moment, the knife light flickered. Blood splattered everywhere, screams were heard endlessly, and while beheading the group of people with a smile, they walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, there were corpses lying around Yishao, and there was no expression on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. Finally, a smile approached Floki. At this time, everyone around was scared. A smile stopped suddenly, and he felt movement under the ground. Do you really think I'll use these bastards to deal with you? Floki sneered. Turning around with a smile, he saw something wriggling under the ground. Yishao clenched the knife tightly in his hand, ready to kill the monster at any moment. Did you feel it? Floki asked proudly. Smile and stay silent. Let me tell you, it's much scarier than you imagined. It's called a deathworm, and it's one of the most ferocious creatures in the world. Floki said. It will crawl out of the ground and attack you. As long as it touches its slime, your body will corrode. If you were bitten by it. With a cold snort, he ignored Floki, but continued to walk forward. It seems that you don't believe my words. In this case, I will prove it with practical actions. Floki roared, and immediately, a huge worm emerged from the ground, opened its mouth wide, and bit at Yishao. The worm is more than 100 meters long. The mouth of the worm is full of sharp teeth, and it roars towards a smile. With a smile, he withdrew his knife, and quickly pierced the deathworm's head with the knife. Ignoring deathworm's head with a smile, he looked at Floki and said, "Where's the child?" The voice of laughing fell, and Floki was suddenly frightened. He never thought that Yishao could kill a deathworm with one move. This strength is too terrifying. And, what was even more frightening was why the deathworm's venom didn't land on Yishao's body. Papa. Interesting. At this time, there was applause behind Yishao. The voice was none other than Tezzolo. Tezzolo himself came to solve the problem with a smile. Yishao didn't turn around, but locked on Tezzolo with observation haki. No wonder it can solve so many of my subordinates. Tezzolo took out the cigar, and Floki immediately lit it for Tezzolo. You're making things worse, though. Tezzolo smiled and said in a joking tone, "Well, I will give you a chance. If you are willing to do things for me, then you can use work to repay the debt you owe." As soon as Tezzolo finished speaking, he felt a chill in his chest. Then, a slit was cut in his shirt. Tezzolo snorted coldly. His observation haki also locks into a smile. "It seems that you rejected my proposal." Tezzolo snorted coldly, and then took off his suit. Act as Victor's agent in the underworld. Tezzolo has also improved his strength over the years. Having been with Victor for so long, Tezzolo knew one thing. If you want to survive in this world, you must become stronger. Only when you become stronger can you have the value of survival. Otherwise, it is grass on the ground, allowing people to step on it. With a smile, he said coldly, "I never talk nonsense with wicked people." Then you won't even have the chance to say your last words. As soon as Tezzolo finished speaking, he saw a huge boulder flying towards him. Tezzolo raised his hand and smashed the boulder with one fist. When the gravel was scattered in front of his eyes, Yishao stepped forward with his right foot, and in an instant, he approached Tezzolo. So fast. Tezzolo's men were taken aback. Tezzolo raised his wrist, and there was an extra knife in his hand. This is a habit he developed when he was a gangster. There is a knife hidden in the sleeve. Tezzolo holds the knife and armament haki wraps around short sword. Ding. There was a crisp impact sound. Tezzolo then slid back a few steps. At this time, the knife in Yishao's hand was shrouded in purple light. Tezzolo felt bad, he immediately dodged. Gravity slash. With a smile and a slash, there seemed to be a sound of cracking in the space. The strong wind blew past and rolled up the yellow sand all over the sky, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, it is like being in a cave, and you can hear the whistling wind continuously pouring into the cave entrance. The powerful coercion made everyone breathless. Gravity slash killed all the minions around Tezzolo in one go. Floki broke out in a cold sweat, and felt a chill down his spine. He felt like a flat boat, floating erratically, drifting with the strong wind and turbulent current. When the dust settled, a whole deep pit appeared on the beach. Drops of cold sweat dripped from Tezzolo's forehead. This feeling makes him very unhappy. The enemy in front of him was much stronger than he imagined. Suddenly, the stones under Yishao's feet flew up, and Yishao stepped on the stones and rushed towards Tezzolo. The speed of the smile was too fast to give Tezzolo any extra time to react. Boom. Gravity suppression with one knife. Although Tezzolo narrowly escaped, the area he fought just now has been completely crushed. Can't win. The result came to Tezzolo's mind. Although Tezzolo has also mastered the awakening ability of the golden fruit, he doesn't think he can win the fight. The arrogance just now, just a moment of confrontation, has the cognition of, I am not an opponent. Just as Tezzolo was thinking about how to escape, a figure suddenly rushed towards Xiao Xiao. Looks like a woman? Woman wearing goat mask. Ding. 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 The woman launched continuous attacks on Yishao. If it wasn't for Yishao's quick reaction, the woman's blade would have cut Yishao's neck. Women are fast. Every move is the key to attack Yishao. It was the first time for Yishao to meet such a strong female swordsman. The woman is Kuina. After watching the battle, Robin judged that Tezzolo was timid and dared not fight anymore, so Robin immediately let Kuina take action. If Kuina was later, Tezzolo would not have survived. Although Tezzolo is very strong, but facing a top powerhouse like Lifetime, the disparity in strength is too great. Miss. Why did you sneak up on the old man? At this time, I smiled and asked Kuina incomprehensibly. Yishao is very kind, even for enemies, he also uses honorifics. What's more, according to Yishao's judgment, Kuina is not a bad person. Kuina didn't answer with a smile. A black knife was in her hands. This black knife was given to him by Victor. The so-called black knife is actually a swordsman who wraps his own haki on the blade. When the strength reaches a certain level, he turns his blade black, which is the so-called black knife. For example, Shimotsuki Ryoma's saber Shisui is a black sword, and it becomes a black sword permanently. It seems that this battle is inevitable. In the confrontation just now, Yishao has already felt Kuina's strength. Kuina is fast. It's just that there are some insufficient in strength. Of course, this is also understandable, because Kuina is a woman, and women are inherently inferior to men in terms of strength. However, what makes Yishao care is the knife in Kuina's hand. You should know that Yishao is also the stick knife in his hand that he has been feeding with armament haki all year round. Really? Sabo was excited. Go back, you don't need to take care of things here, Robin said. Robin glanced at Kuina and Yishao's fight. However, the smile was very steady, and did not give Kuina any openings at all. Robin knew what Robin was trying to say. What about me? Sabo asked eagerly. Be aware that the abilities of Op fruit are deliberately hidden. Luo came behind Robin. However, the stick knife in his hand was not as good as the knife in Kuina's hand. As soon as Tezzolo left, Sabo asked impatiently, when will I be able to make a move? Just when Tezzolo was wondering, Robin appeared beside Tezzolo. Robin said, go and help. Tezzolo looked at the masked man in front of him in surprise. Robin added, Master Victor hopes you can understand. Do what you are best at, and stop doing stupid things. Robin said to Tezzolo, Master Victor knows you are going to cause trouble, so let me help you. I see. R.O. Robin spoke. Robin smiled and said, Master Victor asked you to come here to make sure you are safe, do you understand? Tezzolo was just about to say thank you. I won't use Op fruit's abilities. Tezzolo nodded. After what happened this time, he will no longer think about showing off his strength. Yes. Luo Gang was about to make a move. It is not good for Luo to rely too much on Op fruit's ability. The implication is that he is the whole card in the secret weapon. It's like it just disappeared out of thin air. Seeing the flare go off, Tezzolo's men immediately evacuated from the beach. And at the position where Tezzolo had just stood, there was an extra stone. Yeah. Tezzolo immediately fired a flare. What ability is this? However, Tezzolo cannot be blamed for his lack of knowledge. At this time, Tezzolo disappeared. Kuina's swordsmanship can only be described as lightning fast. Robin reminded. This time the opponent is not ordinary, it is a rare opportunity. This means that the person who tempered this black knife has a higher level of cultivation in armament haki than Yishao. Of course, Lord Victor has high hopes for you. Robin answered Sabo in the affirmative. Well, then I'll wait here for a while. Sabo sat back again, waiting for his chance to make a move. Robin watched Sabo. She learned a lot around Victor, including how to appease and how to use people's hearts. Sabo is an obedient and good boy. As long as he is given positive affirmation, that is enough. At the same time, Luo also appeared behind Yishao. Jihei Waterfall. Luo suddenly drew his saber. Luo's saber is just a famous knife. The moment the knife came out of its sheath, he turned around with a smile, and the stick knife blocked Luo's attack. However, Kuina withdrew. She didn't continue to attack with a smile. As a swordsman, she doesn't like to use more to fight less. However, Luo didn't care. For Luo, this is a great opportunity. Luo wants to know how strong he is, and how far he is from the top powerhouse. It's just that Luo's talent in swordsmanship is indeed not as good as Kuina. After a few rounds, Luo was caught by Yishao. Gravity winding. Yishao waved the knife in his hand and pressed it on Luo's knife. Luo held the knife in both hands, and his feet crushed the ground. He only felt that there was a mountain pressing on him. Admit defeat. With a smile, he knew that they were in the same group, and he didn't detect the aura of evil in Luo's body. Luo is not a villain, and has never killed anyone. These smiles can be felt. Sabo. At this time, Robin said to Sabo, "You can shoot." Okay. Sabo clenched his fists, and then he rushed to smile. With a smile, he felt the breath of a beast coming from behind him. "Get away!" Sabo just yelled. Afterwards, Sabo jumped up high, punching Yi Xiao's back hard. He let go of his hand with a smile and faced Sabo. Boom. The fist slammed heavily on the stick knife. Frowning with a smile, he felt Sabo's strength. Terrifying power. However, the smile is also not on Sabo, feeling the breath of the villain. At this time, Luo disappeared, and Luo was replaced by a wooden stake. "No wonder he was beaten by you, you are very strong." Sabo affirmed Yi Xiao's strength. Responding with a smile, "Your Excellency is equally powerful." "Of course, I am after all." When Sabo spoke, his right hand turned into a dragon claw. Not only is it a virtual claw, but the right hand is covered with pink scales. Then, the right hand wrapped around armament hockey again. Dragon hits the water. Boom. Shoot out with one paw. Like a dragon slapping the surface of the sea, its claws are thick and vigorous. If it was shot in the heart, the consequences would be disastrous. While frowning with a smile, he waved his knife to block again. And Sabo's left hand took the opportunity to stick out, and the finger pistol shot out an air bomb. The air bullet shot at the corner of Xiao Xiao's eye. With a smile, he immediately dodged his head sideways. The offensive has not stopped, Sabo continues to attack. The more I laughed, the more frightened I became. Sabo's strength is great, which has exceeded his estimation. However, what is even more frightening is Sabo's combat experience and combat skills. Sabo is always changing moves. Go straight to the vitals or weak points. Robin watched from a distance. Sabo and Yi Xiao were fighting, and Sabo still had the upper hand at present. "Do you think Sabo can win?" Robin asked Kuina. Kuina replied, "Impossible to win." "The reason?" Robin asked next. Kuina replied, "When the blind man adapts to Sabo's physical skills, then Sabo will lose." "Yeah." Robin nodded, and then said, "Get ready to retreat." Luo and Kuina hummed. Their mission today is to take care of Tezzolo's aftermath, and test their own strength by the way. As for killing a smile, Victor didn't order him to be killed. Robin returned to Victor, and she reported to Victor truthfully what she saw today. Victor heard this, smiled, and said, "It seems that they are still missing something." "What is missing?" Robin was puzzled. Victor asked Robin, "What qualities do you think a strong person needs to have?" Robin thought for a while and replied, "Tough, courageous, ruthless." Victor raised his hand, patted Robin's butt lightly, and said, "No." "What's that supposed to be?" Robin asked seriously. Victor said, "A heart that dares to kill, and the consciousness to be killed." Robin froze for a moment. Victor to Robin, "Go find them jobs that require killing people." "Yes." Robin nodded. Killing jobs are still easy to find. After 2. Sabodi Archipelago, a temporary conscription office for the world government. At this time, the powerhouses selected from all over the world have arrived here one after another. A smile is very conspicuous in the crowd, because he is the only one who is blind. Huang Mu is also very individual, especially the tattoos on his body, and the scent of women's perfume all over his body. No mercy in the face of the Revolutionary Army and pirates. "Let's get started, I can't wait. Be a real man." Wright shouted to everyone. "The boat is ready. Please go to the pier to board the boat." "It's Victor." Huang Mu looked at Huang Mu with a smile, and the knowledgeable look of a smile also locked on to Huang Mu. With a Wright announced, "Victor, Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and others all appear." The strong players who participated in the final test couldn't wait. Sengoku. "There may be some kind of induction between the strong and the strong." "Yeah, it's so troublesome to test layer by layer." Aramaki found out and smiled. For Akainu, Aramaki is also adored. Victor stood up, holding the microphone. "Now begins the final round of assessment. Let's start. At any cost, the pirates must be sanctioned." After Victor announced the content of the assessment, the folkmasters were gearing up one by one. Because of Akainu's performance in Summit War, he really admired him. A smile also noticed Huang Mu. Garp. Aramaki admires Victor's approach. At this time, Wright said to Victor, "Marshal Victor, please announce the final assessment content." In the face of Whitebeard and Shanks, even if they are seriously injured, they will not retreat. Victor said. It's so easy earlier. Folk masters who aspire to Admiral, when they see Victor and others, their eyes are hot. The content of the assessment is very simple. If you defeat everyone, you will become the final winner. The venue for the game is a deserted island nearby. Akainu. People around can't help but think that he just came out of the crowd of women. In fact, Victor is the idol of Arama. Especially Aramu. When he saw Victor and Akainu, he had a frenzied expression on his face. Regardless of his image and other people's opinions, he shouted loudly, "Master Victor, I am your fan." Yes. The examiner is invited to take his seat. As the final selection place, the desert island is not large in size. At this time, the folk powerhouses who wanted to promote the Admiral quota got off the boat one after another. The last rule is simple and crude. To become Admiral, beat everyone and be the last one standing. If you don't want to die here, you'd better abstain now. At this moment, a man in combat uniform said to everyone. His name is Sang Le, his number plate is 089, Grandmaster Boxing. Boy, you'd better stay away, or I'll be the first to kill you. Behind Sang Le, a man said coldly. The man's name is Ladio, he's from West Blue, and he's a Qigong master. I heard that the more high-profile people are, the faster they die. A man carrying a big sword chuckled. The powerhouses who can appear on the deserted island each have more than 5,000 Dao. That is the strength of the Vice Admiral in the headquarters, and even the strength above the Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Okay, can you guys be quiet? Said a man wrapped in gauze like a mummy. Competing Admiral with you idiots is boring. A swordsman who lost his left eye shook his head and said. The smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger. These powerhouses from all over the world have each chosen their opponents to defeat. Let's start. At this point, Victor announced the start. The Fist of the Heaven Overlord. As soon as Victor announced the start, Sanla threw a punch at Ladio. The speed of the fist is very fast, and the pressure of the fist is like overwhelming. Ladio had already prepared to deal with it. He took a deep breath, and then his eyes widened. Boom. Ladio's fist also blasted out and collided with Sanla head-on. Sangla is pure fist strength, while Ladio is a kind of Qigong that is rare in the sea. The stones under the two of them were crushed and turned into gravel and flew around, scratching their faces painfully. On the other side, the one-eyed swordsman West also drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, the surrounding temperature dropped. People around seemed to be in hell. West's sword is forged from cold iron, and at the same time, West has killed too many people in the past. He has been an executioner for 10 years, so he has a murderous look. Interesting. The man holding the big sword was called Pratt, and the knife in Pratt's hand was on fire at this moment. Firework sword, Pratt. Executioner, West. These two people are very distinctive people in this conscription. Victor has seen their profiles. Buddha A. In his eyes, the two of them can at most be a Vice Admiral, stronger than Stallo Berry, and at the same level as Ghost Spider, Dogman, and Huashaoshan. The Vice Admiral in this department also has strengths and weaknesses. As for Admiral, West and Pratt are far from it. Don't waste your time. At this time, Huang Mu decided to make a move. Forbidden and hateful. I saw that Araki created a large number of plants with his hands. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the surrounding plants grew wildly. The deserted island, which was bare just now has an extra forest out of thin air. It's the fruit of Logia. At this time, Sengoku said with satisfaction. To become Admiral, one must have the strength and momentum to suppress the scene. As soon as Huang Mu made a shot, he added a lot of points. I saw Araki turned into a tree man tens of meters high, and turned the tree into a fist shape, manipulating the plant to give a powerful blow to the people around him. Boom. 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 After Huang Mu turned into a tree man, he began to attack the people around him indiscriminately. No matter who is in front, he will either be wrapped up by him with a huge tree vine, and then thrown into the air by him, and then it is like throwing a stone, throw it over like that, and the person who hit it will be dizzy. Either be entangled by vines, and then suck the water and vitality in the body, turning into a withered corpse, and throwing it on the ground. Those strong players who were similar to Stallo Berry were eliminated in an instant. This is the kind of suppression that Admiral needs to have. Not bad. Akainu nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the vines attacked Fujitora. Fujitora's feet were entangled in the vines, and Fujitora was about to be drained dry by the vines like everyone else. However, Fujitora had no expression on his face, he just drew his knife. Two knives. The vines were cut open. It's just that although the vines were cut off, the surrounding vines continued to grow endlessly. Pratt, West and others also fell into a hard fight. Now it seems that Huang Mu wants to single out everyone. The nature of the battle changed from a melee to a wild performance. Master Victor, have you seen my performance? Aramu thought in his heart that he wanted to show the strength to be able to follow Victor. The gigantic tree ants are as high as 50 meters and can be taller. The appearance of this trent is somewhat similar to Victor's Titan. Not only does it look alike, but its attack style is also somewhat similar to that of a Titan. It's an interesting imitation, Victor said with a smile. Zephyr said, it's ready to end. At this moment, the meteorite hit the deserted island. Although Fujitora slowed down the impact of the meteorite's descent, just to see how he responds, it seems that the result is yet to be known. Except for Fujitora and Aramu, all the powerhouses panicked. However, the destruction caused by the falling meteorite still blasted the deserted island into fragments. I saw a meteorite the size of a small island flying straight towards the deserted island. Is it over? Wright looked at the ashes everywhere and murmured. Fujitora raised the knife above his head and shot a beam of light into the air. I can't run away. Just then, a sprout appeared in the burned forest. In fact, Akainu is very satisfied with the performance of Aramaki and Fujitora. This scene was seen by Sengoku and others. At this moment, the knife in Fujitora's hand glowed purple. In Zephyr's view, there is no point in continuing to compare. The Trent, including Huang Mu's transformation, was not spared. When the meteorite broke through the atmosphere, it ignited a fire due to friction. Is this going to kill everyone in one blow? Araki completely crushed everyone. If they can use this power to deal with pirates, it will greatly enhance Marine's strength. Hey, are you crazy? Then, a wave of light shot into the sky. My God! If it was hit by a meteorite, the consequences would be disastrous. What a madman. At the same time, the high temperature of the meteorite burned all the vines. At least, their strength is stronger than Momoshagi and T-Dolphins. Soon, everyone discovered the meteorite falling from the sky. Victor felt it too, something was about to fall. Akainu looked at Aramaki. However, this is not their fault, because they are not at the same level. Garp said with a smile. Boom. Fujitora uses gravitational waves to pull down meteorites in the universe. West didn't care about chopping the surrounding vines, but thought about how to defend immediately. Interesting ability. Through screen projection, Sengoku et al. Saw new shoots grow out of plants. Plants grow into human form. Then, Huang Mu appeared in front of everyone. Are you still going to fight? He said calmly with a smile. Except for Huang Mu, everyone who could still stand shook their heads. The moment a strong person like Yi Xiao and Wang Mu makes a move, they will know their strength. I quit. West was the first to throw in the towel. I quit too. You guys fight. The same is true for Sanla et al. People must learn to recognize the reality, especially the gap in strength, which cannot be made up by courage. After seeing Sangla and the others admit defeat, they looked at Huang Mu with a smile. Are you going to quit? I should ask you that. When Huang Mu spoke, he had already drawn the knife from his waist. Sensen fruit is very strong, but there is currently no advantage against Yi Xiao's gravity fruit. Therefore, Araki decided to use swordsmanship to decide the outcome. Well, I respect your decision. After speaking with a smile, he put the knife back into the scabbard, and assumed an attacking posture. At the same time, the 5 elders are also watching. Now it's up to them to decide the outcome. What if it's hard for 2 people to tell the winner? If it becomes disabled, it's not the result we want. If they are equally strong, then choose Wangmu. According to CP0's observation, Araki is more loyal to the world government and celestial dragons. The 5 elders discussed. The reason why they discussed it was also because they recognized Yi Xiao's strength. If the smile is too weak, then they don't even bother to discuss it. Faced with Huang Mu with a smile, the strength of the two is evenly matched, and they also know this, because there is a resonance between the strong. At this time, both of their knives were wrapped around armament hockey. In the next second, Huang Mu waved the knife in his hand and took the lead in attacking, and Yi Xiao also waved the stick knife in his hand, making the first move with him. Swords, lights and swords, full of energy, Huang Mu and Yi Xiao are both moving quickly, constantly changing positions, and disappearing every time they appear in the same place. And these are just for a moment. Even if you can see them, it is difficult to catch them. Unless you use observation hockey to lock them, it is difficult for you to capture their positions. Huang Emu's swordsmanship is very peculiar, without the slightest fancy, it is simply fast, accurate, and ruthless. Every move can hit the vital point of a smile. But he is not slow to smile, his swordsmanship is also very fast. Every knife can hit Huang Emu's knife, and cooperate with his own ability to repel it, so that Huang Mu can no longer get close to him. These two people, you come and go. The vines on the ground grow wildly, and then grow spears, stabbing towards Yishao, and at the same time, Yishao waved the stick knife in his hand, splitting all the spears into pieces. Gravity kills the tiger. Without any stored energy, he swung his knife with a smile, cutting off everything that stood in front of him. The terrifying sword pressure that annihilated everything enveloped Huang Mu with the momentum of sweeping the space. Huang Emu's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Before. Yishao's speed is much faster than Wang Mu's, so when Wang Mu dodges, Yishao's knife has already slashed on Wang Mu's shoulder. Huang Mu screamed, and his whole body flew upside down, blood sprayed all over the ground. At this time, he smiled and realized that the plants on the ground grew rapidly, and they all condensed together, and then turned into a huge spear, stabbing at him. At the critical moment, Yishao swung his stick and knife to block the spear, but he still felt severe pain, and his body fell directly from midair to the ground. You slash my shoulder, and I stab your stomach. Injury for injury. This way of fighting is the cruelest and most effective. Sure enough, if the fight continues like this, even if the two win, one of them will be disabled. At this time, Sengoku said solemnly, Marine is here to recruit Admiral, but he doesn't want to believe that Admiral is already disabled before taking up the job. But there is only one place, who should I choose? Victor said calmly, both of them are not weak, and it is not easy to choose the most suitable person under fair circumstances. Akainu did not speak. He is too lazy to participate in this kind of thing. Different from the original plot, Akainu only cares about what he has to do now, as for the world conscription. This kind of thing is done by the world government and Victor. While Victor was chatting with Sengoku, the phone bug in Victor's arms rang. Victor knew it was the 5 elders who wanted to announce the results. This was originally set. Although a smile was an accident, which made the 5 elders hesitate, but loyalty always comes first. The origin of the smile is unknown, it should be Admiral who is more loyal to Aramu. Just as Xiao Xiao swung the knife again, Victor's voice sounded from the deserted island. It's over. You don't need to fight anymore. After hearing Victor's words, both Yishao and Wang Mu stopped. Huang Mu asked suspiciously, but we haven't decided the winner yet? He nodded with a smile, Your Excellency Marshal, are we all qualified? Victor replied. The final result will be announced in a while. After hearing Victor's words, both Yishao and Wang Mu were at a loss. However, since Marshal Marine has said so, they can only accept it. Then, Yishao, Wang Mu, and the rest of the eliminated people boarded the warship and returned to Sabodi Archipelago. Sabodi Archipelago, Marine Station. Yishao and Wang Mu were waiting for the final result. Wang Mu. At this time, Wright came to Huang Mu and said to Huang Mu. Araki looked at Wright. Come with me. After Wright finished speaking, he walked towards the outside of the base. They are now going to the world government entrance. Your Excellency, what about me? Asked with a smile. Wright said without looking back. You have been eliminated, you can go back. After hearing that he was eliminated, he smiled and clenched the handle of the stick knife in his hand. He hated unfair things the most in his life. Why was he eliminated? The battle between him and Huang Mu obviously didn't tell the winner. Why is Wang Mu the final winner? It's not fair. Huang Mu also asked curiously. Yeah, why did I win? Wright stopped, looked at Huang Mu, and replied. The world government thinks you are more suitable for Admiral's position. Really? Araki asked in surprise. Although Huang Mu is very confident in himself, he doesn't think he can win with a smile when facing an evenly matched opponent. Yes. Wright nodded, and then he glanced at his watch. Mr. Huang Mu, hurry up, Marshal, the Commander-in-Chief is waiting for you. Okay. Let's hurry up. When he heard that he could see Victor, Aramaki seemed very excited. Only with a smile holding the knife in his hand, his veins bulged, and a surge of anger burned in his chest. Huang Mu followed behind Wright, and he walked into Pangu City all the way. The magnificence of Pangu City opened the eyes of Huang Mu, a country bumpkin. Walking through the long corridor, passing the military headquarters, and seeing generals and officers wearing marine uniforms and army uniforms along the way. Especially the army officers, they uniformed the green military uniform. The military uniform was straight, and they behaved like nobles. The army officer glanced at Huang Mu. Huang Mu was shirtless, with a knife stuck in his waist and tattoos on his abdomen. HMPH. The army officers and generals all expressed their disdain. Army and Marine are different. The source of the army is the member countries of the world government, and most of them are nobles. And their troops are mostly servants of nobles, which can be understood as private troops. They are the most loyal and defend the interests of the world government. As for justice, the army is not hypocritical. In the eyes of the army, as long as the sword of the world government is pointing, it is their enemy. Therefore, the army essentially looks down on the Marine. Because most of the Marines are a group of lowly, inferior creatures. Wright has no expression on his face, he is already used to it. However, he is not angry, but suppressed in his heart. In his eyes, the army is just a bunch of awful. Only know the suppression of civilians. The army has done too much to kill the good and take the credit. If Mr. Victor can become the commander-in-chief, he will definitely clean up these miscellaneous things. Wright thought so in his heart, he pinned all his hopes on Victor, and believed that Victor could do it. Finally, Wright stopped at the door of the commander-in-chief's office. Wright opened the door, and Huang Mu followed him in. Aramaki met Victor and Akainu. As for Sora, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp and others, he ignored them all. Aramaki only has idols in his eyes. Victor looked at Huang Mu and said, "Come and sit." Yes. Huang Mu immediately saluted Victor. This gesture of saluting was learned from Marine. Maybe it's the first time I'm doing it, and it's a bit rusty. Maybe I was too excited to see my idol. In short, the action is a bit deformed. Victor smiled and said, "Don't be so restrained, there are no outsiders here." Yes. Araki came to Akainu's side, and then sat up straight. "From today onwards, you are the new Admiral of Marine." Sora looked at Aramu seriously. Only then did Huang Mu look at Sora. Kong went on to say, "Because you are a recruit, you need to get familiar with Marine first. As for the specific content, Victor will make arrangements." "Yes." Aramu replied. Kong said, "The awarding ceremony will be arranged in a month's time. Although the time is very rushed, I hope you will quickly grow into a qualified Marine during this month." "Yes." Aramaki replied mechanically. "Okay, all that needs to be said has been said, relax." Victor took out a cigarette and gave Huang Mu one. Aramu stretched out his hands and took the cigarette carefully. "This is the cigarette given by the idol." Akainu handed over the lighter. "Is this a hallucination?" Araki was surrounded by an unprecedented sense of happiness. Watching Aramaki's performance, Sengoku couldn't help frowning. This recruit was taken by Victor just like that? "Come to my house for dinner tonight." Victor invited Huang Mu. Yes. Huang Mu stood up excitedly. Sora, Garp, Sengoku, and Crane all felt a little unbelievable. As for being so excited, only Zephyr had a smile on his face. "By the way, your code name is Green Bull," Victor said with a smile. Araki followed Victor and Akainu to Victor's villa. At this point, desserts and drinks have been prepared in the villa. In addition, Victor also asked Tezzolo to transfer the top card from the entertainment city to accompany him. For Huang Mu, this is simply heaven. "Wangmu, go on." Victor threw the cigarette to Wangmu, and Wangmu caught it with both hands. At this time, Mia, the top player in the entertainment city, set Huang Mu on fire. "Thank you, Marshal," Huang Mu said with a smile. "Relax, take it easy, it's off-duty time." Victor chuckled. Makino came to Victor, and after Victor said a few words to Makino, Makino left. After a while, food was brought again. The first cup. I hope that Huang Mu can carry out his own justice. At this moment, Victor raised his glass. Aramaki also picked up the wine glass. Although Huang Mu is very lazy, in the original plot, he didn't even eat for 3 years. But the wine was toasted by Victor, who raised his glass immediately. "The second cup, I hope that Wangmu can integrate into our group and become a member of us." Victor continued. "Marshal, from today onwards, I am your man." Huang Mu is also very loyal. The reason for him to join Marine is very simple, that is to join Victor. Victor said. "The third glass of wine, I hope you can obey the order, Huang Mu. If you don't obey the order, I will be very troubled." "I will do whatever the Marshal asks me to do," Huang Mu replied. At this time, Victor glanced at Akainu. Akainu picked up the wine glass, looked at Aramu, and said, I just want to say one thing. Senior, please tell me. Huang Mu replied seriously. Akainu said seriously. Don't betray justice, let alone make trouble for Victor. Yes. Huang Mu stood up. Sit down. Victor chuckled and said, okay, feel free now. Huang Mu sat down. There were many generals attending the dinner today, and the maids were busy serving the dishes. Victor asked Huang Mu to sit on his left. He turned his head and said, you are a newcomer now. I will send Connor to help you, and I will arrange some people for you so that you can set up the framework of the troops directly under you. The night market in Sabodi Archipelago is very lively. There are new visitors here every day. Street vendors sell a variety of delicacies and specialties. With a smile, he came to a restaurant, where he ordered some roasted pork and a side of ramen. The new Admiral's codename is Green Bull, and he seems to be very powerful. I heard that one person killed all other opponents. Yeah, it's a monster. At this time, the diners in the dining room began to chat. They don't know where they heard the news from. Anyway, now the Sabodi Archipelago has spread. Hearing this with a smile, his brows were wrinkled, and the hand holding the chopsticks was slightly squeezed, and the chopsticks were broken into slag. Lie. Obviously there is no winner. A smile is not competitive. It's just that he has principles in his life. What is right and what is wrong is wrong. He only recognizes a word of reason. If he was wrong, he could kneel down and apologize. This is the character of Yishao, who can distinguish right from wrong, and clearly distinguish between grievances and resentments. At this time, a man came to Yishao and sat down. Come outside with me later, I want to talk to you. Huang Mu followed behind Right, and he walked into Pangu City all the way. The magnificence of Pangu City opened the eyes of Huang Mu, a country bumpkin. Walking through the long corridor, passing the military headquarters, and seeing generals and officers wearing marine uniforms and army uniforms along the way. Especially the army officers, they uniformed the green military uniform. The military uniform was straight, and they behaved like nobles. The army officer glanced at Huang Mu. Huang Mu was shirtless, with a knife stuck in his waist and tattoos on his abdomen. HMPH. The army officers and generals all expressed their disdain. Army and marine are different. The source of the army is the member countries of the world government, and most of them are nobles. And their troops are mostly servants of nobles, which can be understood as private troops. They are the most loyal and defend the interests of the world government. As for justice, the army is not hypocritical. In the eyes of the army, as long as the sword of the world government is pointing, it is their enemy. Therefore, the army essentially looks down on the marine. Because most of the marines are a group of lowly, inferior creatures. Right has no expression on his face, he is already used to it. However, he is not angry, but suppressed in his heart. In his eyes, the army is just a bunch of offal. Only know the suppression of civilians. The army has done too much to kill the good and take the credit. If Mr. Victor can become the commander-in-chief, he will definitely clean up these miscellaneous things. Wright thought so in his heart. He pinned all his hopes on Victor, and believed that Victor could do it. Finally, Wright stopped at the door of the commander-in-chief's office. Wright opened the door, and Huang Mu followed him in. Aramaki met Victor and Akainu. As for Sora, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp and others, he ignored them all. Aramaki only has idols in his eyes. Victor looked at Huang Mu and said, come and sit. Yes. Huang Mu immediately saluted Victor. This gesture of saluting was learned from Marine. Maybe it's the first time I'm doing it, and it's a bit rusty. Maybe I was too excited to see my idol. In short, the action is a bit deformed. Victor smiled and said, don't be so restrained, there are no outsiders here. Yes. Araki came to Akainu's side, and then sat up straight. From today onwards, you are the new Admiral of Marine. Sora looked at Aramu seriously. Only then did Huang Mu look at Sora. Kong went on to say, because you are a recruit, you need to get familiar with Marine first. As for the specific content, Victor will make arrangements. Yes. Aramu replied. Kong said, the awarding ceremony will be arranged in a month's time. Although the time is very rushed, I hope you will quickly grow into a qualified Marine during this month. Yes. Aramaki replied mechanically. Okay, all that needs to be said has been said, relax. Victor took out a cigarette and gave Huang Mu one. Aramu stretched out his hands and took the cigarette carefully. This is the cigarette given by the idol. Akainu handed over the lighter. Is this a hallucination? Araki was surrounded by an unprecedented sense of happiness. Watching Aramaki's performance, Sengoku couldn't help frowning. This recruit was taken by Victor just like that? Come to my house for dinner tonight. Victor invited Huang Mu. Yes. Huang Mu stood up excitedly. Sora, Garp, Sengoku, and Crane all felt a little unbelievable. As for being so excited, only Zephyr had a smile on his face. By the way, your code name is Green Bull, Victor said with a smile. Araki followed Victor and Akainu to Victor's villa. At this point, desserts and drinks have been prepared in the villa. In addition, Victor also asked Tezzolo to transfer the top card from the entertainment city to accompany him. For Huang Mu, this is simply heaven. Wangmu, go on. Victor threw the cigarette to Wangmu, and Wangmu caught it with both hands. At this time, Mia, the top player in the entertainment city, set Huang Mu on fire. Thank you, Marshal. Huang Mu said with a smile. Relax, take it easy, it's off-duty time. Victor chuckled. Makino came to Victor, and after Victor said a few words to Makino, Makino left. After a while, food was brought again. The first cup, I hope that Huang Mu can carry out his own justice. At this moment, Victor raised his glass. Aramaki also picked up the wine glass. Although Huang Mu is very lazy, in the original plot, he didn't even eat for 3 years. But the wine was toasted by Victor, who raised his glass immediately. The second cup, I hope that Wangmu can integrate into our group and become a member of us. Victor continued. Marshal, from today onwards, I am your man. Huang Mu is also very loyal. The reason for him to join Marine is very simple, that is to join Victor. Victor said. The third glass of wine, I hope you can obey the order, Huang Mu. If you don't obey the order, I will be very troubled. I will do whatever the Marshal asks me to do, Huang Mu replied. At this time, Victor glanced at Akainu. Akainu picked up the wine glass, looked at Aramu, and said, I just want to say one thing. Senior, please tell me, Huang Mu replied seriously. Akainu said seriously. Don't betray justice, let alone make trouble for Victor. Yes. Huang Mu stood up. Sit down. Victor chuckled and said, okay, feel free now. Huang Mu sat down. There were many generals attending the dinner today, and the maids were busy serving the dishes. Victor asked Huang Mu to sit on his left. He turned his head and said, you are a newcomer now. I will send Connor to help you, and I will arrange some people for you so that you can set up the framework of the troops directly under you. The night market in Sabodi Archipelago is very lively. There are new visitors here every day. Street vendors sell a variety of delicacies and specialties. With a smile, he came to a restaurant, where he ordered some roasted pork and a side of ramen. The new Admiral's codename is Green Bull, and he seems to be very powerful. I heard that one person killed all other opponents. Yeah, it's a monster. At this time, the diners in the dining room began to chat. They don't know where they heard the news from. Anyway, now the Sabodi Archipelago has spread. Hearing this with a smile, his brows were wrinkled, and the hand holding the chopsticks was slightly squeezed, and the chopsticks were broken into slag. Lie. Obviously there is no winner. A smile is not competitive. It's just that he has principles in his life. What is right and what is wrong. He only recognizes a word of reason. If he was wrong, he could kneel down and apologize. This is the character of Yishao, who can distinguish right from wrong, and clearly distinguish between grievances and resentments. At this time, a man came to Yishao and sat down. Come outside with me later, I want to talk to you. Who are you? Eating noodles with a smile, he asked the other party's identity. You'll find out later. After the man finished speaking, he got up and left. Yishao didn't follow out in a hurry, but ate the ramen in a leisurely manner. He wasn't worried about losing the man, because his observation hockey had locked on the man. The man came all the way to an abandoned shipyard somewhere. In the dock, the man is not alone. What about others? A man wearing a white mask, a white suit, and a white hat asked. Should arrive in a while, he has been locking me. The man replied. From the way they dress, their identities are readily apparent. CP0. Although the world government finally chose Green Bull, Yishao also has the fighting power of a monster. Wouldn't it be a pity if you gave up and didn't use it? Therefore, CP0 wants to use the incorporation to laugh. From CP0's point of view, CP0 has higher privileges than Marine Admiral. After a while, sure enough, a smile came. Yishao couldn't see how these people were dressed, so I didn't know they were CP0. So, he smiled and asked, who are you? CP0. the CP0 agent didn't hide his identity either. He smiled and said, "I've heard about you, you are the private army of the world's nobles. Since you know who we are, it's easy." The CP0 agent smiled and said, "We want to invite you to join CP0. Invite me?" Yi Xiao frowned. "Yes, this is your good luck." The CP0 agent said proudly, "You know, this opportunity is rare. After joining CP0, even if Marine Admiral sees you, he will treat you politely and respectfully. After joining CP0, you have special action rights, and you can deal with some people who threaten the world government and world nobles according to your judgment. After joining CP0, you can mobilize army units and marine fleets at any time. Anyone who disobeys your orders can be dealt with. After joining CP0, you will receive an activity fund with no upper limit." At this time, the CP0s threw out an olive branch, and the privileges they talked about were irresistible to ordinary people. He smiled and heard the words, thought for a while, and said, "Then what are the duties I need to perform?" The CP0 agent said, obey the orders of the nobles of the world." Asked with a smile, "Do I have to do anything that the nobles of the world ask me to do?" "It's a must," Agent CP0 said. "What if you violate the order?" Asked with a smile. The CP0 agents were all stunned. They have been CP0 for so many years, and they have never heard such a weird word. Being CP0 naturally means obeying the orders of the nobles of the world. The CP0 agent said, "If the order is violated, it will be dealt with." "Your Excellency, I can understand it as the thugs of the world's nobles? Then help them do anything wrong?" Yi Xiao's words angered the CP0 agents. A smile is really a bit ignorant. However, strong people have tempers, especially a monster like Yi Xiao who has not been tamed. At this time, the CP0 agent said, "You have to know that with your strength, you have the opportunity to become the shield of the world's nobles. This is your supreme honor." "Sorry, I'm not interested in that." With a smile, he turned and left. The CP0 agent did not intervene. Because they knew Yi Xiao's strength, if they acted rashly, they would only be humiliating themselves. Still, they have a way of handling a laugh. "Your Excellency has been following me for a long time, and you can show up now." Yi Xiao left Sabodi Archipelago by boat, and then he landed on Gaia Island. In the jungle of Gaia Island, Yi Xiao suddenly stopped. "I didn't expect you to be able to sense my presence." At this time, a man in a white suit appeared behind Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao replied, "Because the eyes can't see, so the perception ability is relatively strong." "That's right. The man is CP0, but it's not the three that Yi Xiao saw yesterday." Yi Xiao is no novice, his life experience tells him that rejecting CP0 will be a troublesome thing. So, Yi Xiao left Sabodi Archipelago overnight. It's just that Yi Xiao didn't expect that the other party would catch up to him. "Do you know why I'm here?" the man asked. He smiled and replied, "Are you going to deal with me?" The man replied, "Well, you rejected the gift of the world's nobles. When you go back, can you bring me a sentence?" Said calmly with a smile. "What?" the man asked. "I have no intention of being an enemy of the nobles of the world, nor do I want the nobles of the world to come to trouble me." After he finished speaking with a smile, he suddenly pulled out his knife. The light of the knife passed the man's eyes. Ding! There was a crisp crash. There was an extra thin sword in the man's hand. The rapier wraps around armament hockey. Suddenly, the man had a gun in his left hand. Boom! The moment the trigger was pulled, the bullet shot between the smiling eyebrows. Extremely fast. Smile and immediately turn sideways. Offensive and defensive transition, only in an instant. High speed a sword flower rain. In an instant, the western sword pierced out a little bit of sword flower continuously at high speed. Dodging continuously with a smile, the sword energy flew after him. Smile and fall into passivity. Immediately, the western sword stabbed out again. Broken blade bloom. The sword energy was like a flower, and with a bang, a hole was blasted in the forest. He jumped up with a smile. At this time, Yi Xiao condensed armament hockey all over his body, as if condensing a shield in front of him. Boom! Smoke filled the air and sawdust flew. When the dust settled, he raised his hand with a smile and touched his neck. There was a bloodstain from his wound. "Your Excellency's sword skills are really superb," he said seriously with a smile. The man chuckled and said, "You are also very strong. If another person comes today, I might die here." When he spoke with a smile, a purple light appeared from his body. Then, Under the control of gravity, the surrounding ground began to float. The man looked around and said, "The fruit of gravity is really interesting, but it doesn't have much effect on me." The man is a grandmaster swordsman, and his shooting skills are also superb. Double cultivation of spear and sword. Although there is still some distance from the shield, he is strong enough to serve as admiral. Moreover, the man is very confident, and in a one-on-one situation, he is sure to kill Yishao. Because of Yishao's devil fruit ability, it is not suitable for high-end rounds. Really. After laughing, he controlled the floating objects in the sky and gathered them together. The moment the floaters come together, the man pulls the trigger. The bullet hit the smiling eyebrow. Just as the bullet was about to hit Fujitora, Fujitora's head swung to the left. However, at this moment, a bullet suddenly hit Fujitora in the chest. He almost shot Fujitora in the heart. You react quickly. At this time, the man praised. Fujitora frowned, he knew he was tricked. There is not only one person who wants to kill him this time. Besides the man in front of him, there was another person in ambush. The bullet that sneaked up on him just now was completely silenced and disappeared. If it weren't for Fujitora's observation haki, which has a wider range and stronger perception, it would never be noticed. In a 2-on-1 situation, you can't have a chance of winning. The man continued. Fujitora didn't answer, but searched for the sniper's location. You must be looking for a sniper, right? The man asked with a smile. Fujitora scowled. The man said, his range is beyond your imagination. This seems to imply, Fujitora, you can't find a sniper. Sudden. The man's heart skipped a beat, and his body muscles tensed. At this time, Fujitora also felt it. It's Conqueror's haki. Who is it? Whose Conqueror's haki is aimed at men? The man's heart trembled, so he retreated decisively. What he feels now is like a rabbit being enveloped by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Judging from that person's Conqueror's haki, the other party was stronger than him, not just a little stronger. Watch the men flee on the moonwalk. Fujitora breathed a sigh of relief, and he looked into the distance. With a distance of several nautical miles, the CP0 agent was forced back. Thank you, sir. Fujitora murmured, and then, clutching his chest, he walked towards the small town on the island. He needs to heal his wounds. At the same time, miles away, a submersible dives into the sea. There were only 2 people in the submersible. One is Robin, and she is in charge of piloting the submersible. The other is Victor. Robin asks Victor, what's the next step with him? The he in Robin's mouth refers to Fujitora. Robin has known Fujitora before, and Fujitora is a person who values a friendship, but he is also a person who can distinguish between right and wrong, and who can distinguish between grievances and grievances. Fujitora is gentle and kind to commoners. It is difficult for such a person to accept Victor's ideas and follow Victor's side. Just keep him. You don't need to deliberately touch him now. Victor said. In Victor's view, Fujitora's refusal of the invitation of the world's nobles is already in trouble. In the future, Fujitora will only be the enemy of the world government. An enemy of an enemy will be a friend. Even if you can't be a friend, you can still use it. What's more, Victor still has a card. Perhaps Fujitora could also be recruited when the time is right. Just another form. Yes, Robin nodded. East Blue, Windmill Village. Luffy has not spoken since Ace was executed. He will be on the edge of the cliff every day. From morning till night. Everyone in the village is worried about him. Because of the Luffy incident, Garp returned to East Blue more often. The world conscription came to an end, and Garp returned to his hometown again. Since Ace's accident, Garp believed that he was indeed negligent in educating his children and grandchildren. In order to prevent Luffy from repeating the same mistakes, he decided to concentrate on training Luffy and make Luffy an excellent marine. After the warship docked, Garp asked the adjutant and the officers and soldiers on the warship to go to the nearby marine base first. Windmill Village is just a small village, and there are not enough supplies here. Moreover, if so many soldiers come to the village, it will still cause great inconvenience. Luffy. Garp, reminded by the village chief, came to the edge of the cliff. Luffy's nerves were sluggish, and he stared into the distance. Ace is out to sea from here. He once watched Ace disappear at the end of the sea. Garp sat down next to Luffy, reached out and rubbed his head. The grandpa and grandson sat until the evening. Come on, I'll take you to a barbecue, Garp said to Luffy. Luffy stood up, not waiting for Garp at all. Garp knew Luffy was still mad. Luffy, Dayton and others are all angry with Garp. Think Garp didn't protect Ace. Garp is obviously a Marine hero, a Marine Vice Admiral, highly respected. In their view, as long as Garp makes a move, Ace will be saved. Garp and Luffy returned to the village. The village chief prepared the meat of a roasted sea beast. When Garp came back, he caught the sea beast and handed it over to the villagers. Garp said, "Luffy, I made an agreement with Zephyr, and I will send you to the military academy tomorrow." "No," Luffy decisively refused. Garp said, "It doesn't matter if you don't go, just follow me." "No," Luffy refused again. Garp frowned. Luffy said, "I want to go to sea, I want to be a pirate." "What did you say?" Garp's anger welled up in his heart. "I have an appointment with Ace," Luffy said seriously. Garp said seriously, "If you become a pirate, then I will arrest you immediately." "Then you arrest me," Luffy said blankly. Garp looked at Luffy, and he raised his hand to punch Luffy. It's like playing Luffy as a kid. However, this time he didn't call out. Garp sighed and said, "If Ace will listen to me and become a Marine, then I can protect him." Luffy looked at Garp and said, "Ace doesn't need your protection." "Luffy, I know you're blaming Grandpa." Garp shook his head and said to himself, "But, Grandpa can't do anything. Even if Grandpa is Marine Vice Admiral, he can't stop the execution." "No, I'm serious. Ace doesn't need your protection, and neither do I." Luffy answered seriously. Luffy wasn't angry. In the days after Ace died, Luffy, like Dayton, hated Garp. However, this period of time, Luffy looks at the endless sea every day. Think of the scene when Ace went out to sea. Ace never regretted it. Even when Ace was executed, there was no remorse on Ace's face. A true man of the sea. Luffy also wants to be the same as Ace, going forward without complaint or regret. This is the life they chose. Even if you die, you have to face it calmly. Garp looked at Luffy, he raised his hand, and pressed Luffy's head. When Luffy spoke just now, he saw his son's appearance. At the beginning, Drago did the same. Garp also reprimanded Dorag when he suggested that he wanted to change the world in his own way. Garp also wanted Drago to become Marine. The expressions of the father and son are so similar. They don't care what the future holds. Maybe, this is fate. Garp smiled self-deprecatingly. "First, I'm a Marine hero, my son is the commander of the Revolutionary Army, and my grandson wants to be a pirate. I'm old and I can't control it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings." Garp has a bad mentality. See Circle Calendar 1520. Summit War, World Conscription, and the transfer of the headquarters. These three things became the main axis of Marines' work last year. However, with the transfer of the headquarters to the G1 branch, Marines' work has also returned to normal. As a recruit, the Green Bull was assigned to Mariajoy. Kizaru was transferred back to the headquarters to be on duty, while Akainu was in charge of maneuvering and dealing with emergencies. At the same time, the direct branch commanders with G were also replaced by people from Victor and Akainu. One Emperor and one Courtier. Replace Sengoku's old division, clearing them out of Marine's power core. This is understandable. Now, Victor has full control of Marine. Tuk tuk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Victor shouted casually. "I saw Sabo and Enel walking in." Report. Sabo and Enel walked up to Victor. Both of them changed into military uniforms. Taking advantage of the bug of world conscription, Victor successfully arranged for Sabo, Enel and others to join Marine. Moreover, they are easily promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral. And they all serve as staff officers in Victor's immediate unit. However, these are temporary arrangements. On the surface, it was to let them get acquainted with the work first, but in fact, it was just to let them show their faces in the headquarters. Let the other generals in the headquarters get in touch with them more. It will be more natural to promote them in the future. Otherwise, they are also members of the Blue Ocean Club, and they will be dissatisfied. Victor said to Sabo and Enel, "There is a job for you." Sabo straightened up like a professional soldier. Enel sneaks a glance at Sabo. Victor looked at Sabo and said, "The G6 branch is short of people, you can come and support them." "Yes." Sabo replied. Victor looked at Bullet Island again, and said, "The G9 branch is short of people, so go and support them." "Yes." Enel replied. "Okay, let's go out." Victor waved his hand. Sabo and Enel leave the marshal's office. As soon as they were gone, Kuina walked in. Also using the rules of the world's conscription, Victor arranged for Kuina to serve as Vice Admiral, and also served as a staff officer in the direct army. The staff officer doesn't have a commander, and he doesn't fart loudly. The office of a staff officer is the least enviable. Victor said to Kuina. Momosagi just sent a fax, she is short of people around now, you go to support her. Yes. Kuina turned and left. Insert Enel, Sabo and others into naval headquarters through world conscription. Arrange them to serve as staff officers in the directly subordinate troops first, and then arrange them to go out to perform tasks after a few months. This process is called gold plating. With the strength of Kuina, Enel, and Sabo, it is easy to obtain military exploits. At that time, they will be assigned to important positions based on their military exploits. When Sabo, Kuina, Enel and others left in warships at the pier, the most depressed person was Smoker. Compared with Kuina, Sabo, and Enel, Smoker's military life is not smooth. It's been a few years since I graduated from military school. Because of his character, Smoker withdrew from the Blue Ocean Club. Therefore, Smoker didn't do well in Marine. In the original plot, Smoker was demoted to the town of East Blue Rog because he offended the senior management of the department. Now, however, the town of Rog is a good place. Rich in oil and water. The base officer in Rog Town is another fat job. Therefore, Smoker is even worse, and has no chance of being assigned to the town of Rog. Smoker is currently working as a warship maintenance officer in the logistics department of the headquarters. Mainly responsible for the daily cleaning, maintenance and repair of warships. Every day, I can only watch the warship leave the port to perform tasks, or return to the port for maintenance. A warship has returned to Hong Kong. At this time, a sea soldier shouted loudly. Hull number 11522, Captain Bin's Rear Admiral. This is Bin's, requesting to return to Hong Kong for repairs. Understood. Please go to dock number 14. The maintenance team is ready. In the military port, the soldiers of the maintenance squad were busy. Looking at the busy figures of the soldiers, Smoker took out his cigar and took a deep puff. He couldn't survive a day like this. It's just that he is arrogant and doesn't want to ask for help. As long as he is willing to ask for help, apologize, and admit his mistakes. If he apologized to his classmates and the members of the Blue Ocean Club, then he wouldn't be in the dock with cleaners and lubricating oil all day long. Binns got off the warship. After he saw Smoker, he didn't say hello to Smoker. Not that Binns underestimated Smoker. Because half a year ago, when Smoker was first transferred, Binns greeted Smoker. It's just that Smoker doesn't answer. Although they are all students of Zephyr, Binns will not do the thing of putting a hot face on a cold butt. There are so many bullet holes on the ship. It's another fierce battle this time. At this time, the sailors of the maintenance squad were discussing. Smoker walked over. He glanced at the port side of the boat. There were 3 shots on the left side of the ship, and then I looked around the ship, and there were obvious marks of being hit on the starboard side. This is the performance of fierce battles after encountering an ambush. First, he was attracted by the enemy on the left, and the enemy on the right quickly ran over. Then, Smoker looked at the number of injuries, and the body bags that had been brought down. The warship, which was full of thousands of people, had no less than 300 casualties. Could it be a conflict with the 4 emperors? Smoker thought to himself. He also wanted to go to the front. Under Victor's order, the headquarters will build 3 new fortresses in New World. These 3 fortresses are facing the Big O pirates, Beasts pirates and Red Hair pirates respectively. In order to prevent the 3 new fortresses from being harassed, Marine chose to take the initiative, so the battle on the front line was intense. Recently, Akainu has personally been on the front line. And as Marine hoarded New World with heavy troops, it actually caused more pirates to appear all over the world. East Blue, Windmill Village. Luffy, this is for your food on the road. Here's a cold pill. Here's an antidiarrheal medicine for eating the wrong thing, and here's an antibiotic. Villagers packed supplies into bags and stuffed them into Luffy's boat. Although the village chief objected to Luffy's going to sea and reported to Garp, Luffy still wanted to go to sea. Since they couldn't stop it, the villagers could only prepare supplies for Luffy. Luffy was not too polite. After a small boat was filled with supplies, Luffy rowed out to sea. Although Luffy is reckless in many things, when it comes to adventures at sea, Luffy has plans. He is looking for a partner. Chef, musician, ship doctor, sniper, navigator, ship, helmsman, etc. Like Shanks. And Luffy's adventure is going well. After successfully solving the offshore king. On the 3rd day at sea, Luffy's boat encountered a storm, and half of the supplies on board were lost. From adventure mode to sea survival mode. Marine hasn't stopped since Victor became Marshal. Cake Island, inside Cake Castle, Parasparrow is complaining about Marine. Marine has recently taken the initiative to target their territory everywhere. You must know that since Whitebeard's death, the sea area ruled by Big O has greatly expanded, including 34 islands with the headquarters of Cake Island as the core, as well as the all nations of all races in the world except the Titans, whose influence covers the Fishmen Island and other islands. However, Marine's frequent attacks have made the Big O pirates exhausted recently. Not only that, Marine is still building new forts. Not only to move the headquarters to New World, but also to add new combat power. Marine's casualties are not small, Smoothie said. They don't seem to care, and that's the headache. Parasparrow rubbed his head, and from his expression, it could be seen that he was annoyed. Big brother, the dessert I recently paid tribute to. Smoothie said worriedly. Due to Charlotte Linland's fondness for desserts, most of her territories are countries that are famous for desserts, and they must regularly pay tribute to Big O with desserts. If a dessert tribute agreement is signed with Big O, but the dessert cannot be paid, the fate of the country will be destroyed. Of course, this time it was because of Marine harassment. It's justifiable. Can Charlotte Linland take it? If you want to fight a war, then we will accompany you. That's right, this frequent harassment is extremely annoying. Now the affiliated pirate group has been shaken, and more pirates have taken refuge in Red Hair and 100 Beasts. At this time, the children of Charlotte Linland spoke one after another. New World was originally the structure of 4 emperors. Whitebeard dominates. As a result, Whitebeard died, and Whitebeard's territory was divided. Today, New World is a 3-legged trend: Red Hair, Big O, Beasts. These 3 forces seesaw each other. At present, none of the 3 forces has the ability to dominate the New World. Therefore, avoid friction with each other as much as possible. However, after Marine joined, he specifically targeted the Big O pirates. As a result, a large part of the pirates who have just entered the New World have taken refuge in the Red Hair pirates, or the Beasts pirates. One ebbs and another. If this continues, after the Red Hair pirates and the Beasts pirates grow stronger, the 3-legged pattern will collapse sooner or later. Whether it is long-term concern or near-term worry, it is necessary to find a solution as soon as possible. At this time, Charlotte Linland came to the hall in her pajamas. What are you arguing about? Charlotte Linland asked casually. Mom, we're talking about Marine, Parasparrow replied. Marine, are they harassing again? Charlotte Linland lay down, and the long bread immediately brought dessert. Today I ate ice cream, Charlotte Linland gulped. Yes, mother. Parasparrow replied. The tribute ships from various countries were intercepted as long as they approached. Therefore, we had many conflicts with Marine. Where is Akainu? Charlotte Linland asked coldly. Parasparrow replied. According to our monitoring, Marines are currently gathering in Moshan's port. There are nearly 20 ships and nearly 20,000 Marines. At this moment, Longbread said, Linland, Marine is building 3 forts at the same time. After they finish building the fortresses, our pressure will be even greater. Mom, Longbread is right. If we continue to be passive, then after Marine builds the fortress, Marine will be even more rampant. Parasparrow said hurriedly. Since Marine withdrew from New World, Marine has had very few bases in New World. Except for G1, G5, and G14, there are only some unexposed experimental bases. Such as Punk Hazard, Warhead Island, etc. And there is a special island known only to Marine Admiral and above the secret base where bomb rocks are stored. Charlotte Linland thought for a while after listening, and said to the Longbread, contact Kaido. Since Punk Hazard was peacefully divided with Kaido, both sides have taken what they need. Charlotte Linland took away the data needed for the human giant experiment, as well as related test items. Kaido took away the artificial devil fruits data and related test items. In short, cooperation can be win-win. The phone bug quickly got in touch with Kaido. So, Akainu thought for a while, and then said to Dogman, send a fax to the ships and ask them to approach us. In addition, notify the headquarters and ask for support. However, so far, Kaido has no such ability. What do you want to do? Kaido asked seriously. At the same time, drive Marine away? That means going to war with Marine. If it wasn't for the Phantom Beast, Kaido would have been unable to escape. Kaido, we are the same as before, as long as we join hands, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget, if it wasn't for me. You can't fall short. At this moment, Ghost Spider and Dogman look serious. In the Kita Palace, Jin, Quinn, Jack and others are listening. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin team up, then we. In Port Moshans, Akainu has learned of the conversation between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Wanakuna's terrain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, there is no anti-tapping at all. Charlotte Linlin laughed. That's right, if we join forces, what is Akainu? Even if Victor comes in person, there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, I see. Of course we joined forces. Charlotte Linlin was very shrewd. She saw through Kaido's psychology and said, do you think Marine will give you enough time to make you strong enough? Although Kaido is very arrogant, his small goal is not big, he just wants to destroy the world. They were too close to the enemy and too far from Victor. All Kaido can do is guard Wano Kuni. Their conversation this time seemed to be purposely intended for Akainu. Therefore, Kaido does not want to accept Charlotte Linlin's proposal. The ghost spider looked worried. Even if Victor himself sends a fleet to reinforce it, it will take time. Huh. Kaido heard the words and said angrily, having been harassed by Marine all day, will your life be easier? Charlotte Linlin said enthusiastically, how are you doing these days? Charlotte Linlin wanted to bring up the fish fruit thing again. Mama mama. Mama mama, said Charlotte Linlin, since none of us can stand Marines, let's kick them out. Kaido doesn't want to mention the past, he really owes a lot of kindness. Akainu shook his head, he didn't want to give up the fort here. Kaido fell silent. Marine had a hard time hitting Wano Kuni. Back in the Valley of the Gods, they were surrounded by Marines. Kaido. Naval Headquarters. I see, okay, I will report immediately. The W-12 route was attacked by unknown pirates. Okay, I will help you record it here. On the E9 route, there is a large pirate fleet near the Kotal Fortress, with a number of 50 ships. Barty the Wolf appeared on the H-126 route. I will report it for you. Major, please keep in touch. On the desks of Marine officers and generals, phone bugs kept ringing. Every Marine is very busy. As Marine transferred elite soldiers to New World, there was a vacuum in the first half of the Four Seas and Grand Line. Recently, pirates have frequently attacked, and the reward order of the headquarters is updated every day. However, the recruits have just stepped out of the recruit camp. They have not experienced the baptism of actual combat, have no experience accumulation, and have limited help to Marine. Victor knew this would happen. This is what he expected too. The more chaotic the world is, the easier it is to fish in troubled waters. Anyway, Victor has already set up a persona. In the eyes of the Five Elders, and even the whole world, Victor's goal is to get rid of the New World's monsters first. As for Four Seas and Grand Line's Little Shrimp, Victor didn't pay attention. Senior. At this time, Wright hurried to Victor's side and said, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have teamed up. Yeah. Victor nodded, Sakazuki will withstand the pressure. Wright asked. Then who are we going to send to support? Let the Green Bull lead a fleet to support. The T-Dolphin serves as the deputy of the Green Bull. Rods, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan, Gumir, and Dalmatian went to support. By the way, let Felix lead an army of pacifists into battle. Victor quickly deployed a reinforcement fleet. One Admiral backup, 5 headquarters vice admirals, plus 10 warships, and 10,000 elite marines. This scale is not small. Let the Green Bull go. Wright was stunned. He thought Victor would let Kizaru go. After all, everything is urgent. Rescuing soldiers is like putting out fire. Go and deliver the order, Victor ordered. Yes. Wright turned to convey Victor's order. Knowing that he is going to support Akainu and start a war against the monsters of New World, Green Bull is very excited. Green cows are like this by nature. Except for Victor and Akainu, Green Bull didn't take Marine's other generals seriously at all. As for Kizaru, Green Bull didn't pay much attention to Kizaru. It took the Marine fleet less than 3 days from assembly to departure. High speed. However, the pirates' speed is faster. At this time, the sea is full of pirate ships. The flag of the Big O pirates is easy to recognize. The top hat and collar are decorated with fluff, and the beckoning skull with lipstick. Looking around, it is mighty. Charlotte Linlin can be said to come out in full force. This time, Charlotte Linlin brought 4 generals and a group of children, and even the affiliated pirate group was summoned. Some pirate groups needed some time, and Charlotte Linlin didn't wait for them and let them go to the battlefield by themselves. Similar to Big O pirates. The same goes for the Beasts pirates. After gathering on Onigashima, they attacked Akainu. On the way, affiliated pirate groups continued to join. By the time Charlotte Linlin and Kaido joined forces, the number of ships on both sides had exceeded 80. Among them, there are 50 ships of Charlotte Linlin and 30 ships of Kaido. After the two sides converged, without making any adjustments, they immediately went to the harbor where Akainu was located. Blue, blue. Blue, blue. The phone bug kept ringing. I'm a ghost spider. Okay, I get it. What did you say? Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have joined. Okay, I see. Is there a way to rent them out? Well, find a way and buy some time. Just as the ghost spider put down the phone bug, Dugman held a phone bug in each hand. They have already left the site and will arrive by tomorrow night at the latest. What? You can't do anything. If you can't make it back at noon tomorrow, all will be dealt with by military law. Dogman threw the phone bug angrily. Before the two sides started fighting, Marine received a lot of bad news. For example, the number of enemies, the speed of the enemy's advance. If Akainu and Victor's arrangement is followed, the 20,000 Marines in the harbor will face pirates several times their own. It is even possible to be surrounded by pirates. The situation is urgent. Blue blue, blue blue. At this time, the phone bug on Akainu's desk was beeping. Akainu picked up the microphone of the phone bug. The phone bug imitated Victor's voice and expression. I've sent Shichibukai to support you. Akainu heard the words and said seriously, as long as they don't hold back. Victor said. In any case, we must hold on, this is related to Marine's face. Akainu replied seriously. I know. I believe you can do it. Victor ends the call. Akainu looked at Ghost Spider and Dogman. Did you hear that? Ghost Spider and Dogman nodded vigorously. In the harbor, Marine soldiers spent the whole night reinforcing the pier. At the same time, all nearby civilian ships were mobilized to accommodate wounded soldiers. Near noon, warships sailed into the port one after another. Every time a warship came back, the sailors felt relieved. However, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Marine saw the densely packed pirate ships on the sea, everyone's hearts were suspended. Akainu stood on the tower, looking into the distance with a telescope. Mama mama. Charlotte Linlin looked in Akainu's direction. Her observation hockey can see very far. Kaido sat on the deck with a wine gourd in his hand. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. 3 disasters, 4 generals. They brought so many people. At this time, the breathing of the Marines in the harbor quickened. Suddenly, the sea surface below Charlotte Linlin and the others bulged unexpectedly. All the pirate ships were lifted by the waves. Charlotte Linlin temporarily created a Holsme with her own soul. Now the waves are obeying Charlotte Linlin's order, holding up the pirate alliance and attacking the harbor. This momentum is like a tsunami approaching them. Seeing this scene, Akainu snorted coldly, immediately. No greeting, no hesitation, meteor volcano. I saw Akainu's upper body turned into magma, and then, like magma, his fist shot into the sky. Magma fist passed through the dark clouds and flew towards the allied forces of the 4 emperors. Seeing this scene, Kaido immediately transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Charlotte Linlin also stepped on Zeus's back and swung the great sword Napoleon in her hand. Although Akainu's attack accuracy is not high, but after the mountain-like magma fist fell, it still hit a lot of pirate ships. The pirate ship was engulfed in flames, and the pirates on board fell into the water. It's a bunch of idiots rushing up so densely. Ghost Spider said coldly. Originally, he was worried about being surrounded. I didn't expect the combination of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido to be so stupid. However, looking at Charlotte Linlin, who is like a demon god in the air, and the giant dragon driving the flame cloud, Dogman and others dare not relax. At the same time, in the harbor, the heat sprayed by Kaido continuously bombarded the bunkers and towers in the harbor. These bunkers and towers are temporary and not strong. Boom. After each fireball fell, a group of Marines were blown away. Doctor, where is the doctor? Medical class, quickly carry them down. An ensign shouted loudly, but as soon as he finished speaking, thunder fell from the sky. Boom. Ensign was struck by thunder and turned into coke. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the former with thunder and fire, are Windblade and Heatbreath. Both of them were very aggressive, for casualties. Change until Marine can't hold it anymore. In this situation, it is difficult for Marine to pay attention to the situation around him. At this time, a warship approached the harbor. If it was normal, they would definitely have to verify their identity. However, now that the military port is in a mess, who cares about it? The warship just entered the port and stopped. Inside the cabin, I didn't expect it to be so easy. Brother is really a genius, the strategy is very successful. At this time, Cracker and a group of brothers came down from the warship. Instead of biscuit armor, Cracker is wearing a marine uniform. Before today's coalition attack, Perisparrow advised Charlotte Linlin. Let some people disguise themselves as Marines and sneak into the military port. Now the plan is very successful, and they got in smoothly. However, Cracker and others did not start making trouble, but came to the base carrying the boxes. There is a mirror in the box. Through the mirror, Charlotte Bray can bring large numbers of troops. As expected. When the mirror is set up, Katakuri came out first. Next, Smoothie et al. Brothers, let's make a fuss. Katakuri said coldly. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. Akainu looked back and saw that the base's weapon depot was blown up to the sky, and fire was everywhere. What happened? Ghost Spider and the others looked shocked. Pirate, the pirate is rushing in. At this time, a sailor ran over. What did you say? The Ghost Spider was stunned. Akainu was also dumbfounded. Isn't the pirate on the opposite side? Why did you suddenly rush in? At this time, Akainu and others noticed a terrible thing. I saw pirates everywhere in the base. Katakuri holds a trident in his hand, and no one can stop him wherever he passes. The Marines fell down one by one. Cracker also put on the biscuit armor again, and he kept clapping his hands, creating an army of biscuits. Owen and Dafu's feet were full of Marines, mama. Charlotte Linlin watched all this from a distance, and she laughed. Akainu never imagined that she would use a group of Hosmi soldiers to confuse Marine. Charlotte Linlin's real workhorse has now infiltrated Marine base. Now, they are teaming up internally and externally to catch Marine by surprise. Kaido looked at the Marine base that was on fire in the distance, and he was also puzzled. He asked, Linlin, did you do it? Mama. We've won, Charlotte Linlin said proudly. Originally, Akainu also wanted to rely on temporarily constructed fortifications to carry out defensive counterattacks. Now it is passive. Go to hell, Marine. Die. Duke Dandan and the others became more and more courageous as they fought, but the Marines in the base were already in chaos. Seeing this, the Ghost Spider looked at Akainu and asked, what should we do now? Akainu looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was rushing, and Kaido, and he clenched his fists. What? There were screams everywhere in the base. The screams reached Akainu's ears, and he had to make a difficult decision. You retreat first, I will stop later, Akainu ordered. Ah. Ghost Spider and the others were stunned. Executing an order, Akainu said seriously and firmly. While Akainu wants to hold out until reinforcements arrive, this is not the time to be paranoid. The base is a mess. If you don't retreat, the casualties will be even greater. At that time, the entire base will have nearly 30,000 elites, but all of them will be lost in his hands. It doesn't matter if you gain or lose for a while. As long as people are still there, the base can be rebuilt. Yes. Ghost Spider and the others had no choice but to carry out the order. At this time, a wave of heat shot towards Akainu. Akainu punched the heat away. Kaido hovered in the air, more terrifying heat accumulated in his mouth. Charlotte Linlin controlled the fireball Prometheus with her left hand, and immediately, a hot flame was thrown towards Akainu. Akainu jumped up, dodging Charlotte Linlin's slash. Will Charlotte Linlin cover the sword with flames, and the Emperor sword cuts at Akainu from above. As long as she joins forces with Kaido, it's only a matter of time before Akainu can be defeated. Mama. The heat completely engulfed Akainu. Thunder 8 trigrams. It's better to work hard and see if Charlotte Linlin and Kaido dare to change their injuries. Charlotte Linlin took advantage of the trend to attack again. As expected. In the battle between monsters, if you dare to exchange injuries, the price is unknown. Charlotte Linlin tilted her head, dodging the attack. Even if it is defense, it is impossible to delay much time. 1 against 2. The giant fist made of magma rushed out from the ground, slammed on Kaido's cheek, and knocked Kaido's head away. After the fists of Prometheus and Akainu hit, there was a big explosion. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin slashed at Akainu's chest. Seeing this, Akainu snorted coldly, and stretched out his hand to block the attack. However, just after Akainu blocked Charlotte Linlin's attack, Kaido's attack came again. Kaido switched human-beast form from the air, and when he saw the right opportunity, he gave Akainu another stick from behind. After being hit, Akainu leaned forward, staggered, and lost his footing. Boom. She's not that stupid, swapping injuries with Akainu. However, Charlotte Linlin's slash still raised the entire marine base tower to the ground. However, Akainu's fist also flew out. The giant sword slashed towards Akainu's neck. Boom. A smear of blood flew from Akainu's chest. The air wave generated by the huge explosion knocked all the surrounding marines into the air. However, Akainu didn't take it seriously, and he hit Charlotte Linlin in the face with a dark hound. And when Akainu dodged the attack, seeing this, Akainu's upper body turned into magma. Kaido fired up the heat again. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Great Eruption. Charlotte Linlin jumped off Zeus, swung his greatsword, and slashed at Akainu. I saw Kaido hit Akainu with an iron rod wrapped around lightning at an extremely fast speed. The power of this move is extremely powerful. In the original plot, Kaido knocked down Luffy in the 4th gear with one blow. Moreover, the speed of this move, even if Luffy has the observation haki that can predict the future, it cannot be completely avoided. At this time, Akainu slid back hundreds of steps after being hit. When he stopped, Charlotte Linlin's attack also caught up. Mom rushes. Charlotte Linlin covered the sword with lightning, leapt into the air, somersaulted forward, and slashed at Akainu with lightning. After Akainu stopped, he gritted his teeth and punched Charlotte Linlin. Boom. The lightning-wrapped blade hit Akainu's fist. While Akainu parried, Kaido thundered again for 8 trigrams. Only this time it's different. Kaido's thunder 8 trigrams and twine Conqueror's haki, attacking through the air. Boom. Akainu was sent flying. It's not the first time Akainu has been mobbed. It's just that the previous opponents couldn't stand it at all. Now it is different. This time the opponent is very strong. Just facing one of them, it is impossible to defeat easily. What's more, facing 2 people at the same time. Akainu gritted his teeth, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this point, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido strike a pose. Minguang Cannon. This move is a combination of lightning, flame and sword. I saw Sun Hojimi biting the end of the sword body, and the top of the sword body passed through Zeus, forming an energy ring. Charlotte Linlin wields a giant sword, and the energy ring will emit a beam of high-density laser light. King Kong Dysprosium. At the same time, Kaido wields the iron rod, swings the column-shaped stick chi, and attacks Akainu from a long distance. This move is named after the 4 Ming Kings. It is very powerful. Akainu had to cover armament haki all over his body and take the blow hard. Boom. Gritting his teeth, Akainu was thrown back again. The dust dispersed, and a figure jumped out of it. The 3rd generation, Yin Naraku. It is also a move named after the 4 Ming Kings. Kaido jumped into the air, spun the iron rod, wrapped Conqueror's haki around the iron rod, and sent Akainu hammer flying, and the resulting attack wave shattered the walls of the base. Mama. Get out of the way, Kaido. Singing lightsaber. Charlotte Linlin swung a sword wrapped in flames and lightning, and sent out a terrifying slash. Akainu couldn't dodge in time, and was hit firmly in the chest. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out from Akainu's mouth. Akainu was badly injured. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have a tacit understanding, and their combined skills are overwhelming, and they can't be used casually. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly. Akainu, what a mess. Akainu gritted his teeth and stood up again. He looked at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. This time, not only his upper body turned into magma, but also his lower body. At first glance, Akainu seems to melt. Akainu is releasing lava, turning the entire base into his home field. Today you are dead. Jungdalia Long Shangjun. Kaido rushed to Akainu. Mere magma. I saw Kaido wrapping Conqueror's haki around the iron rod, and then quickly swiped to attack Akainu. Facing Kaido's attack, Akainu knew that even if he blocked it, he would be attacked by Charlotte Linlin. Volcanic eruptions. Akainu didn't block. His upper body seemed to be erupting from a volcano, and his whole body was attacking Kaido. Boom. Kaido's iron rod hit Akainu's shoulder, and Akainu's fist hit Kaido's stomach. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin jumped up immediately, and wanted to make up for Akainu. Unexpectedly, after Akainu landed, he rolled on the spot and shot out with his right hand. The magma claw shot at Charlotte Linlin's head. Charlotte Linlin narrowly avoided. Although Charlotte Linlin has an invulnerable steel skin, she will not trade injuries with Akainu when she has the advantage. Be obedient and die. Zhong Sanshi Yin Naraku. Kaido jumped into the air, spun the iron rod, wrapped the Conqueror's haki around the rod, and this time struck down, hammering Akainu to the ground, creating a wave capable of shattering the ground of the base. Is that the extent? A guy like you is also worthy of the title of 4 emperors? Akainu hit Kaido's face with a left claw blow. Kaido couldn't dodge, and got hit on the left cheek. Kaido's left face was smoking. It was a scrape, a minor injury. Kaido looked at Akainu, then shook his head and said, I'm going to fight him one-on-one. Go on, you two together are worse than Whitebeard. Finally got the time. Now let's see if the Green Bull can be faster. With 1 against 2, you still want to kill them? Don't fall for it, he is using aggressive tactics. Would you rather take a stick hard than find a chance to hit me? He can delay time. Kaido smiled and said, of course I know he's using aggressive tactics. Besides, those guys wouldn't lie to him. They have long been dissatisfied with Marine. Akainu looked at Kaido and heaved a sigh of relief. Even Kaido can't do such a crazy thing. Better buy a little more time. Now, it would be appropriate to use pirates to get rid of Akainu. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly and said, hurry up and get rid of him. Then you. Before Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, Kaido interrupted him, don't worry, Marine is still far from here. However, if he didn't dodge in time, it would hit the eye. Although he was seriously injured and his internal organs were damaged, Akainu would not kill him at the neck. Kaido has its own sources of intelligence, not only through Doflamingo. Kaido said confidently. Akainu showed a disdainful expression. He was holding on and using aggressive methods. At this moment, Akainu's body condenses again. At the same time, on the sea, on the deck of a warship, several CP-0s were holding binoculars, watching all this from afar. It's really cunning. Charlotte Linlin looked at Akainu coldly. Do you think I don't know that you were trying to delay? Kaido looked serious. It was the first time he met an opponent like Akainu. Those guys are also very upset with Marine. Can't wait for Marine to be dealt with sooner. Charlotte Linlin reminded. Kaido waved the mace in his hand, ready to hit Akainu's head again. Come on. Let me see how long you can be stubborn. As long as you can fight for a one-on-one opportunity. Before Marine came, I had enough time to play with him. What? What are you thinking? Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido incredulously. After hearing Kaido's words, Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes, and then Mama laughed. Well, whatever you want. Why are they singled out? That Kaido guy is a no-brainer. As long as he joins forces with the old woman, Akainu will definitely not survive. The CP-0 agent watches the battle in the port and begins to taunt Kaido. However, sarcasm is sarcasm, they are not worried. Because they've been spying on Marine. The fleet led by Green Bull is on the way. When the Green Bull arrived, the Green Bull could only collect Akainu's body. However, Charlotte Linlin is really cunning enough to sneak into Marine base. If they're attacking head-on, Akainu can hold on a little longer. While the CP-0 agent was watching the battle between Akainu and Kaido had reached its climax. Kaido's offensive became more and more fierce. In human beast form, Kaido has greatly increased speed and increased strength. Under Kaido's continuous attack, Akainu did not use defense to delay time, but took the initiative to exchange injuries with Kaido. Thunder ate trigrams. The dog bared the red lotus. The magma dog bit the oncoming iron rod head on. Akainu and Kaido started wrestling. Kaido threw his arms hard, trying to crush Akainu. Akainu suddenly withdrew his back foot, and at the same time turned to his side using his left foot as a pivot. Kaido hit the ground with a stick. Although Kaido has rich combat experience and many moves, Akainu's combat skills are equally rich. The Marine Military Academy is based on gymnastics. Especially with Zephyr coaching. After avoiding Kaido's attack, Akainu blasted out with his left fist. Magma fist hit Kaido's cheek from close range. Kaido's face was scorched black. However, Kaido gritted his teeth, swung the iron bar, and hit Akainu hard in the side. Boom. Akainu was blasted out. At this time, Perospero came behind Charlotte Linlin, and he said to her, Mom, Marine has already fled, do you want to continue chasing? Charlotte Linlin glanced at Akainu, then at the fleeing fleet, she smiled triumphantly, and said, Go and chase. Yes. Perospero replied, and then led his men to pursue Marine. Now is the time to beat the dog in the water. Foo. 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 Akainu was panting heavily, sweat mixed with blood. Look at Kaido again. Kaido's condition is not bad, and there are no obvious injuries. Although you are very strong, you will definitely lose to me today. Said Kaido to Akainu. Just teamed up with Charlotte Linlin and caused multiple serious injuries to Akainu. Right now Akainu is in a bad state. Every wrestling, or impact of strength, will cause the wound to bleed profusely. Bleeding, however, is still a trauma, and more seriously, an internal injury. Akainu's internal organs were damaged, especially his lungs. Now I can't even breathe. Stop talking nonsense with him, it's time to deal with him. Charlotte Linlin was a little impatient. She has wasted a lot of time. It's time to end this battle. However, at this moment, a spear of light shot from the air. The spear was fired at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin wanted to strike and slash Akainu, but now she was forced to slash the spear. The light spear was chopped off with a single blow. At this moment, both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido frowned. Akainu was also puzzled. Boom. Only hearing a loud noise, Victor fell from the sky. It's okay. Victor asked Akainu. Akainu shook his head. Why are you here? Akainu was puzzled, because Victor didn't say he would come to support. I'm a little worried, but I'm still here, Victor said to Akainu. Actually, Victor came early. It's just that Victor chose to watch the battle from a distance. And the timing of his shot was just right. Now Akainu is seriously injured. In the future, if the fight continues, Akainu will not be a booster, that will be a burden and a drag. At that time, Akainu will not ask Victor to hunt down Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. A living 4 emperors is more useful than a dead Whitebeard. Sorry, I was too careless. Akainu apologizes to Victor. Akainu took all the responsibility this time on himself. He thinks everything is his fault. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't have sacrificed so many Marines. Meanwhile, Akainu thinks he has delayed Victor's plans. It doesn't matter, as long as we are still alive, our justice will definitely be carried out to the end. Victor said to Akainu. Yeah. Akainu nodded. Mama. At this time, Charlotte Linlin laughed and said, Victor, you are the only one, do you dare to come and die? Hee. Victor had no expression on his face, and then hooked his hand to Charlotte Linlin, motioning her to come over. Kaido, he gave it to me. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, she rushed towards Victor. Mom rushes. I saw Charlotte Linlin wrap the lightning around the sword, and then slashed at Victor with lightning. Victor also condensed a blue wind blade in his hand. Clang. After a knife impact, Charlotte Linlin tried to crush Victor with force. However, Charlotte Linlin found that she underestimated Victor's power. Linlin. Akainu's injury was too serious, which put him at a disadvantage. It was another head-to-head slash. Victor is strong, stronger than Charlotte Linlin imagined. Linlin. However, Charlotte Linlin heard the words and did not choose to evade, but chose to wrap the sword with armament hockey. Asshole. I'm going to break it, he's going head-to-head. Charlotte Linlin leapt back and landed on Zeus, who flew up into the sky before evading the attack. Suddenly, the ground cracked and fire burst out. A blow didn't work. Charlotte Linlin took a step back, blinked, and he slashed at Victor with a Napoleon with a lot of flames attached to it. Victor also slashed at Charlotte Linlin. I saw Victor swung his windblade and slashed through the air. Then, there was an extra light spear in his hand. Then, Victor kicked Charlotte Linlin in the abdomen and sent Charlotte Linlin flying. Charlotte Linlin frowned. Increased destructive power through elemental attack bonus. Blade Mother's Flame. Only this time, Napoleon cried out in pain. Victor controls both fire and earth elements. Ding. The cyan windblade seems to split the sky. Napoleon was howling, singing lightsaber. Armament hockey is condensed on Victor's windblade. Launch a long-range attack at a distance of 1 kilometer. Charlotte Linlin smashed through a row of houses and embedded herself in the island's walls. However, Victor's attacks did not stop. I saw Charlotte Linlin gather the energy ring on the blade, and then she slashed while swinging the sword. His armament hockey is so hard. At this time, Victor glanced at Akainu from the corner of his eye, and Akainu was struggling. It hurts. Break the mountains and slash the ground. The spear was thrown out, blocking Kaido's blow for Akainu. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit is very powerful. Through her Hosmi, she can control fire and thunder at the same time. However, Charlotte Linlin's control over them is a bit overkill in front of Victor, that is, in front of Guan Gongmen. The cyan windblade slashed out, and Charlotte was stunned. Linlin swung his knife to resist. Charlotte Linlin felt a huge force pushing her out. With a loud bang, Charlotte Linlin's body shattered several peaks. Victor did not pursue Charlotte Linlin, but stepped on the spot. His body was like a cannonball, flew into the sky, and then fell towards Kaido. Kaido is overpowering Akainu. Suddenly, Kaido's pupils contracted, and he raised the iron rod in his hand. Tempest kick. God Yuya Qianchong. Victor kicked a golden slash through the air. The slash hit the iron rod in Kaido's hand. Boom. The pressure of the sword from the slash crushed the ground beneath Kaido's feet. Kaido looked serious. Victor is stronger than Akainu. With just one blow, Kaido knew Victor was a strong man. Maybe stronger than him. Kaido snorted coldly. Sound cannon. At this time, Charlotte Linlin fired a high-intensity laser beam into the sky. The laser hits Victor. Victor fell to the ground, and suddenly, a figure rushed towards him. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. I saw Kaido wrap the Conqueror's haki around the iron rod, then hold it with both hands, and slammed Victor at great speed. Victor raised his hand and armament haki wrapped around his left arm. Boom. In an instant, the ground below Victor's feet cracked and the ground collapsed. Kaido's stick is obviously a struggle. Seems to be bursting with greater power than Victor. Die, Victor. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin swung a knife and attacked from the side of Victor. Before Charlotte Linlin could approach, Akainu suddenly stopped in front of her. Victor took this opportunity and kicked Kaido sideways. Kaido was kicked back and slid on the ground for some distance. He rubbed his kicked flank. Victor's armament haki poured into it, destroying Kaido's body from the inside. An annoying feeling. Kaido looked at Victor coldly. Victor's face was expressionless. Subsequently, Victor disappeared in place. When Victor appeared behind him, he was less than 2 meters away from Kaido. Behind. Kaido immediately turned around while waving the iron rod in his hand. Victor lowered his head to avoid the iron bar and kicked Kaido's calf. Armament haki was poured into Kaido's calf again, and Kaido felt the sharp pain in his calf. Kaido frowned, gritted his teeth, swung the iron rod in his hand, and threw it at Victor. Victor jumped back, dodging Kaido's slam. Kaido smashed into the air with one blow, and then chased and smashed again with faster speed and greater strength. However, this time Victor not only escaped, but also lifted his foot and stepped on Kaido's iron rod. Kaido felt as if a mountain was pressed against the iron rod. When he tried to break free, Victor stepped on the iron rod hard, and then jumped up. In an instant, Kaido leaned back because of excessive force. At this moment, Victor did a backflip and kicked Kaido's jaw with the toe of his right foot. Kaido's body fell on his back, and several teeth in his mouth were kicked out. Moreover, the attack is not over yet. Victor's palm strikes again, pinning Kaido's chest. Star impact. Boom. Victor blasts the armament haki out of his body, hitting Kaido and blasting him into the formation. Meanwhile, armament haki caused even more damage, and the entire island shook like an earthquake. Unlike Akainu, Victor's attacks destroy Kaido's body from the inside. This time, Kaido spit out a cloud of blood mist from his mouth with a puff. Not only is Kaido injured, but the bottom of the entire island is cracked and is already crumbling. The entire harbor was torn apart, and at the edge of the island, the broken part fell into the sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin watched Kaido vomit blood after being beaten by Victor, and she was also shocked that the whole island was about to be destroyed. Afterwards, he left Akainu alone and swung his knife to attack Victor. And Akainu's injuries are serious again. Jianbo cut from behind. Victor turned around, avoiding Janbo, and at the same time, he turned around naturally. This action can only be described in the word graceful. And at the same time as he turned around, a golden light spear appeared in Victor's left hand. As his body turned, Victor threw his spear. The spear was fired at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin managed to dodge. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido exchanged glances. Kaido hummed. This is their tacit agreement. Bah hai. This is a combo between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. I saw the two standing side by side, swinging their weapons at Victor at the same time, sending out a huge and rapid shockwave. For most people, this trick cannot be avoided at all. Moreover, its power is enough to wipe out everything within a few kilometers in front. In the original plot, Zoro tried to block the move for a split second, only to be seriously injured. The goal of this blow is to take out Victor and Akainu at the same time. Stand behind me. Victor stood in front of Akainu. Akainu frowned and looked at Victor suspiciously. Just now Victor took a look at Akainu, and Akainu had 2 new injuries on his body. Although Akainu is very strong, but he is too rigid when fighting, and he is desperate at every turn. Even if he was seriously injured, he still worked hard. With Akainu's current state, it's not suitable to hardwire. Bahai. Boom. The shock wave annihilated buildings, mountains and ships within kilometers. Come here today. Victor wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly spoke. Charlotte Linlin was also puzzled. Ask that guy. Victor looked at Kaido. At this moment, Kaido sullenly. How are you? Charlotte Linlin asked Kaido. There is one more person in this world that I hate. Kaido replied. There are not many people Kaido hates. For example, Roger, Shanks, Whitebeard, Kazuki Odin. Now, there is one more person. That is Victor. Of course, hating someone is also a recognition of someone's strength. Get out, said Charlotte Linlin. See you next time. Kaido looked at Victor and said coldly, it won't end like this. Charlotte Linlin sits on Zeus's back as Kaido transforms into a dragon. Akainu finally couldn't hold back anymore. Puff. Akainu vomited blood again. His injuries were too severe. Victor said to Akainu, you need healing. Sorry, if I can last a little longer, then. Akainu gritted his teeth, a little unwilling. Obviously, if he and Victor join forces, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are definitely not opponents. Unfortunately, he dragged Victor down. Mariajoy, Pangu City. 5 elders have got the results. Kaido was hit hard by Victor. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido evacuated. Akainu was hit hard by Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Marine suffered heavy losses. After what happened this time, Victor will stop for a while. Those monsters in New World are not so easy to deal with. Isn't it good now? Let him calm down. If the world is peaceful, does the world government still have meaning? The 5 elders gossiped. They didn't care about this failure at all. Although the 5 elders finally think that Marine is the face of the world government, this is for Marine to hear. In fact, Marine is not that important in the eyes of 5 elders. Because they control a national treasure, they can erase anyone and anything at any time. We can use this incident to punish Marine. Well, let them learn to be cautious. I think so. Then do it. 5 elders chatted briefly for a while before making a decision. Meanwhile, on Candy Island, Perospero is receiving a mysterious guest. Ding. A masked woman in a black suit lights a cigarette. Perospero looked at the woman, and he said with a smile, thanks to your strategy this time, we were able to easily defeat Marine. The woman replied, as long as you cooperate, you will get a lot of benefits. Perospero asked curiously, there is one thing I want to clarify. The woman seemed to have seen through Perospero's thoughts, and replied, you don't need to know my identity, as long as you listen to me, then you can successfully inherit the Big O Pirates. This time the Big O Pirates were able to sneak into the harbor, not Perospero's strategy. Although he has a clear mind and excellent tactical skills, he plays the role of a military advisor in the Big O Pirate Group and has his own views on the development of the pirate group, but he is not so bold as to dare to implement such a risky tactic against Marine. You know, once discovered, no one on board will survive. He. Perospero chuckled. He has always believed that he is the #1 successor of the pirates in order of seniority, and that only the Big O Pirates can have the last laugh, and only Big O can become the One Piece. However, his big brother popularity in the family only ranks 3rd. Therefore, if he wants to inherit the Big O Pirates in the future, he needs more credit. This time, Perospero performed very well, and his younger brothers and sisters admired him very much. Even the 4 generals are impressed by Perospero's tactics. Okay, I'm leaving. As the woman spoke, she jumped into a boat. The boat sailed away. Perospero sent men to track down the ship. Curious about the woman's identity, he tries to stalk her. However, when the woman entered the cabin, a door opened on the wall of the cabin. The woman walks through the door. The door then closes and disappears. The news of Marine's defeat in New World quickly spread throughout the world. For Marine, this defeat is a humiliation. Moreover, Marine lost troops and generals. Belongs to defeat. As the commander this time, Akainu takes all the responsibility. Victor also temporarily suspended Akainu for reflection. During the period of reflection, Akainu will heal, and at the same time, he needs to revisit the monsters of the New World. The monsters in New World are not easy to deal with. Especially Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the relationship between these two is both a competitor and an ally. If you want to solve them, it's best to solve them together. In addition, the processing of the world government has also come down. Marine has suspended the construction of new forts. At the same time, Marine needs to adjust part of their combat power, allowing them to return to defend the first half of the Grand Line. The combat power drawn from the four seas will also return to the four seas. In short, with this defeat, the five elders have stated that they will not allow Marine to attack New World. Marine has just experienced failure, so it is also very cooperative from top to bottom. No objection was raised. As Grand Inspector of the Inspectorate, Sengoku begins to investigate the cause of this defeat. All generals and officers, including Akainu, were questioned. Although Sengoku has retreated to the second line, he still has a sense of presence. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Victor is holding the anti-snooping phone bug, and he's talking to Robin. At this time, on Victor's desk, there was a reward order. On the bounty is Luffy's smiling face. Luffy had just defeated the dragon and was reported by Colonel Mouse. Now, Luffy has a reward of 30 million Baileys. Under Luffy's reward order, there is a reward offered by Buggy the Clown. However, the bounty on Buggy is not high. Victor said, "I have one thing I want you to do." Robin didn't speak. Victor continued, "Help Straw Hat Luffy beat Shacklock Doll." Upon hearing this, Robin's expression was obviously dull. After a while, Robin replied, "Yes, it wasn't easy for Robin. Can Straw Hat Luffy defeat Sand Crocodile? This is too exaggerated. Although I don't understand why Master Victor wants her to do this, how can she help? Moreover, Straw Hat Luffy is still in East Blue, how to lead him to Alabasta? Robin has a lot to deal with." "That's right," Victor reminded. "Tell him that as long as he seizes the dominion of Alabasta, then he can get what he wants." "Yes," Robin replied. "Just take the Alabasta to get the ancient weapon?" It seems that ancient weapon is really in Alabasta. Robin thought to himself. Although staying with Victor, secretly looking for opportunities for revenge, Robin is equally curious about ancient history. Ancient weapon is also part of ancient history. Luffy sailed smoothly this way. They defeated the dragon and wounded Colonel Mouse. Then, Luffy's crew grew rapidly. From the bare-handed commander at the beginning, it now has Nami the navigator, Zoro the combatant, Sanji the chef, and Usopp the sniper. If nothing else, they're about to reach the town of Rog. And, from the town of Rog, head to the Grand Line. However, when Luffy and others arrived in the town of Rog, they were targeted. "Luffy, do you ever get the feeling that someone is watching us? Usopp's senses are sharp. Where is someone staring at us?" Nami looked around. Usopp also looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. Zoro and Sanji are also looking around. In the end, they concluded that Usopp was too sensitive. However, when Luffy and others passed by, in an alley, a woman holding a phone bug found the Straw Hat Boys. Starting from the town of Rog, Usopp felt that they were being watched, but he couldn't prove it. So suspicious, until they appeared in Gemini Point, met Crocus. During the period, Luffy mentioned Ace. Crocus had read Ace's story in the newspaper. As the ship doctor next to Roger, the One Piece, he also hopes that Luffy can realize his dream. However, at this moment, Luffy and others were attacked. The person who attacked them was none other than Vivi. Only this time, it was arranged by Robin himself. Vivi is the princess of Alabasta. Although she thinks she's disguised well, in front of Robin, Vivi is still too tender. Robin studies the characters of Luffy's gang. If they become friends with Vivi, it will definitely help Vivi out. It's just that Straw Hat crew people are so weak, can they really make a fortune in sand crocodiles? Robin thinks Victor is giving her a problem. As expected, Vivi and Luffy's gang quickly became friends, and Luffy promised Vivi to help Vivi defeat the sand crocodile. Rapeseed Port, as an important port of Alabasta. There are a large number of business travelers and tourists coming and going here every day. In the past, there may have been harassment by pirates, but now, this place is under the protection of sand crocodiles. But no pirate dares to make trouble here. After Luffy and others came here, they were immediately attracted by the prosperity here. Especially Sanji, because there is a large casino here, so there is no shortage of beautiful women here. Is this heaven? Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Frowning, Vivi said, "Thousands of people have lost their fortunes since Clock Doll brought them here." Vivi added, "He turned the people here into slaves." Nami frowned. Although she was Vivi's friend, she couldn't fully support what Vivi said. At this time, Vivi saw a person. It's Robin. Follow her. She is an important person around Sand Crocodile. Vivi said hastily. Although Vivi didn't know Robin's real identity, by chance, she discovered that Robin could freely enter and leave Sand Crocodile's office. If you want to defeat the sand crocodile and save Alabasta from the sand crocodile, you must start with the people around the sand crocodile. However, unbeknownst to Vivi, Robin was being followed on purpose. Vivi and others followed Robin and came to an alley all the way. How long are you going to follow? At this moment, Robin stopped. After hearing Robin's words, Vivi and others appeared immediately. What is your purpose of following me? At this time, Robin asked Vivi et al. Vivi said seriously. The sand crocodile wants to take this country, and I want to stop him. Oh. Do you think you can stop it? We can definitely do it. Vivi replied to Robin very positively. Robin smiled and said, then you guys deal with them first, and I'll leave first. After speaking, Robin left the alley. Just as Robin left, a group of figures appeared outside the alley. They were the bounty hunters under Sand Crocodile. Nami and Vivi were taken aback. It turned out that they had been under the surveillance of the Sand Crocodile all the time. Luffy looked at the bounty hunter in front of him. Facing this situation, he could only fight. The level of these bounty hunters is not high, but the victory lies in the large number. And the cooperation of these bounty hunters is very tacit. Luffy and his party are surrounded. Kill them all. A bounty hunter gave the order, and immediately, hundreds of bounty hunters rushed towards Luffy and the others. At the same time, R1 and others are already watching the battle. Their mission is to ensure the safety of Rapeseed Port. At the same time, Robin gave the Sand Crocodile a task, which is to catch Luffy. Preferably captured alive. As they watched, Luffy's gang took down hundreds of bounty hunters. Don't wait for Luffy and others to breathe a sigh of relief. R1 et al. Appear. This group of people is really tricky. Robin came to the Sand Crocodile. Why are you interested in a kid with a reward of 30 million? Lock Doll asked curiously. He's no ordinary brat, Robin replied. Is his background unusual? Lock Doll asked next. If you're curious, you can investigate on your own. Robin didn't give an answer. Lock Doll shook his head and said, I only care about your promises now. Get ancient weapon. Over the years, because of Victor's commitment, Clock Doll has done a lot for Victor. Because of a lot of time, money and energy, K-Lock Doll will not give up halfway. Robin replied. Just do what he says and you'll get everything. After hearing Robin's words, Clock Doll said, he has had a hard time recently. He just took over the command of Marine and suffered such a big loss. Robin said blankly, that's not your concern. Okay. Lock Doll smoked his cigar, and then looked at the screen in front of him. R1 and others were actually defeated by Luffy and others. What a bunch of trash. Luffy and the others gasped for breath. They finally dealt with R1 and the others. Now as long as Clock Dar is defeated, Vivi can take back the country. When Luffy and others walked into the casino in Canola Flower Harbor, they met Robin again. Robin looked at them, clapped his hands and said, congratulations, you're here. It's you. Luffy and others have regarded Robin as an enemy. Robin didn't mind in the slightest, and continued. Anyway, you all won. Now, you can follow me. What? Luffy and the others were stunned. Aren't you going to defeat K-Lockadar? I'll take you to find him. Robin's words left Luffy and the others speechless for a while. Robin brought Luffy and others to the casino office. Luffy et al. Saw a sand crocodile sitting at a desk. You guys are so brave to come here, said Clock Doll. We will defeat you. Luffy and others said coldly. Oh, you are really arrogant. The sand crocodile stood up. He looked at the group of people in front of him and said, you are not the first batch, but you all have the same fate. I'll leave you alive. K-Lock Doll walked to Robin and said to Robin. Robin looked at Luffy and the others. None of them spoke. At this time, K-Lock Doll started. His body turned into sand, disappeared in place, and punched Luffy. Luffy raised his right hand and blocked it in front of him. Clock Doll's offensive was instantly intercepted. Lock Doll narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, it's quite powerful. As expected, he is the one he pays attention to, but it's still too weak. He? Luffy's fists rubbed together. Rubber gun. Luffy yelled. Immediately, the barrel fired. Boom. Luffy's shot blasted into the sand. The sand splashed in an instant, but the sand crocodile had disappeared. Luffy was stunned. He couldn't figure it out. He clearly saw it just now. Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Just when Luffy was thinking, the sand crocodile suddenly appeared and punched Luffy in the chest. Puff. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. The sand crocodile looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, and said, "Just because you want to defeat me? Why? Why can't you hit him?" Luffy encounters the Logia demon fruit power for the first time. He doesn't know how to hit Lock Doll yet. Robin watched, not surprised. Lock Doll is the most powerful player in the sea. With Luffy, a rookie, wanting to beat Lock Doll is simply a dream. However, Master Victor is very concerned about Luffy. Maybe there's potential in Luffy. Luffy stood up again, and he wiped the blood from his face, which happened to be on his fist. Rubber, rubber. Luffy punches Lock Doll. Lock Doll had no intention of dodging. As far as he was concerned, there was no way Luffy's attack would hit him. However, with a bang, Luffy's fist hit Lock Doll in the cheek. Hit? The left boxing is empty, and the right boxing is in the middle. Luffy looked at his right fist in disbelief, hit in bloody places. Lock Doll's face darkened, and Luffy irritated him. This guy was the first person who dared to hurt him. Lock Doll's right hand turned into a sandblade. Desert Vajra Saber. Lock Doll envelops Luffy with a sandstorm of attacks. Luffy's defense was completely ineffective against Clock-Eater's offensive, which was too fast, blindingly fast. Luffy was hit continuously, and the wounds on his body were increasing. One-sided abuse. Robin shook his head. Such a result is really miserable. So, strength is needed. Without power, nothing can be done. Under Victor's influence, Robin has changed a lot. Her mind is no longer on historical research, but on how to make herself stronger. Only the strong are qualified to be by Sir Victor's side. Luffy was hacked to death. At this time, Lock Doll suddenly stopped. He looked down at Luffy condescendingly. If it wasn't for him, then you would be dead. Lock Doll did not continue to attack. At this time, Luffy also got up from the ground. He looked up and looked at Lock Doll. It's not over yet. Oh? Lock Doll looked at Luffy with interest. Luffy's eyes became firm, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Lock Doll did not continue to attack, but waited for Luffy's action. Rubber rubber. As soon as Luffy's words fell, he rushed towards Lock Doll. Sandstorm. Lock Doll sneered. Want to defeat him with this level of attack? This is simply a fool's dream. As soon as Lock Doll reached out, Luffy was swept up into the sky by the sandstorm, and then slammed into the wall. Although Luffy's strength is not strong, but his personality is quite stubborn. This unyielding mentality, haven't seen it in years. Very good, go ahead, I want to see how many attacks you can withstand. Boom, the second time. Luffy was smashed against the wall. This time, Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a buzzing in his head and a tightness in his chest. It's not over, continue. Lock Doll snorted coldly. Luffy scrambled to his feet again, and rushed to Lock Doll again. He was knocked into the corner again. At this time, Luffy felt that his body was about to fall apart, and his whole body was in unbearable pain. However, he hasn't given up yet. He will never admit defeat in this battle. He's going to go on, go on. It went on and on until he was knocked unconscious, until Lock got impatient. He finally couldn't hold it anymore. Damn. Lock Doll cursed. Aren't you going to give up? No. Luffy's voice was very firm. There was a crazy light in his eyes. He wants to win. He must win. Lock Doll waved impatiently. Since this is the case, I will let you understand that there is no possibility of winning or losing between you and me. As Clockadar said, he opened his arms suddenly, and a sandstorm came from all directions. Luffy's body is trapped in the sandstorm. Lock Doll sneered. Now, do you understand? The gap between us cannot be bridged by courage and faith. At this time, Luffy was still struggling, and he still wanted to stand up. Luffy. Vivi burst into tears. Don't get up again. Vivi's tears made Luffy clench his fists. Smelly crocodile, bastard that made Vivi cry. Luffy gritted his teeth. I must beat you. Do you think you can defeat me with your strength? Then try it. Boom. The sandstorm engulfs Luffy completely. Luffy's body was pinned to the ground, and his body kept shaking, but he couldn't get up no matter what. He was already overwhelmed. Stop struggling, you won't be able to break free. Lock Doll's voice was cold, as if it came from hell. Lock Doll is getting impatient. Luffy is really tenacious. However, there is a huge gap in strength. Plop. Luffy fell anyway. Whose turn is it this time? Lockadar looks to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami and Vivi. Zoro stood up. He cut his palm with the knife, blood clinging to the blade. Pirate Hunter Zoro. I like you very much. K-Lock-Dar has paid attention to Zoro and knows that Zoro's strength is not weak. Zoro didn't talk nonsense, he swung his knife and attacked K-Lock-Dar. Lock-Dal raised his hand to block, and the two collided. What a pity. Lock-Dal sighed regretfully. He hasn't done his best yet. Again, brat. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Lock's face. I'll let you know the gap between you and me. Lock-Dal takes another shot. Zoro was knocked away again. The swordsmanship that Zoro is proud of can't show its power in front of K-Lock-Dar. If you can accept my invitation and become my subordinate, then you will be stronger now. Lock-Dal shook his head. Zoro was knocked out and landed on the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Lock's strength is too terrifying, like a mountain, Zoro can hardly breathe. His body shook slightly. His internal organs seemed to have been damaged, and a sharp pain came from his internal organs. There was determination in Zoro's eyes. You young people, have good eyesight. K-Lock-Dal said sincerely. Luffy, Zoro, have a strong will. Once, Lock-Dal had it too. Only after challenging Whitebeard, his heart was beaten. There is no shortage of strong people in this sea, but only a very small number of people can stand at the pinnacle of the world. Today, what K-Lock-Dal is doing is similar to what Whitebeard did at the beginning, completely crushing the confidence of Luffy and others. Although Zoro, Sanji and others resisted, they were finally defeated. Luffy and others were locked up. Because Luffy, Chopper is the reason for the demon fruit power, so the cell is made of sea stone. At this time, Robin came to the cell where Luffy and others were held. It's you. After Vivi and others saw Robin, they immediately became alert. From the conversation between Lock-Dal and Robin, they learned that someone behind Robin was eyeing Luffy. Robin took out a woman's cigarette, she smoked and said, "Don't worry, your lives will not be in danger for the time being." Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice to survive. What on earth are you going to do to Luffy? Nami asked warily. You probably don't know his family background. Robin spoke. Nami and the others were all stunned upon hearing this. They really didn't hear Luffy talk about the situation at home. Robin said unhurriedly. His grandfather is Marine hero Garp, and his father is Revolutionary Army Commander Dorag. As soon as these words came out, Nami and the others were stunned. They looked at Luffy on the ground. Everyone was speechless. This family background is too awesome. Robin watched their reactions, and said, in a few days, the king of this country will change. Robin threw the key into the cell. Then, under the puzzled eyes of Nami and others, Robin turned and left. Why did she give them the keys? Looking at the keys on the ground, Nami, Vivi and others fell into deep thought. Nami, Vivi and others escaped from the cell. At this time, K-Lock-Dar is no longer in Rapeseed Port. Klokadar went to the capital of Alabasta, ready to take the country. Robin came to Victor's side. I can no longer interfere with the rest of the matter. Robin did his best. You're doing great, Victor said with a smile. Robin hesitated to speak. Victor smiled and asked, you want to know what value is in him, can he deserve my attention? Yes. Robin nodded. Although Luffy's background is indeed tough, it doesn't make Victor particularly concerned. At least Robin thought so. Victor chuckled and said, you will know later. Victor wants to take advantage of Luffy. Although Victor is very strong, let Luffy take the lead when facing I Am. When I Am and Luffy both lose, Victor will reap the victory. So, Victor doesn't mind bringing up Luffy. Incredible. Luffy actually beat Lock-Dal. On the day that Lock-Dal was about to capture Alabasta, Luffy exploded his potential. Defeated Klokadar in a desperate fight. Robin also began to trust Victor's vision. At the same time, Robin also wanted to believe in the theory of blood. No wonder the world government wants to kill Roger's blood at any cost. If Ace is not dead and Ace is allowed to grow up, it will be a huge threat to the world government. After Klokadar was defeated, Marine also arrested him. In the cell of the warship, Lock-Dal met Robin. Lock-Dal knew he was being tricked. He's not a man who keeps his word. Lock-Dal said coldly. Over the years, Lock-Dal has been working for Victor. As a result, Victor tricked him. Robin said, if you really find it in Alabasta, then there is a buster call waiting for you. Lock-Dal sneered. That's not an excuse to fool me. Robin said, in 10 minutes, the warship will run aground and sink. Lock-Dal was taken aback when he heard this. He wants to let him go. He is waiting for you to become the new 4 emperors. After Robin finished speaking, he turned and left. He wants me to be the new 4 emperors. When K-Lok Dar heard this, he smiled coldly. Although I can't figure out what Victor is thinking, it is also a good thing to be able to return to New World. This Shichibukai is inappropriate. Luffy defeats the sand crocodile, and his bounty increases accordingly. However, Luffy also appeared in the 5 Elders' vision. Rubber fruit, the existence that even I am afraid of. However, this devil fruit has never been awakened. After resting, Luffy and others continued their adventure. When they came to the capital of 7 Waters, they met Robin again. Rather than meeting them, it might be better to say that Robin was waiting for them. Robin said, "Long time no see. It's you again." Nami stared at Robin, whom she was still hostile to. "What do you want to do?" Robin replied, "Send him something." Just when everyone was puzzled, Robin took out a phone bug. This is a phone bug with video recording capabilities. Randomly, the phone bug played a video. It's Marine 6 Styles. Nami Usopp et al. Are at a loss. After the video was played, Robin turned and left. "What the hell is she doing?" asked Nami. At this moment, Luffy slapped his forehead. It turns out that it can still be like this. Luffy not only learned to shave, but also got a new direction for skill development. After being separated from Luffy and others, Robin has to start a new job. As Victor's shadow, she needs to deal with a lot of things in the dark. At the same time, finally, Smoker couldn't bear it anymore. He asked his teacher Zephyr for help, hoping to change a job. Doing maintenance in the dock every day is no longer an overkill. Zephyr also appreciates Smoker and thinks that Smoker is a potential student. It is really unreasonable for Smoker to repair warships every day. So, Zephyr contacted Victor, Marshal's office. After finishing his grooming at the door, Smoker entered the office. "Marshal." Smoker stood up straight, in a very standard military posture. "Sit down." Victor motioned for Smoker to sit on the couch. Smoker hesitated, then sat down. "There are no outsiders here now, you are my junior, and I am your senior." When Victor spoke, he did not forget to pass a cigarette to Smoker. Smoker was flattered. He thought Victor would play tricks on him. Victor added, "It's normal for young people to be young and vigorous. If they are not young and vigorous, they are not young. However, you have to pay attention to unity. After all, Marine is a group and there must be discipline. If everyone was like you, there would be a lot of trouble." Victor is like an elder, educating Smoker. Smoker also listened carefully. If it were the past, he would definitely have to express his opinion. However, since he was dispatched to the dock to repair the ship, he has learned to be good. "Now there is a task for you." When Victor spoke, he took out a bounty. It was Luffy's bounty. "Go and arrest him," Victor said. Yes. Smoker accepted the task. Smoker is like a mad dog. Having him track down Luffy and the others is like finding a partner for Luffy. However, this is not enough. Victor still needs to find someone else. That man was Luffy's first teacher, Shaki's ripped-off bar. Robin walked in and sat down at the bar. Shaki was acutely aware that Robin was no ordinary person. "Miss, what would you like to drink?" Shaki asked with a smile. Robin replied, "Rum." Shaki nodded, and when he was pouring wine for Robin, he saw Robin take out Luffy's reward order and put it on the table. He's Ace's younger brother. After Robin finished speaking, he took out a 1,000 Bailey note. After paying, Robin left directly. Shaki looked at the picture of Luffy, and the straw hat on his head, lost in thought. Of course she knows that Luffy just recently defeated Shichibukai. What surprised her was that he was still Ace's younger brother. Rayleigh would be delighted if he knew about it. When Luffy and others arrived in the capital of 7 Waters, Victor was preparing for a trial. Because of his mess. As a result, Luffy did not go through Eni's lobby and Buster Call. Therefore, Luffy and others will arrive at Sabaody Archipelago in advance. This is not acceptable. In the growth of the Straw Hat Pirates, the separation of Sabaody Archipelago is a very important process. In order to ensure that Luffy can grow and awaken smoothly, Victor naturally wants to make up for everything that should be arranged. Therefore, Victor approached Angela D. San. Angela T. San has recently become obsessed with writing poetry, although his poetry is mediocre. Most of them are still in love with men and women. However, who made him celestial dragons, there are so many flatterers and stinky feet. Even if it's written like a piece of shit, it can get endless praise. Holy Land Mariajoy. Victor came to Saint Angelati's yard. At this time, Angela Tishung was writing poetry. He was accompanied by more than 100 beautiful women. "Victor, come here and read my poem." Angela Dessen beckoned Victor over. Victor came over, and after glancing at the poem, he didn't rush to compliment, but read it again and again, and then silently recited it several times in his mouth. Seeing Victor's expression, Angela Dessen was full of anticipation. How is it? How is it written? Angela Dessen naturally wanted to be admired. This is his latest new hobby. Your Highness, this poem is full of aura, which makes people love it endlessly after reading it, and it is as warm as the face of the Buddha in the east wind. The seemingly ordinary words and sentences are full of infinite vitality under your combination. In the full poetry, and even the soul of Chongsheng jumped up. Victor said seriously. Really? Is it really that good? Angela Dessen was very happy. Although he knew Victor was complimenting him, who doesn't like to hear nice words? Here comes the point. Victor's flattery was more eloquent than anyone else's. Of course it's true. Victor replied. Ha ha ha. Angela Dessen laughed, and he invited Victor to sit down and drink tea. Victor, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Did you encounter any trouble when you came to see me this time? Angela Dessen was very close to Victor, so he asked directly. Victor said. I heard that His Highness likes poetry. Recently, I heard that some mermaids who are good at singing and dancing came to the population auction. Maybe His Highness will like it. Really? Angela Dessen also likes mermaids very much. To be precise, merfolk are great pets in Mariajoy. Victor said. It's absolutely true, His Highness can personally choose and distinguish the authenticity. Victor. Angela Dessen suddenly became serious. Victor looked at Angela Dessen suspiciously. Tell me, you must have encountered something troublesome. Angela Dessen said to Victor. Your Highness. Victor smiled wryly, and then said, you can't hide anything from you. Come on. Angela Dessen said. Victor glanced at CP0 not far away. Angela Dessen suddenly realized, he said coldly, are these guys looking for trouble for you again? Victor replied. Your Highness has learned from you. I see, I will warn them. Angela Dessen nodded, and then he patted Victor on the shoulder and said, you are my benefactor, and I will not allow anyone to trouble you. Thank you, Your Highness. Victor said gratefully. The CP0 agent not far away saw this scene and snorted coldly. This guy Victor is more annoying than the previous Marine Marshals. Because this guy will ask celestial dragons for help. See Circle Calendar 1520. Under the guidance of Victor, Luffy and others came to Sabodi Archipelago smoothly. Compared with Sabodi Archipelago, the prosperity of the capital of Seven Waters is not worth mentioning at all. There are entertainment establishments everywhere. Eating, drinking and having fun are everywhere. Commodities from all over the world are dazzling. Tourists and businessmen from all over the world gathered together to chat about world events. As soon as the ship of Luffy and others docked, Shaki's men discovered it. Because of Luffy's extraordinary identity, Shaki's men have been squatting in the sea. After Luffy and others appeared, Shaki's men contacted Luffy and others, and brought Luffy to Shaki's bar. Because this time it came earlier. Plus Victor arranged in advance, so Rayleigh didn't sell himself. When Luffy and others come to Shaki's ripoff bar, Rayleigh was already waiting for them at the bar. When Rayleigh saw the straw hat on Luffy's head, he froze for a moment. Because the straw hat that Luffy was wearing was the same one Roger wore, and Roger later gave the straw hat to Shanks. Shanks had told Rayleigh, he's betting his future on the East Blue. Is this fate? Shanks met Roger's kid? At this point, both Rayleigh and Shaki regard Luffy as Ace's younger brother. Forgot to introduce myself. Rayleigh said to Luffy and others, my name is Rayleigh. Rayleigh? Luffy and the others haven't reacted yet. On the contrary, Zoro reacted the fastest. Although Zoro is a road idiot, as a swordsman, he can memorize the names of powerful swordsmen on the sea back and forth. You are Pluton Rayleigh. From Zoro's first reaction, he realized that Rayleigh was not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there are still people who remember my nickname. Rayleigh chuckled and said calmly, you're Rayleigh. Zoro's eyes lit up. If this wasn't the bar, he'd already wanted to ask Rayleigh for advice. At this moment, Luffy asked curiously, what's the matter with you looking for us? Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, since you know my identity, you should know that your father and I are good friends. What? Nami and the others were stunned. Rayleigh and the Revolutionary Army commander are friends? Does Mr. Rayleigh know Luffy's father? Nami asked. Rayleigh sat on a chair, holding an aluminum jug in his hand, and said with emotion, meeting him and taking risks together are the best memories of my life. After hearing Rayleigh say that, Nami, Sanji and others felt strange. Because of the time, it seems that it is not right. Could it be that after Pluton Rayleigh retired, he acted with the Revolutionary Army? Then what kind of person is he? Nami asked again. They are all curious about Luffy's family background now. Rayleigh fell into the memory, and after a while, he replied leisurely. He is very irritable and self-willed when provoked, but his behavior is straightforward and simple like a child. He attaches great importance to his partners, and therefore he has won our trust. Because he does not want the enemy to hurt his comrades behind him, he will never run away even in the face of a strong enemy. In addition, he will never allow others to speak ill of his comrades, and he has destroyed a country's army in the past because of this. Nami and others just listened to it, and felt that the father and son had similar personalities. However, the more I listened, the more wrong I became. Because the Revolutionary Army is a just team, they can't destroy a country's army just because their comrades are being spoken ill of. Destroyed a country's army? Will the Revolutionary Army do such a thing? Nami said subconsciously. Revolutionary Army? Shaki asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Nami looked at Shaki and said, isn't Luffy's father the commander of the Revolutionary Army? Both Rayleigh and Shaki froze. After some explanation, they figured it out. Luffy and Ace are sworn brothers. However, Ace believes that Luffy will become the One Piece, and Shanks also pins his expectations on Luffy. With this level of relationship, Rayleigh's attitude towards Luffy will not be bad. Later, Luffy asked Rayleigh about Roger. Like Shanks, Luffy also rejected Rayleigh, who did not want Rayleigh to inform him of the location of the final island. Angela D. San came to the street. Today's streets are extremely lively, especially during the population auction. Because in today's population auction, there are several top-quality mermaids waiting for the auction. However, Angela Tishung was not the only one who got the news. Saint Roswald, Saint Charles Rose, and the family of Charulia Palace also came. In addition to their family, there are 2 celestial dragons to join in the fun. They are all here to snatch the mermaid. Mermaids are the best pets, and celestial dragons can't be too many. Keeping them in your own fish tank and feeding them every day is not to mention how interesting it is. If you can raise hundreds of mermaids, it must be spectacular. While merfolk are expensive, celestial dragons are not short of money. Celestial dragons travel, in addition to CP0, guards, army soldiers are also protected on both sides of the road. Anyone who dares to disrespect the celestial dragons, the army will take action. Moreover, as long as the celestial dragons need it, Marine can come to support at any time. Every time Saint Charles Rose went to the streets, he would find a woman he liked, and then take him captive to the Holy Land. Especially wives. The taste of Charles Rose Saint is indeed extraordinary. The boats of Luffy et al. Need to be coated in the Sabaody archipelago. During the waiting period, Nami and others went to purchase medicines, food and supplies. Zoro and Luffy and others are also hanging around. After finally coming to Sabaody archipelago, it is natural to take a good look around. Not surprisingly, Luffy and Zoro really had trouble. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Victor has been notified. Straw Hat Luffy and Pirate Hunter Zoro made a fuss about the Sabaody archipelago and attacked the celestial dragons. Let the garrison on the island dispatch. Also, send Kizaru to arrest people. Victor assigned the task calmly. Although he already knew that Kizaru would release water, Victor also took this opportunity to talk to Drago. After all, it's about Tyrant Bear, as expected. Kizaru heard that Luffy was causing trouble in Sabaody archipelago, so he rushed to help. Kizaru didn't come for a mission, he only had eyes for Luffy. If you come late, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, the Sabaody archipelago is in a mess. There are pirates on the island, they don't want to be implicated. However, now Marine is also going to catch them, so they have to have a conflict. For Kizaru, it would be a disaster for Luffy if he came later. As expected, the strength of the Marine and Army on the island is average. However, the really troublesome people are CP0 and the transferred pacifists. Luffy, Zoro and others fell into a hard fight. These kids are really in trouble, Rayleigh murmured. He's Pluton Rayleigh, though, and this kind of scene. Old. Try your best to see if you can hold it. Damn Straw Hats, actually got us involved. Marine is crazy. Marine Admiral coming soon. Everyone run. Pirates are running around. With nowhere to escape, they chose to fight Marine desperately. The battle between Marines and pirates, from streets to alleys, from alleys into shops and houses, from streets into houses and buildings. The two sides fought each other, and the sound of guns and guns rang out. The intensity of this battle is no less than that of a real war. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions came continuously, the flames shot into the sky, and the whole city was filled with gunpowder smoke. The smoke was billowing, and the people screamed and hid everywhere. Boom. The sound of gunshots was deafening, resounding continuously in the streets and alleys. Bullets shuttled through the air, and shot towards the corner of the street whistling. Oh help, oh, stop hitting, please, bang bang. Someone on the street was shot and fell to the ground, screaming one after another, and the street was in chaos. Boom. Another bullet pierced the heart of a man. The man fell to the ground and died. Blood spurted out, staining the road at his feet red. His face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his lips were trembling slightly. Ah, help, help, help. Some women squatted in the corner in horror, holding their heads and crying loudly. Whoosh. A bullet pierced the sky and went straight to her face. What? The woman's face turned pale with fright, and she screamed with her eyes closed. The bullet flew past her scalp, and she only felt a chill on her neck, followed by a sharp pain, and a stream of heat sprayed out. The woman's body collapsed limply to the ground, motionless. At this time, the pacifist stepped on the woman's body and walked step by step. He would not detour, let alone avoid it. His system only locked the enemy. Although compared with the original plot, the scene of supernovas gathering together to fight against Marine is missing, but the current situation is chaotic, and it is not easy to find someone in such a chaotic environment. Kizaru, it's Admiral Kizaru, it came too fast. Kizaru won't let us go. Fight with Kizaru. The pirates soon meet Kizaru. Facing the oncoming pirates, Kizaru frowned, and then kicked all the pirates that were trying to get close to him one by one. Literally, fly, all the pirates who were kicked flew hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters away. Moreover, regardless of strength or weakness, everyone is equal. In front of Kizaru, these pirates will be killed in seconds. Soon, Kizaru found Luffy et al. Luffy and others were hunted down by pacifists and CP0. Seeing this, Kizaru didn't show up immediately, but stood on a high place and shot Luffy with a laser beam. Boom. Laser beams explode around Luffy's feet. The light and heat generated by the explosion drove back the CP0 agent who had just come to Luffy and wanted to attack Luffy. Huh. Kizaru looked at CP0 agent with an innocent expression, as if telling him that he didn't mean it. Of course, Agent CP0 doesn't think Marine Admiral will help the pirates either. However, it is not impossible to take the opportunity to kill himself. It is no secret that the conflict between Marine and CP0 has intensified over the years. HMPH. The CP0 agent snorted coldly, and he decided not to make any further moves. Let Marine Admiral deal with the pirates while he returns to the Celestial Dragons to keep the Celestial Dragons safe. After seeing CP0 leave, Kizaru smiled slightly, and instead of chasing Luffy in a hurry, he shot a laser beam in the direction of Zoro. The laser beam was unbiased and hit Zoro squarely in the shoulder, ripping his clothes and burning a piece of skin. However, the laser beam went over Zoro's shoulder and hit a pacifist in the ankle. The pacifist suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Huh. Kizaru said in disbelief. Young people these days are monsters, they can easily avoid this. Kizaru's words stunned Zoro. What are you guys doing? Zoro assumed an attacking stance, ready to attack Kizaru. Kizaru looked at Zoro, just stood where he was, but didn't make a move. Zoro and Kizaru maintained a confrontation, and in the end, Zoro shot first. Zoro charged towards Kizaru. As soon as he got close, Zoro's knife slashed out. However, no matter how he attacks, Kizaru can easily dodge. Two knife style and bull needle. Zoro charged forward like an ox, delivering numerous thrusts at Kizaru. Can perform more than 8 stab attacks in an instant. It's an instant kill move. However, Kizaru dodges easily. At this time, a group of sailors was about to come. Kizaru raised his foot suddenly and kicked it out. The kick sent Zoro flying, hitting a house. House collapse. The marine soldiers happened to see this scene and saw that Kizaru was cleaning up the pirates. After saluting, they quickly left. Kizaru stood up from the ruins of the house. Cough cough cough. Zoro couldn't help coughing for a while, almost breathless just now. Kizaru's power is too strong. What a monster, you can still stand up. As Kizaru spoke, he raised his hand at the same time, pointing his finger at Zoro. His fingertips shone, that dazzling golden light. The laser beam did not shoot out directly, but after charging, a figure flew by the moment Kizaru fired the laser beam. Boom. The laser beam caused a huge explosion. However, Zoro was not hurt, because just now, Rayleigh arrived smoothly. Pluton Rayleigh. A big man like you actually appears here. It's really tricky. Kizaru teased Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Kizaru, he drew his sword from his waist, and said to Zoro, "Children, get out of here first." Just now, Rayleigh has already chopped down the pacifist. Now Zoro and the others are safe as long as they escape before the marine surrounds them. And Rayleigh was responsible for stopping Kizaru. Rayleigh looked at Kizaru and said, "You can't let the development of the times be hindered." What a terrible threat. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru attacked Rayleigh. Kizaru condensed the Amakongan sword from both hands, and then attacked Rayleigh with both hands. While Kizaru was quick, Rayleigh's observation haki was all prejudged. He also swung his sword with both hands, slashing at Tien Kongyun's sword. The speed of both of them was too fast, leaving afterimages in the air. In this way, the two swords collided in the air. Boom. The explosion sounded not far away, deafening. What happened again? Rayleigh and Kizaru thought at the same time. Wright came to Victor and reported the latest situation to Victor. Senior, Kizaru encountered Pluton Rayleigh, and there was a fierce battle between the two sides. Tyrant Bear shot many members of the Straw Hat Pirates away. So far, we don't know Tyrant Bear's intentions. Wright finished reporting. I see. Victor hummed and said, priority is to ensure the safety of the world's nobles. Yes. Wright replied. Also, no matter what the purpose of Tyrant Bear is. Victor said coldly. Without Marine's order, he acted without authorization, so he must be controlled first. After the big incident, Shang made an agreement with Dr. Vegapunk. When he was completely unconscious, he would program to protect Thousand Sunny until any member of the Straw Hat crew came back. So the bears started guarding at Dock 44. 2 years later, Senmomomaru mentioned again on the Saboti archipelago that even though the bear was completely transformed and lost its self-awareness, it still continued to behave strangely. Frankie, who arrived at Thousand Sunny on 17GR, found the bear in a badly damaged boat and learned that he had been severely damaged by raiders for 2 years protecting Thousand Sunny. After the bear handed over the boat to the Straw Hat crew, he retired and left. However, after Shang left Thousand Sunny, he became an invincible slave bear, rented by celestial dragons and suffered inhuman abuse from celestial dragons. In order to rescue Shang, the Revolutionary Army paid a high price. Victor now wants to use the bear so that he can make a deal with the Revolutionary Army. As long as the Revolutionary Army, Luffy and others can develop according to the schedule, then this deal can bring huge benefits. Yes. Wright nodded. Wright turned to leave. Wait. Victor stopped Wright. Wright turned to look at Victor. I'll go there myself. Victor left the office and jumped up, with a pair of blue wings on his back. Victor takes off from Naval Headquarters. He needs to fly over the Red Line, and then fly a long distance to reach the Saboti archipelago. However, the speed of the wind is not slow. When Victor arrived at the Saboti archipelago, he didn't rush to land, but instead had a bird's eye view of the battlefield. Celestial dragons, such as Angelati-san, have returned to Mariajoy under the protection of CP0. Includes a guard of celestial dragons. Now the army and marine are hunting down pirates. Ha ha ha. My uncle is not running away. Die. A pirate shouted arrogantly. His weapon was a saber. Looking at his shirtless and tattooed appearance, he is quite fierce. His name is Gramo, and he is a pirate from North Blue. The folk customs of North Blue are tough, and strong people emerge in large numbers. Since Gulamo went to sea, he has offered a reward of 92 million Baileys. Just a little bit will break through 100 million, reaching the standard of a supernova. At the same time, Gulama is also a Paramecia demon fruit power. Gramo's ability is to turn his mouth into a trumpet and amplify his voice. As Gullamore roared, his voice became noise. Noise can cause hearing loss, tinnitus, and in severe cases, complete hearing loss. Not only that, even if it is far away, under the influence of noise, there will be mental anxiety, upset, irritability, restlessness, and even palpitation, chest tightness, shortness of breath, fatigue, and headache. If Gullama continues to output noise, it will also increase blood pressure. Gullama's mouth trumpeted again, and he was about to make a noise. Suddenly, a light spear shot out. The spear of light hit Graramor in the mouth and passed through the back of Gramar's head. Gramo fell to the ground. It's the Marshal. The Marshal is here, the Marine soldiers cheered. Only then did Victor fall back to the ground. Catch all the pirates, Victor said. Yes. Marine replied at the same time. At this moment, Victor walked in the direction of Tyrant Bear. Because Victor gave the order to arrest Tyrant Bear, Marine starts attacking Tyrant Bear. Tammy Rear Admiral and Capello Rear Admiral surrounded the Tyrant Bear from left to right. At this time, the Tyrant Bear has lost human memory. He just works according to the set program. The first program is to protect the Straw Hat crew. The second program is the one who attacks Straw Hat crew. The third program is to attack the person who attacks himself. Tammy and Capello are classmates. The two were bunk beds when they were students, and later they were assigned to the same army as an intern. 10 years of comrade-in-arms friendship and tacit cooperation. At this time, after a glance, Tammy attacked Bartholomew Kuma first. Bartholomew Kuma raised his hand and slapped Tammy with his fleshy palm. While Tammy dodges, Capello attacks Bartholomew Kuma from behind. Bartholomew Kuma slapped the air and was slashed in the back. However, cut open Bartholomew Kuma's back and found that his body turned out to be mechanical? When Capello was in a daze, Bartholomew Kuma slapped out. Boom. Tammy and Capello were sent flying by the shockwave. After the two landed on the ground, they rolled a few times on the spot before losing their strength. Shooting. Colonel Marine on the side gave the order. Hundreds of Marines shot at Bartholomew Kuma. Bang bang bang. The bullet hit Bartholomew Kuma's body, making a tinkling sound. You all stand back. At this time, Victor's voice reached Marine's ears. The nearby Marines all looked at Victor. Marshal. Why is the Marshal here? Seeing Victor coming, Marine, who was participating in the siege, was relieved. Facing Bartholomew Kuma, relying on their strength alone, they will definitely have to pay a huge sacrifice. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Victor. Victor walked towards Bartholomew Kuma step by step. Bartholomew Kuma strikes early and sees him charging towards Victor. The palm of the hand slapped it hard, hitting Victor's tinling guy directly. Not to mention the cover of the human spirit, even steel can be crushed. Victor raised his hand blankly. Boom. Victor blocks Bartholomew Kuma's attack. Then, without waiting for Bartholomew Kuma to hit the second shot, Victor completed the transformation. Boom. The whole island trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred. The house was rumbling and shaking, and dense cracks appeared on the wall. Bartholomew Kuma's head was broken. However, the attack is not over yet. Boom. 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 Another quick hit. Until Bartholomew Kuma was completely immobilized. Even if Vegapunk wants to repair it, it takes a lot of effort. Victor regained his human form. He took out his cigarette, and said calmly, "Take him away." Although not full of supernovas, the beating of celestial dragons alarmed Marine Admiral, and today's event is still called a big event. Result of a major event. A total of 2,947 pirates were captured. These people are pure unlucky people. It was obviously not their fault, but they were arrested because of it. As for the Straw Hat crew, the instigator, they are missing. At the same time, there is another thing that people care about. Bartholomew Kuma was arrested by Marine. As for the fate of Bartholomew Kuma, it is interesting. Luffy was sent to Daughter Island anyway. Every member of the Straw Hat Pirates was sent to a place suitable for their cultivation. However, it is different from the original plot. Today's Daughter's Island is different. Hancock's heart was on Victor. As for Straw Hat Luffy, if Hancock knew that Luffy was in her territory, he would have arrested her immediately and sent him to naval headquarters. However, Hancock was notified by Robin before Luffy was found making trouble on Daughter's Island. The phone bug imitated Robin's voice and expression. The Straw Hat is on Daughter's Island. How is it possible? Hancock didn't believe it. Isn't he in Saboti Archipelago? Saboti Archipelago is far from Daughter Island. Not to mention, Daughter Island is still on the comm belt. How did Luffy get here? In fact, Robin didn't believe it either. However, Victor was sure, and Robin could only believe it. Robin said, "In 2 days, someone will come to him. Before that, you lock him up and don't let him run around." Got it. I know what to do. Hancock nodded. After the call ended, Hancock called Sandersonia and Marigold and asked them to lead a hunt for Luffy. At the same time, Robin walked into Shaki's bar again. Shaki was the only one in the bar. Rayleigh went to hide from the limelight. Tell Rayleigh that Luffy is on Daughter's Island. After Robin finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. etc. Shaki stopped Robin. Robin turned to look at Shaki and asked, anything else? Shaki asked, why help them? Robin didn't answer, but turned and walked away. Although there were some hiccups, things went well. Straw Hat Crew started advanced training. Give them 2 years and they'll be reborn. However, the world government doesn't care about Straw Hat Crew for now. Because, world government still has a lot of things to do. For example, Shichibukai. Shichibukai is now dissatisfied with the establishment. Haishia Jinbei is still in Impelled Down. Sand Crocodile Shack Locked Dar fled to the New World. Gecko Moria was defeated by Straw Hat Crew and Shichibukai was also disqualified. The Tyrant Bartholomew Bear was disqualified from Shichibukai. Today, Shichibukai only has Hakai Mihawk, Empress Hancock, and Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Therefore, supplementing with Shichibukai should be done without delay. World government immediately dispatched a large number of agents and began to look for suitable candidates. A month later, a new list of Shichibukai appeared in front of Victor. The name of one of them stands out. Edward Wable. Victor looked at the list with a smile on his lips. Just when he wanted to sleep, someone brought him a pillow. The selection of Shichibukai was not made by Marshal Marine. To become a Shichibukai, one must be recognized by the world government. World government only needs strength and influence. In the original plot, Buggy became a Shichibukai purely because of Buggy's influence in Summit War. Buggy has the support of a group of pirates, and at the same time, he is Shank's brother and Roger's crew. Therefore, Buggy's influence is enough for him to be a Shichibukai. Although Wable's reputation is not great and his influence is average, Wable has strength. Since Whitebeard's death, ISS Bajan and Wable, as in the original plot, began to target Whitebeard's sons and wanted to seize Whitebeard's inheritance. Today, the affiliated pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates have suffered heavy losses. Marco can only lead the team captains to support them hard. Therefore, it is normal for the world government to look at Wable. As for the Wable-Zephyr feud, the world government really didn't care. Isn't it just that some students died? Zephyr's wife and son died at the hands of pirates. As a result, doesn't Zephyr kill pirates anyway? Senior, do you want to notify the teacher? Wright asked Victor. Not yet. Victor shook his head. But, the teacher will know sooner or later, Wright said. A few days later, just a few days later, Victor said coldly. Wright asked. Can't the decision of the world government be changed? Victor said, I'll talk to the 5 elders. Holy Land, Mariajoy, Pangu City, between powers. Victor walked up to the 5 elders. The 5 elders saw Victor coming, and they didn't have to guess, they also knew why Victor came. Go back. Zephyr will understand. The old man with the goatee said expressionlessly. Victor looked at 5 elders, and he said calmly, Teacher Zephyr understands, but I don't. Hee hee. The blond old man chuckled, shook the newspaper in his hand, drank his tea and said, I thought you were the one who understood the world government best. Victor said. I can understand the approach of the world government. Now the world government needs Shichibukai as a combat force to maintain the order of the sea. But I don't understand why Wable is here. Victor asked seriously. The blond old man replied, as a pirate, he is strong enough, is that enough reason? If that's the answer, then I'll pass it on to the teacher. After Victor finished speaking, he turned to leave. Victor. At this time, the voice of 5 elders sounded behind Victor. You need to learn from Sengoku in dealing with this kind of thing. Hearing the suggestion from the 5 elders, Victor turned and saluted, then strode away. The list of new Shichibukai is announced through newspapers. Zephyr looked at the photos on the list, and the names. His body began to shake. Anger. Trembling with anger. The enemy who killed his student back then was recruited by the world government. Wable is now Shichibukai, exonerated from all past crimes, and Marine can no longer attack him. Zephyr didn't expect the world government to invite Wable to be a Shichibukai. He only felt that his eyes went dark, and he fainted from the anger. Thanks to the surrounding students who found out, Zephyr was immediately sent to the infirmary. Outside the clinic, the students gathered together. Teacher Zephyr. What's wrong? I don't know, I was reading the newspaper just now. Could it be an asthma attack? It can't be an asthma attack. Don't guess, the doctor is out. At this time, the students were not discussing, but gathered around the military doctor. Military doctor Dr. Temple replied, It's fine for now, but before that, let Zephyr Admiral recuperate. Yes. After hearing Dr. Temple's words, the students all nodded. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Ain and Binz came to the office quickly. They wanted to question Victor why he recruited Wabel as Shichibukai. Did Victor forget? It was Wabel who cut off one of Teacher Zephyr's hands and killed a large number of students. Tuck tuck. After a quick knock on the door. Come in. Victor called out the door. Ain and Binz both walked in. Seeing the reactions of Ain and Binz, Victor knew that they were here to ask for an explanation. So, Victor asked them to sit down first. I know you want to ask. I also know what you want to say. I can tell you that before this matter was made public, I had approached 5 elders and passed on what you said to 5 elders. However, in the eyes of 5 elders in the world government, what is the dissatisfaction of Marshal Marine? Victor looked at Ain and Binz, and said with a blank expression. Both Ain and Binz were stunned. Victor took out the cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, "Go and see Mr. Zephyr, spend more time with him, and comfort him more." Ain and Binz were silent, then turned and left. Watching the backs of the two of them leaving, Wright clenched his fists secretly. It's really reconciled, angry, and uncomfortable. You go out too, and leave me alone, Victor said to Wright. Yes. Wright nodded. Wright had just left the office, and when the door closed, there was only a loud bang. It was the sound of a table being smashed. The senior must be very angry. However, as the marshal, the senior is helpless, hateful. Wright came to the corridor and kicked the wall hard for a while. Not only Wright, Naval Headquarters Marine, from top to bottom, is all angry. Until one day, Zephyr, Ain, and Binz have defected with a group of Marines.